Little thing. Only live viewers and now VOD watchers. Now, since I'm saying it, it is Saturday. It is Saturday, but it is Saturday mid-afternoon. It is not a Higurashi Saturday night. For some reason, I just decided to switch it up today. Switch it up today, claim back my own night. You know, got some other things I might be doing tonight, so we're doing a good old-fashioned Higurashi mid-Saturday. I don't know why I was staring at the Steam page for a long time without hitting, like, start the game. I was talking about starting midday, and I'm just staring at, at Steam window. All right, so let's get this started. Hope everyone's doing good whenever you're watching this. Again, whether live or later on VOD. Hope you had a great whatever day. Just trying to think. How does Dev Lemon say it? She goes, "Happy little day. Today. Now." I don't know why that's on the top of my brain. So yeah, we are in the thick of Higurashi here. I think, admittedly, I said last stream that I've kind of, I don't want to say soured is always like too strong of a term, right? But I thought this chapter started really interesting, and I thought it was really interesting, and I was like, damn, I don't need to retread everything I've already talked about, but those last couple of streams on here felt kind of slow. Is that what I want to say? Uneventful, slightly. You would have to imagine, in my opinion, that it is at least building up to an eventful ending. You would hope in this chapter. You would always hope. Again, I'm not trying to shit talk this chapter or anything, though. It's not that atrocious or anything. It's just, I thought it was going to be different. Maybe I expected one thing, especially with given how the beginning of the chapter was. But maybe it's very important to see this determination that Kechi's got to save Satoko, you know? Also, we didn't even get a tip at the end of last chapter. We were bucking trends left and right. Let's-a go! Not much of a recap. Not much of a recap because, like I said, it's been so slow. Like, the same things that happened last chapter have kind of been happening the last couple of sections. The only difference now, last time, was the whole meeting with, why do I keep wanting to say Tenmyoji? I'm thinking of fucking Zero Escape. Oryu. So there was that. And then there was my theory that I put out that there seemed to be something fishy about the ending and conclusion of the Oryu meeting. She seemed dead set not letting it get past her. And then once the kids left, then like the teacher and the guy, what's his face? Unk. The mayor was like, "Hey, she changed her mind. Isn't that crazy?" And that just seemed weird to me. Seemed like something was being concealed in the way that was presented, but hard to say. Anyway, so they refused? Yes. I got a call from the local government section. The Child Consultation Center has no intention of listening to us.
里子ちゃんを救うのに国を争ってるんだからな。
They're still trying to do what they can, but we don't have much time.
そんな悠長なことは言ってられないって言い返してやったよ。
I even told them that we have no time to spare. The mayor came to the school before noon to explain to us what went down with the officials. We had all gathered in the teacher's office to meet with him. Wow.
私は所長さんの顔は見てないんだけど、ひなみ沢の名前を出して強気なことだね。
I don't know the head of the center personally, but he's a pretty tough guy to go against the will of Hinamizawa.
なんでも最近就任した職員らしくて、あまり町会のこととかを知らないらしい。
He used to work for the prefecture, so he's not familiar with the town council here.
住民の一部がごねてるくらいにしか思ってないらしいよ。
He's not treating this like it's a big deal.
バカですね。
He's kind of stupid.
他の町会ならいざ知れず、ひなみ沢を本気で敵に回しますか。
This isn't any ordinary village he's up against. This is Hinamizawa. I really like that. He must be stupid. What a sad guy.
こうなりゃもうやるしかない。
We'll just have to fight them.
さっき神社で役員と話したんだけど、もう後には引けない。
I spoke with the other council members, and we all agreed that we can't stay quiet anymore.
何しろうちの名前を出しちまった以上、そうですか、ダメですかじゃ引き下がれねえ。
After all, can't just nod our heads in defeat and back down after I put our name out there.
レナたちは今日もこの後すぐに相談所に行くつもりです。
We'll be heading to the consultation center after this ourselves.
うん。
Okay.
町会からも人数を出せないか、これからすぐに調整するよ。
I'll get right on arranging for the town council to send some people too.
これからお嬢さんのところに行って対応を協議する。
I'm about to go consult Oryu-san on how to handle this.
ダム戦争の時はともかく、何しろ普通の土曜日じゃないですか。
This isn't like with the dam conflict though. It's an ordinary Saturday.
なかなか人なんて集められないんじゃないですか。
Isn't it going to be difficult to get people to go?
ああ、ケイちゃん、ここは都会じゃないからね。
Don't worry, Ki-chan. This isn't a city.
野良仕事の人の方が多い。
People are out there farming every day of the week.
曜日なんて基本的に関係ないんだよ。
Whether it's a Saturday or a Tuesday doesn't really matter to them.
だから土曜日の真っ昼間から準備の人でも大勢集まれるわけよ。
It won't be that difficult to find people who are willing to help out. I see. I tend to think of adults as people who work at big companies. But this is Hinamizawa. I almost forgot about that.
普通のお役所は土曜日だからお昼で閉まっちゃうけど、相談所は土曜日も午後3時まで空いてるそうだ。
The regular government offices usually close at noon on Saturdays, but Child Consultation Center is open until 3 p.m.
だから1時に現地集合にしてもらっていいか？
Can we all be there at 1?
何人集められるかはちょっと約束できねえけどな。
I can't promise you how many people I'll be able to bring along, though.
何人来てくれても嬉しいです。
It doesn't matter how many people we get, as long as we get people.
どうかよろしくお願いします。
Thank you for your help.
大人の人が増えるのは私たちには心強いね。
I'm so glad that more adults are involved now.
そうだな。
Yeah.
4日続けて同じ顔ぶれだから、
This is
相
gonna
当インパクトがあるぞ。
this is going to make a huge difference.
どのくらい集まるかはお寮の号令次第なのです。
The number of people we get will depend on what Oryu says.
そうだね。
That's true.
来てくれる人数でバッチャの本気度が測れるだろうね。
We'll see how serious she is about helping us based on how many people show up.
お母さんが言うほどお寮ばあ様が機嫌がいいなら30人くらいは来るかもです。
If the hack's in as good as a mood as my mother says, then we might get about 30 people.
役員に青年部。
From both the staff and the youth group.
妥当な数字でしょ？
I think that's a fair guess.
大人30人に子供が10人ちょっと。
30 adults plus 10 children.
昨日よりもずっとそれらしいね。
Sounds better than yesterday.
もちろん私も行くからな。
I'm coming too.
拡声器も持って行っちゃうぞ。
I'll bring my megaphone.
おほ
Yes! She's a big fan of
おじいちゃん必
megaphones.
殺の鬼の覚醒器ですね。
Yeah, your legendary megaphone.
あれって壊れたんじゃないんですか？
I thought it was broken.
それは古い方だよ。
That's the one I used to have.
機動隊に壊されちゃったけどな。
The riot squad broke it.
鬼が淵死守同盟の頃の血がうずいてくる。
Ah, the memories. I can feel the spirit of Onigafuchi making my blood boil.
どうやら今年は綿流しの前に別の祭りになりそうだな。
Seems like we're going to be holding a festival on the day before Wadnagashi too.
相談所め待ってろよ。
To the consultation center.
またさとこちゃんが虐待を認めないから虐待はないの一点張りなのかな。
I wonder if they're still going to tell us that there's no evidence of abuse just because she hasn't admitted to it yet.
可能性は高いな。
That's pretty likely.
リカちゃんの方はその後どうなんだ？
How are things on your end, Rika-chan?
サトコに素直に助けを求めるよう説得はできたのか？
Were you able to persuade Satoko to seek help?
僕なりの精一杯は言ったつもりです。
I did my best.
あとはさとこ次第としか言いようがないです。
It's all up to her now.
さとこも早く変な意地を捨ててくれればいいのに。
I wish Satoko would stop being so stubborn.
おねえ、
Sis,
捨てていい意地と捨てちゃいけない意地があります。
there are both times one should and shouldn't be stubborn.
私はさとこの気持ちがわかりますよ。
I can understand how Satoko must feel.
あ、ごめん。そういう意味で言ったんじゃないよ。
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
さとこちゃんは内心誰の助けもいらないと思ってるかもしれない。
She might not want any help from us.
でもあの表情を見て助けを呼んでいるように見えないなら
But
そ
we,
んなの仲間じゃないと思う。
but we wouldn't be her real friends if we couldn't see how scared she is.
そうだな。
I agree.
確かにサトコが助けを求めてくれれば一番話は早い。
It'd be easy if Satoko asked us for help.
でもそれを待ってたら大変なことになっちまうんだよ。
But it'll be too late if we wait for that to happen.
赤信号の横断歩道の真ん中に立つ子がいたらまずは諭す前に歩道に連れ戻す。
If there's a child in the middle of a busy street, you pull her to the sidewalk before talking to her.
諭すより手を引くのが先であることもありますです。
Sometimes actions have to come before words. Good point, Rika. Good point, Rika. Right.
いい例えだね。
That's a good example.
まずはさとこちゃんの手を引っ張ることから始めないとね。
We have to pull her back to the sidewalk first.
話はわかりました。
I've heard what's going on.
では教室へ戻って早くホームルームにしましょう。
Now, let's all get back to the classroom and start homeroom.
行く前にちゃんと家に帰ってお昼にするんですよ。
Go home and eat your lunches before you go to the child consultation center, okay?
お昼抜きで買い食いはいけませんからね。
It's not good to skip meals. At that point, everyone was thinking there wouldn't really be 30 adults there to support us. However, we were wrong. I had no idea how serious Hinamizawa can get. By the time I got there with my 10 classmates, the quiet atmosphere around the library had completely disappeared.
すっごい。
Oh my goodness.
これ全部ひなみ沢の人だよね。
Are all these people from Hinamizawa?
ひなみ沢だけじゃないね。
Not just Hinamizawa.
沖宮に住んでる人にも動員がかかってるね。
I see some people from Okinomiya too.
本当だ。
You're right.
お店のエプロンをしたまま駆けつけてきてる人もいるぞ。
Some of them are even here in their work uniforms.
かなり異様な光景だぞ。
What an incredible sight.
ということはお寮は相当本気で号令を出したようなのです。
Looks like Oryu got really serious.
そのようです。
Apparently.
なんだか私には心地いい雰囲気ですね。
This really is like old times.
私の大好きだったダム戦争の頃が懐かしくなります。
How I've missed the way I felt during the dam conflict.
ケイ
Gay!
今日はすごいっすね。
What's going on today?
おお、
Oh, I
カメラ
cut
だ
him off. do we want his full?
ケイ今日はすごいっすね。どういうことっすか？
There we go. Hey, Kamita-kun.
まあな。
Well,
ひなみ沢丸ごとに声をかけたってわけだ。
I just called on the whole village to come here.
集められるのは子供だけだと思ってました。
I thought you'd only be able to get kids.
まさか大人まで集めるなんて。
How'd you get all these adults here too?
そこにしびれる。憧れるっす。
You're making me weak in the knees, man.
まさかこれだけの大人が集まるとは思わなかったにより。
Whoa, there are so many working adults around.
女の子は人類の宝でござる。
Little girls are mankind's greatest treasure.
同志がこれだけ集まるのは当然でござるよ。
Of course, this many of our comrades would gather here. Not only had many people shown up, but many different kinds of people too. I wonder how many people there are.
軽く数えて100人を超えてるね。
I think there's well over 100 so far.
しかも話を聞いてるとまだ遅れてくる人たちがいるみたい。
More people are still on their way too.
前原さん、
Mybra-san,
遅れて申し訳ありません。
I'm sorry for being late.
すごい人数じゃないですか。
What an amazing crowd you've got together.
やはり鬼ヶ淵の人たちが集まるとすごい規模になりますね。
So this is the power of Onigafuchi.
話は聞いてたけど、あなたって本当にすごいのね。
I'd heard about this power before, but this is something else.
いよいよもってダム戦争の頃を彷彿させるよ。
This is reminding me more and more of the dam conflict.
しかしこれだけの人数をまとめたなんてケイチ君はすごいね。
But to get this many people to show up, Keiichi-kun, you're amazing.
ひなみ沢の顔役だね。
You're the new face of Inamazawa.
ケイチ君。
Keiichi-kun,
ああ、結構集まったね。
there sure are a lot of them, eh?
村長さん、一体何人に声をかけたんです？
Kimiyoshi-san, how many people did you talk to?
人数なんか知らないよ。
I'm not quite sure.
教会の連絡網で獅子同盟の緊急集合をかけただけさ。
We just used the phone list and asked people to gather for a meeting of the Onigafuchi Guardians.
みんな野良を放り出して駆けつけてくれた猛者ばっかりだよ。
Everyone left work and came right here.
ああ、みんな。今日は懲戒としての抗議だから、獅子同盟の名前が入ったものは使わないでね。
Hey, you there. This movement is an initiative of the town council, so don't use a banner with the name of the Onigafuchi Guardians on it, okay?
あ、ケイチ君のお父さんも来てるよ。
I see Keiichi-kun's father.
こんにちは。
Hello.
いやーレナちゃんこんにちは。
Hello, Rina-chan.
ケイチ父さんも応援に来たぞ。
Keiichi, I'm here to support you.
母さんも来たがってたんだがちょっと仕事の電話待ちがあってな。
Your mom wanted to come here too, but she fucking sucks. No, your mom wanted to come here too, but she had to stay home and wait for a phone call.
頑張れと伝言を頼まれてるぞ。
She says to do your best and keep at it.
ああ、ありがとう。
I will. Thank you.
しかしお父さんもダム戦争の頃の話は一応聞いてたんだがすごいな。
I've heard the stories about the dam conflict, but this is impressive.
ケイチはこの人数の代表なんだろ。
You're representing all these people, right?
うん。
Yeah.
最初はほんの5人程度の代表だったつもりなのに。
I was only representing 5 of us in the beginning.
でもこうなっちまったら100人率いるのも1000人率いるのも同じさ。
But it's grown so big now that I don't care if there are 100 or 1,000 people here.
仲間を救うために最善を尽くす。
No matter what, I'll do everything I can to save my friend.
ケイチ、
Keiichi,
いよいよ正念場なのです。
this is it.
だな。
Yup,
兵力十分、気合もたっぷりだ。
our force of arms is more than enough.
相談所の連中、さっきからカーテンの隙間から何度もこっちを伺ってるぜ。
Those losers are peeping at us through the curtains right now.
きっとビビってやがる頃だぞ。
They must be quaking in their boots.
所長、なんだかすごい人数ですね。
Sir, do you see all those people?
どうしましょう。
What shall we do?
どうするもこうするもない。
There's nothing to do.
粛々と事務を進めるしかないでしょう。
Other than our jobs, of course.
陳情があれば聞くのは窓口の仕事です。
If they want to protest, let them.
私はちょっとこの後出張があるので係長の方で対応してください。
I need to leave for a business trip now, so you can handle him. Bye!
ですが、表では所長は直談判に応じろなんてプラカードを掲げてますよ。
But there's a banner that says we want to talk with the head of the office.
ほら。
See? That banner was the same one that the Onifuchi Guardians had used in the past. They brought along as many banners as they could reuse. This one said the head of the office, but originally it meant the head of the construction office. Of course, the head of the Child Consultation Center didn't know about that.
所長は先日代表3人と話をしてますよね。
You spoke with 3 of those representatives the other day.
自治の話によると、ひなみ沢の連中は顔を覚えるのが早いそうです。
According to the people from City Hall, these Hinamazawans have a good memory.
所長が駐車場に行くまでの間に面が割られちゃいます。
If they see you walking outside to the parking lot, they'll recognize your face.
係長、裏の職員通用口のとこにも何人か張り込んでるみたいです。
Sir, there are some people protesting by the back door too.
それはどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean?
まさか私を捕まえようってことじゃないでしょ？
Are they going to kidnap me or something?
ダム戦争の当時は流血沙汰が当たり前だったそうですから。
During the dam conflict, it wasn't uncommon for people to get injured.
もし所長の出張も日を改められるものなら、今日は控えた方がよろしいんじゃないかと。
If you can postpone your business trip, I'd recommend you do so.
そうですね。
I guess that'd be for the best.
急ぎの出張じゃないので、今日は中で事務をしています。
It's not an emergency, so I'll just stay here for today. In the next moment, crackling noise of a speaker echoed outside. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? This is the Hinamazawa Town Council. We're sorry for causing trouble in our neighborhood. Testing, testing. They were adjusting the output of the speakers. A few trucks carrying the speakers were parked outside. The head of the consultation center finally realized in that moment what it really meant to fight against the village of Hinamazawa.
すごい人数です。
There are so many people out there.
なんだかもうじき入ってきそうな勢いですね。
They might barge in at any minute. If they come out... Oh, it's not being read. If they come inside, they'll disturb our work. Don't let them in. It was half an hour past the appointed assembly time. The mayor told me that there were still a few more people on their way. Even more people are going to show up? Question mark. Rina counted up all the people here already and found out that there were more than 150 of them. I really doubt we can get this many to come back to, by Monday afternoon. Hopefully we can finish this today.
よし、ケイチ君。
Alright, Kechi-kun.
このくらいで行こう。
Let's begin. The mayor gave me the green light. He wanted us to chant our slogan in chorus before going inside. It really was like a real protest.
でもみーちゃん、こんな大勢であの狭い相談所の中に全員入れるのかな
Mi-chan, do you think all of us can fit inside that tiny office? Do you think so?
もちろん全員は無理だよ。
Of course we can't all fit.
中に入れる人と溢れちゃう人に分かれちゃう。
We'll split up into those who can go in and those spilling out.
だから中に入る前に全員でシュプレヒをあげるわけ。
That's why we had everyone start chanting together before we go in.
おねえ。
Sis,
今日は物を蹴ったり壊したりは厳禁ですよ。
you can't break or kick anything today.
しないよ、私はそんなこと。
Like I'd ever do something like that.
あんたが私の時にやった悪行のせいで私は迷惑してるんだから。
You got me in so much trouble when you pretended to be me doing all that.
おやあれは大石さんじゃないですか？
Hey, isn't that Oishi-san? I didn't expect to see him here. Of course, he's my mahjong friend. He came here to support me, even though he's not from Hinamazawa.
Maebara-san!
Maebara-san!
Domo.
Hello there.
大石さん
Oishi-san,
ちょうどいいところでした。
you're here right on time.
これから中に入ろうというところだったんです。
We're getting ready to go inside right now. Oishi was accompanied by a few of his own men. He brought along 4 police officers in uniform. Damn.
前原さん、ちょっと急ぎのお話が。
Maibara-san, I need to have a little chat with you.
君吉の村長さんも。どうもどうも。
Oh, hello there, Mayor Kimiyoshi.
こりゃ大石さんじゃないですか。
Hello, Oishi-san.
おや、どうしたんです？
What brings you here?
ちょっとお二方に大至急のお話がありまして。
I need to have a talk with the two of you right now.
ちょっとよろしいですかね。
May I?
ここではなんですので、もうちょいあちらの方へお願いします。
Oh, can it be in private, please?
え、どうしてですか？
What do you need from us?
ですね。
Well,
早い話がここはお役所の敷地内です。
well, you're on government property here.
特定の目的で占用することは禁じられてます。
Obstructing it for any given reason is prohibited. I was really taken aback. I thought we were just getting started, but Oishi-san, and by that I mean the police, are telling me to break up the crowd.
どういうこっちゃ。
What do you mean?
役所は住民の声を聞かんって言うんですか。
The government isn't going to listen to the voice of its citizens?
そうです。俺たちは別に悪いことをしようってわけじゃない。
Look, we're not doing anything wrong.
サトコをすぐに助けてもらいたいと訴えに来ただけですよ。
We're here to ask them to help Satoko.
それがどうしていけないんですか？
Why is that such a bad thing?
この敷地内での無届け集会がまずアウト。
You're protesting here without permission, for one.
それから獅子骨市児童相談所施行条例という条例があり、施設長は業務の支障になると認定した場合、敷地からの退去を命じることができるとなっているんです。
Also, there's a policy at the Child Consultation Center which allows the caretaker of the building to dismiss any client he feels that they're disrupting their service.
施設長？
A caretaker of the building?
誰です？
Who is that?
まあ早い話が児童相談所の所長さんですな。
Well, that would be the head of the office here.
汚ねえ。
What a cheap trick.
話も一切聞かないつもりかよ。
He won't even let us speak our minds?
じゃあ俺たちはどう訴えればいいんですか？
Where are we supposed to protest then?
敷地からの退去ってんだから、ここから出てそこの歩道からならいいわけですか？
If we have to get off the property, can we do it across the road?
公道での集会なら県の公安委員会に届け出を出してください。
If you want to use public roads, you have to get permission from the Public Safety Department first.
詳しくはお近くの警察署へお願いいたします。
You'll have to contact them through the police. Man, fuck all this bureaucratic tape.
つまり
It's pissing me off.
今日は解散せざるを得ないってことなんですよ。
In other words, you have no choice but to disband for today.
まあ前原さん、
My, Maibara-san.
相当向こうに嫌われちゃったということですな。
Seems they really do hate you.
そんなバカな。
This is ridiculous.
こんなことってない。
I don't believe this.
せっかくこれだけの人がサトコを救えと結集してくれたのに。
We have so many people here in support of Satoko.
それを伝えることもできないなんて。
And you're saying we can't even talk to them? My friends soon all came running over. Oishi-san explained the situation to them, and they reacted exactly the same way I did.
そん
No way.
こんなのってひどすぎです。
That's horrible.
向こうは私たちがいくら訴えてもやってきた人数を書くだけじゃないですか。
No matter what we say to them, all they do is jot down the amount of people in the group.
だから私たち支持を集めて人数を集めたんです。
That's why we brought lots of people here today.
まあね。
But
いくら言っても向こうにはそういう権限があるってんだからね。
But they do have the right to refuse us.
こればかりは仕方ないよ。
There's nothing we can do about that.
おとなしく警察に従うか、警察を敵に回すか、二つしかない。
We have to either listen to the police or disregard what they say entirely. No.
もうダム戦争は終わってます。
The damn conflict's been over for a while.
戦争ごっこはご勘弁願いたいですな。
I don't want to play that game anymore.
くそ
Damn it!
じゃあどうするんだよ
What are we gonna do then?
おとなしく解散してまた出直すか
Do we just have to leave and come back later?
出直しても多分同じだよ。
Same thing will happen when we do.
また同じことになる。
They'll just call the police again.
所長はもう私たちには一切会う気がないんだよ。
The head of the consultation center has no intention of letting us in there ever again.
役所の機嫌を損ねるってのはこういうことだからね。
We must have really upset him.
じゃあみーちゃん、私たちはこれからどうするの？
So what are we gonna do then? Or what are we going to do
こ
now?
こからは息の長い戦い方しかなくなってくるね。
We'll just have to be patient.
敷地に入れないってんだから、せいぜい最小の人数で正面の歩道から横断幕張って要求貫徹を叫ぶくらいだね。
If we can't protest on their property, we'll just have to do it from across the road.
それを延々と連日やり続けてプレッシャーを与えるしかない。
Seeing that every day will put a lot of pressure on them.
短期決戦どころか長期戦ってことかよ
That's going to take way too long.
お役所もヤクザだからね。
The government is like the Yakuza.
意固地になるとかえって逆効果かもしれない。
It'll get more complicated if we keep making them mad.
天下の鬼ヶ淵死守同盟がこれでおしまいですか？
So even the Onigafuchi Guardians can't do anything about this?
情けない。
How pathetic.
おじいちゃん、なんとかできないんですか？
Can't you do something about this, Uncle?
シオンちゃん、死守同盟はもちろん推しの強さで戦ったところもあるけど、基本は粘りなんだよ。
Shion-chan, in a battle like this, you have to be patient.
ここまで露骨に拒否されると、ダム戦争の時の工事事務所と同じで、あとは囲んで長期戦しかなくなっちまうよ。
They're refusing us so blatantly, just like the construction office did in the dam conflict. So we'll just have to surround them and dig in for a prolonged fight. But that's not going to work. There are so many people here. I was supposed to end this today. Satoko didn't come to school again today. Her uncle called and claimed that her cold had resurfaced. He promised that she'd be back on Monday, but hearing that wasn't any relief to us. Today is Saturday, so there are 2 more days until then. Nothing is guaranteed for Satoko. In the world I imagined, it was too late to save Satoko by the day before Wabnagashi. Satoko in real life hasn't gotten to that point yet, but nothing guarantees that she'll still be fine in just 2 days. I don't know if she'll still be sane the next time we see her.
長期戦なのか
So this is gonna be the stalemate?
結局相談所が望むだけの期間を待つしかないのか
Do we really have to wait until they make their final decision?
ダメだよケイチ君。
No, Kechi-kun.
さとこちゃんを救うのに一刻の猶予もないの。
We have no time to waste for Satoko-chan.
なぜって言われたら困るけど、それがわかるの。
I just know that something bad is going to happen.
せっかくこれだけの人数が集まったのに、
We got help from
も
this
はや
man.
中に入ることもできないなんて。
We got help from this many people, and we can't even go inside the building. Rika-chan said that with tears in her eyes. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Told Rika-chan that I could defeat anything if I put my mind to it. I don't want to give up here. Even a few days ago, we never imagined that we'd get this many supporters. We got approval from the town council, and even from Mion's grandma. What else am I supposed to do? What can we do to make our wish come true? Is there something that we haven't done yet? Son of a bitch.
リカちゃん、そんなに悔しがることはないよ。
Rika-chan, you don't have to look so sad.
みー、
Me?
私たちはやれることは全てやってる。
We're doing everything we can.
そう信じてる。
You believe that,
ね。
right?
ああできる全てをやったと信じてる
Yeah, I believe we did everything we can do.
だったら追い風が吹くのを待つしかない。
Then we just have to wait for the wind to come.
準備が万端ならあとは待つしかないんだよ。
We just have to wait.
きっと追い風は吹く。
I'm sure that a strong wind is on its way.
それはいつなんだよ
When is that?
くそくそくそくそ
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Satoko was sleeping like the dead. If he didn't send her to school, that annoying teacher might come to harass him again. He really wanted her to go to school today. However, no matter how much he forced her to wake up, she collapsed and went back to sleep. He touched her forehead and realized that she had gotten a high fever. If he had sent her to school like that, they might say something about it. He had no choice but to call the school and tell them that she's sick again. She asked him many questions, but Tepe told her that she really was sick this time. Those other times, yeah, I was definitely lying. But this time, yeah, she's definitely sick. And then she was like, what? And he's like, goodbye. 1 hour later, he realized he had said something he shouldn't have to the teacher. Yep. Ever since he took Satoko in, there had been nothing but trouble. The teacher came to visit him the day after he took her. He received calls every so often, too. They were all from the child consultation center. Every single one of them told him to put Satoko on the phone. Tepe was still certain that Satoko wouldn't give him up because of her fear that he would destroy Satoshi's room if he did. However, he wasn't sure how long she'd keep her silence. In short, Tepe had no idea whether or not Satoko would continue to do as she was told. The only thing he knew for absolute certain was that he couldn't control her forever with fear alone. He could frighten her with just a look, but that fear wouldn't last for a very long time. He wanted to leave the house before Satoko got him into trouble. But in order to do that, he needed to find the bank book as soon as possible. Satoko was sleeping like an abandoned kitten inside of a wrinkled blanket. She was sweating heavily and breathing deeply. Both were signs of a very high fever. Tepe wasn't concerned in the least, of course. Instead, he felt that this was his chance. In that state, she wouldn't notice if he went into Satoshi's room. He'd promised her that he wouldn't mess around in there as long as she stayed obedient to him. In reality, he went inside Satoshi's room while Satoko was at school, but he was very careful about putting everything back into place. However, by this point, he'd had enough. He was anxious to leave as soon as he could. Even Tepe could tell that Satoko's fever wasn't from a cold, but from emotional distress. If she got even sicker, it could cause even more trouble for him. He slowly crept up the stairs, heading for Satoshi's room. He tried to open the door slowly, but it was stuck on something. He assumed he just hit the furniture with the door, but in the next moment, crash! He heard the loud noise of falling metal. Something had been stuck behind the door, and had knocked over something on the bookshelf. Tepe clicked his tongue. He had been planning to sneak into Satoshi's room while Satoko was asleep, and shortly after that, he heard Satoko running up the stairs. She wasn't running just because she heard a noise. She was running because she heard a noise from Satoshi's room, and that meant that Tepe was trying to get inside it. Uh-oh. Stop it! Stop! Don't go inside Nini's room! Ah, fuck! I was just gonna look around for a minute. No damn luck. All I need is some cash. I know there's a bank book inside his room. I know that you hid it in there. Be a good girl. Tell me where it is. I don't know anything about a bank book. It's not inside Nini's room. Don't mess around in there. Leave it alone until he comes home. Nini! Shut the fuck up! Satoko let out a dull cry as she went rolling across the floor. Jesus. Nini. Satoko's screams echoed around the room. Hitting her would leave a mark, and then the child consultation would harass him, and maybe more than that. As a man of violence, it was already stressful enough to be warned not to hit her. But once he hit her on impulse like he just did, his restraint was all gone. Satoko was crying and holding her left cheek. She might have suffered a cut on the inside of it when he punched her. She had bloody drool trickling out of her corner of her mouth. Fucking hell. That did it. Senator's gonna be back here next week. Gonna be in real shit if it's still swollen by then. God damn it. This is more trouble than it's worth.
にーにーにーとやっかましい。
Quit with the nee already.
踊りゃ他に言えんのか。
Are you supposed to be a broken record or something?
たまらんか。
Can it, you little bitch? Tepe kicked her, and she curled up on the floor. Ever since Rina had abandoned him, nothing good had happened at all. All he got was a whiny little girl. All she can do is cook and clean. Other than that, she just acts scared all the time. So once Satoko started crying like an infant, Tepe also lost his mind.
黙れっちゅうとんがわからんか。
I said, shut up!
黙れっちゅうとん。
Didn't you hear me? Who are you whining to? God, wouldn't it be cool if she, like,
クソクソクソ。
somehow mustered, like, a million times strength somehow, and she just, like, kicked Tepe's ass? she gets so furious and upset about everything, she just, like, actually... I mean, we've seen her technically go out to murder people. Or, you know, we've seen... Wait. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Let's name all the people we've seen murder. Well, anyway. I'm just saying it would be very cool and it would feel very cathartic if we got a scene here where she just murders the uncle. I'd be down for it here. I want to see it happen. I want to see her just do it. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
大石さん、あんたにも人の心があるなら、どうか今日だけ目をつむってください。
Oishi-san, will you please leave us alone for today?
こうしてる間にも、聡子の身に危険が迫ってるかもしれないってのに。
Satoko is in danger as we speak.
おっと。
Hey now.
私に指一本でも触れると執行妨害で現行犯逮捕しますよ。
If you touch me, I can arrest you for obstructing the law.
くそー!
Wow. When it all comes down to it, fucking Oishi still sucks ass. Big shock. Big shock. Damn it.
やめなよ、ケイちゃん。挑発に乗っちゃダメだよ。
Stop it, Key-chan. He's just trying to piss you off.
大石のおじさま、そんな態度だときっと長生きできませんよ。
Hey, old man. You won't live long enough with that kind of attitude. Damn.
そりゃ怖い。
Oh, now I'm scared.
言葉をもうちょい選ばないと、あなたの場合は恐喝の現行犯になりますよ。
If you keep on talking to me like that, I'll arrest you for threatening an officer. No.
よしなよ、ケイイチ君。
Calm down, Kechi-kun.
大石さんは私たちの味方だよ。
He's on our side.
はあ？
What?
レナ、お前何を言ってるんだ？
What are you saying, Rina?
わかんないかな。
Can't you see?
大石さんは言葉がさっきから優しい。
He's being nice to you right now.
警察の対面で言ってるだけで、本当はケイイチ君の味方なんじゃないかな。
He's saying these things because he's a policeman, but I think he's still on your side.
だって大石さんが本気で私たちを追い払おうとしたら、こんな悠長に話し合いをしないで実力で追い払ってると思うもの。
If he really wanted to make us leave, he wouldn't be talking to us like this. He'd simply use force.
追い払われなくても、現にこうして相談所の前に立ちはだかってるじゃないかよ。
But he's still blocking our way right now.
これがどう味方だってんだよ。
How can he still be on our side?
おいさん、パトに課長から無線が入ってるっす。
Oishi-san, gotta call in the cruiser from the chief.
ありゃどうも。
Oh, thanks.
じゃあ私はちょっと席を外します。
I've gotta go for now.
皆さんは解散の段取りだけお願いします。
Start vacating the area, please.
そこから一歩でも前に進んだら、その時点で宣戦布告ってことにしますからね。
If you take another step forward, I'll take it as a declaration of war.
覚えといてくださいよ。
Got it memorized. The fuck is he Axel? Got it memorized. That's my best impression of like Kingdom Hearts battle music. Fighting Axel or any of the organization, I guess. God damn it.
もしもし、大石です。
Hello, Oishi here.
神田旅行。
Reading you loud and clear.
大石さん。
Oishi-san.
そっちの件はどうですか？
How's the situation there?
大丈夫です。
It's fine.
皆さん極めて冷静です。
Everyone's being perfectly reasonable.
ただ人数が集まっちゃったので、内部の話をつけるのに時間がかかっちゃってるようです。
There are quite a lot of people here, so it's taking time to break them up.
そうなのかい？
Really?
相談所の方からまた電話が来てるよ。
We're still getting calls from the Child Consultation Center.
まだ解散させられないのかって。
They're wondering when you can get them out of there.
もうじき解散しますよ。
They'll leave soon.
トップの話はもうついてるんです。
I've already spoken to the leader.
向こうが多分内部を説得するのに時間がかかってるんでしょ
う。It's taken time for him to explain it to his people.
また電話があったらもうちょい待ってくださいと伝えてください。
If they call again, just tell them to wait for a little bit.
鬼ヶ淵死守同盟が動き出したなんて聞いて大石さん言ってもらったけど今回は穏便に行きそうだね。
I heard that the Onigafuchi Guardians are back in action, but it seems like it's not getting too messy this time.
ねえ。
Yes, yes.
ダム戦争はもはや昔の話です。
Damn conflict has been over for a long time.
もうちょい時間をください。
Just give him a little bit to pack up, and leave.
おいさん、よくスラスラ嘘が言えるっすね。
Oishi-san, how could you lie to him like that?
トップの話なんて全然ついてないじゃないですか。
You haven't made any progress in persuading the leader yet?
No. さてね、どの下が嘘をついたやら
Now, was that really a lie?
所長からすぐに解散させないと暴動に発展する可能性があると脅されてますし。
The chief warned us that this could turn into a riot.
やはり増援を頼んで、向こうがこれ以上体制を整える前に攻撃した方がよろしいんじゃないですか？
I think we should call for help and shut this down before anything happens.
クマちゃん
Kuma-chan?
そう意地悪しなさんなよ。
Don't be mean.
は？
Excuse me?
仲間を助けようとしてあれだけの人数を集めたんですよ。
He got this many people together in order to help his friend.
大したもんじゃないですか。
That's no small feat, you know.
町会を動かしたってことは、園崎を領を解き伏せたってことだ。
The whole village is here, and that means he persuaded Oryu Sonozaki.
園崎天皇をあの年で説得するなんてできることじゃありません。
It wouldn't be easy for a young boy like him to persuade the Empress.
やはりこれだけの人数を集めるには、園崎お領の根回しは不可欠ですか。
You think Oryu Sonozaki is backing this crowd?
連中が助けろって言ってる里子ってのは、ダム推進派の北条夫妻の娘です。
The girl they're trying to help is Satoko Hojo, the daughter of the dam supporters.
見殺しにはしても、助けるために村が立ち上がるなんてことはありえない。
It's hard to believe that the villagers would be trying to save her.
それくらいに村と北条家の間の溝は深かったはずです。
There's a thick wall between them and the Hojo family.
それをわずか数日で埋めたんですよ、彼は。
But he broke that wall down in just a few days.
実はね、私、そのやりとりの一部を見てるんですよ。
Actually, I've been following his progress up to this point.
綿流しの準備会の席上でね。
I saw him at their Watanagashi planning meeting.
彼は勇ましかった。
He's a damn courageous boy.
村の年寄り連中から総攻撃を食らっても全然ひるみやしない。
The elders screamed and yelled at him, but he wasn't scared at all.
見事、年寄り連中を説得した。
He magnificently brought them over to his side.
そして、お領も説得できたら協力するという難問をふっかけられた。
After that, they told him that they'd support him if he could also persuade Oryu.
で、今日があるんだから、園崎本家まで納得させちゃったわけだ。
Since he's here today, he apparently also succeeded at doing that.
ありゃ、将来は大物だよ。
He's going to be someone big one day.
クマちゃんは今から前原さんと仲良くしといた方がいいかもしれませんよ。
You should probably get close to him while you still can.
じゃあやはり大石さん手加減してましたね。
I knew it. You're taking it easy today.
普段なら強引にやるはずなのに、話し合いなんて生ぬるいことを始めるから驚いてたとこです。
You're normally very direct, so I was surprised when you started negotiating with him.
前原さんに今日はちょいと花を持たせようと思ってます。
I want to see Maibara-san earn a little credit today. Oishi said something that he shouldn't say as a policeman. Kumagai had to struggle to understand what he meant. Giving Oishi a thin smile, he asked him a question.
解散したってことにして引き上げますか?
Do you want to leave without disbanding them?
そこまでサービスすることはないです。
Nah, we don't need to treat them special.
それにね、前原さんたちもクマちゃんも鬼ヶ淵の連中をまだまだ分かってない。
You don't know anything about the Onigafuji Guardians. You and Maibara-san both.
こんな程度ね、すぐに破られちゃいますよ。
They're not as weak as you think.
まあ見ててください。
You'll see.
破られるまで待とうってことですね。
You want to wait and see what they do, huh?
憎まれるばかりで相変わらず感謝されない役ですね。
As usual, we're doing a thankless job.
クマちゃんも一本吸います？
Want a cigarette? Kumagai accepted the offer, taking a cigarette from Oishi's hand. In the next moment, two black vehicles stopped short in front of the building, their brakes screaming under the stress.
それおいでなすった。
There they come.
行きますよ、クマちゃん。
Look closely, Kuma-chan. Several men wearing well-tailored suits emerged from the vehicles. Some of them looked like muscle-headed gangsters, and some of them more resembled intelligent businessmen. The hell is happening? There was a clearly overbearing old man in a hakama with a crest, and what looked like a whole circle of Yakuza leaders arrived after him. Oh, nice. He's catching my Brooklyn present. Where is he?
前原圭一は俺です。
I'm catching Maibara.
何の用ですか?
How may I help you?
間違えるな。我々は君の味方だ。
Don't worry, we're on your side. Chills. Chills.
あんた方は誰ですか?
Who are you exactly?
おじさん。
Oh. Hey, uncle.
どうしてここに?
Why are you here?
そんなありえないです。
I can't believe you actually showed up. Shion and Mion's surprised reactions made me feel nervous.
さあ、ケイイチ君、君が代表だ。
Keiichi-kun, you're the leader here.
戸惑うことはない。行こう。
There's no need to hesitate. Let's go. The group of men clapped me on the shoulders. But I can't go. Police are here.
はい、ストップストップ。
All right, stop right there, boys.
沖宮署の大石です。
I'm Oishi from the Okinomiya PD.
皆さんこんにちは。
Good afternoon.
どちらへおいでですかな?
Where are you all heading?
なんじゃよお前は。
Who do you think you are?
警察が住民の代表の陳情を妨害するとはどういう了見じゃ?
How could you stop law-abiding citizens from conducting a protest?
いえいえ、園崎先生。
Well, Sonozaki-sensei.
これはですね、相談所側からの要請に基づく出動でございまして。
We're here because the Child Consultation Center called us here. Sonozaki-sensei. Is he a teacher from some school? Wait, no. I don't have time to joke around. This man is a Hakama must be the Sonozaki family's representative on the prefectural assembly. I heard that he's a really scary guy when he raises his voice, just like Mion's grandma. Shut up! Get away, you damn pig! Who gave you orders just to get in their way?
所長から直々でして。
No, Chief of Police ordered us here.
いや、所長には逆らえませんもので。
I can't disobey him, you know.
沖宮署の署長だな。
The Okinomiya Police Chief?
後で厳重抗議しちゃう。
He's going to hear.
首を洗って待っとけと言うておけや。
He's going to hear some real complaints from me later. Tell him to be ready. Oishi's partner was doing his best not to laugh.
はいはい、伝えておきます。
Okay, okay, I'll relay that message to him.
でですね、とりあえず市の施行条例がございまして。
Anyway, there are rules in this city.
施設長である相談所長がですね。
Like how the caretaker of a building can order people to vacate their property.
彼らが入るとジムに支障があるってんで、権限の範囲内で敷地からの退去を命じているわけなんです。
If he thinks that they can cause trouble for his business. As Oishi's son explained in a strange, half-troubled and half-delighted manner, one of the intelligent-looking guys started talking instead of Representative Sonozaki.
どうも。
Hello.
園崎法律相談事務所より参りました。弁護士の園崎です。
I'm the attorney, Sonozaki, from the Sonozaki Law Consultancy Office. I'm the Texas Hammer.
獅子骨市の条例については拝見させていただきましたが、本件は不当で職権乱用にあたります。
I went over the laws that apply to the Child Consultation Center. Their claim is unjust, and it could be considered an abuse of their official authority.
こちらは施行条例の複写。
Here's a copy of the regulations.
また前原圭一氏はひなみ沢連合長会が委任した陳情団の団長です。
Furthermore, Kechi Maibaro-san is the appointed leader of the Hinamizawa Unified Council.
こちらが連合長会発行の委任状。
This is the power of attorney issued by the council.
ひなみ沢連合長会は獅子骨市役所自治係の立ち会いの下で結成された善意の住民団体です。
The Hinamizawa Unified Council is a Good Samaritan organization of citizens formed under the observation of the Shishibone Local Government Section.
よって前原圭一氏は正当な手続きを経て結成された住民団体の正当な代表者と認められます。
That makes him a proper representative of the organization, and he went through the proper channels.
この陳情を拒否するのは明らかな職権乱用であり、これは市職員服務規定にも違反します。
Rejecting his appeal is a clear abuse of authority and violates the municipal public servant regulations.
以上から児童相談所長の命令が執行することは明らかであり、それに対し警察がこれ以上の妨害を行う場合、
Therefore, the order made by the head of the Child Consultation Center is unlawful, and if the police continue to interfere with this movement, then...
わかりましたわかりました。ごめんなさい。
Okay, okay, I understand. My apologies.
どうぞ皆さんお通りください。
Well then, you can carry on, everyone.
最初からすっ込んどればええんじゃ。
That's what you should have said from the beginning.
さあ、行くぞ、圭一君。
Let's go, Kechi-kun.
全員で入られれば、やっぱりそれはジムに支障が出ると思うんですがね。
Wait, you might be disrupting their business if everyone goes inside.
ご心配なく。
Don't worry.
団長以下の我々代表団だけで入ります。
Only the representatives are going in.
この人数でも業務に支障があると言われますか？
Is even that going to interrupt their business?
相談所内の待合ロビーにはソファーが4機あり、10人程度の訪問者は十分に想定の範囲内で。
With 4 couches in the visitors' room, I assume they can easily hold 10 people in there.
失礼しました。打足でした。
No? I guess you know better.
どうぞどうぞお通りください。
Please go. Go on ahead then.
前原君、行きましょう。
Maibara-kun, let's go.
もう私たちを遮る敵はいません。
Nobody's going to stop us now.
はい。
Oh, yes, sir.
おいでな。ミオシオン、リカちゃんも。
Hey, Rina, Mion, Shion, Rika-chan.
行くぞ。
We're going in. Yeah.
行こう、みんな。
Let's go.
やはりこれはお寮の口利きですか？
Is this all part of Oryu's plan?
だね。
Probably.
まさかバッチャ、この人たちにまで声をかけてくれるとはね。
I didn't think she'd talk to these guys too.
見て見ぬふりどころか、園崎本家最大支援じゃないですか。
No matter how you look at it, it's the Sonozaki family giving us the most support.
大ババ様、どういう心変わりですか？
I wonder what made the hag change her mind.
レナは驚かないけどな。
I'm not surprised at all.
みーちゃんのおばあちゃん、きっと力になってくれるって信じてた。
I always believed that Mi-chan's grandma would help us.
そっか。
Really?
あのばあさんにはとんでもないことをたくさん言っちまったけど、チクショー、キスしてやりたい気分だぜ。
I said some nasty things to her last night, but right now I could kiss her.
じゃあみんな、私たちは行ってくるね。
Alright, everyone, we're going inside. Yeah! The crowd cheers. The main event is about to begin. Maibara-san, please save Hojo-san. Help rescue Satoko-chan.
前原の坊主、しっかりな。
Hey, Maibara boy, good luck.
いよいよ天皇さんでござるよ。
This is your show.
でござる。
We wish you luck.
演じるモート敵団兵連隊退路を確保。同志の突撃を援護せよ。
Angel Mort Grenadiers, secure the path of retreat. Support the charge.
へい、頼むぜ。熱いのを一発ぶちかましてやれ。
Okay, show us what you got.
あ、見てろよ。
I will.
やってやるぜ。
I'm going to get them.
前原さん、
Maibara-san,
ここで待ってます。
we'll wait for you here.
良い知らせを待っていますよ。
We look forward to hearing the good news.
必ず良い知らせを。
Yes, bring us good news.
先生も待ってますからね。
I'll be waiting for you too. I pumped my fist in the air in response to their high expectations. We entered the Child Consultation Center, backed by the power of the Sonozaki family. I finally made it. It was cool inside the building, unlike the outside world. I could still hear the crowd, but at a lower volume. It was loud enough to hear their cheers. The staff in the building must have known who we were. They tried to concentrate on their work as if they didn't see us.
こんにちは。
Hello, sir.
今日はどんなご用でしょうか。
How may I help you today?
前原圭一です。
I'm Maibara Kechi.
北条聡子の即時保護についてお願いに上がりました。
I'm here to request that Satoko Hojo be put under protection immediately.
死のうの言わんで所長出さんか。
Just go get the person in charge here.
ひなみ沢連長の代表の前原氏が来とるんじゃ。
A
所長対応せんかい。
A representative of Inamazawa Inamazawa Town Council is here to see him. I got lost in the sauce there for a second. He is unable to see you at this time.
代わって私がお話を賜ります。
I will take a message for him.
どうも。
Hello?
園崎法律相談事務所より参りました。弁護士の園崎です。
I'm a lawyer from the Sonozaki Law Consultancy Office.
以後の会話はすべて録音させていただきますので、ご了承をお願いいたします。
For the purpose of its future use, I'll be recording our conversation from this point forward.
どうか相談所として責任あるご返答をお願いいたします。
We would like to be treated responsibly by the Child Consultation Center.
所長の手が空くかどうか確認いたします。
I will try and see if he's available.
少々お待ちください。
Please wait for a moment.
原山くん、
Hariyama-kun,
お久しぶりです。
it's been a while.
園崎議員、その説は大変お世話になりまして。
Representative Sonozaki, how have you been?
今日はひなみ沢連合町会の代表団のメンバーとしてお伺いしました。
I'm here today as a member of the Inamazawa Town Council.
所長さんに会わせてください。
May I see the head of the office, please?
大変失礼しました。
Of course.
君、所長席前の応接室にご案内してお茶をお出しして。
Hey, you, take them to the reception area inside the boss's room and serve them some tea. Guess the power of representative can really get public officials moving. I heard that there are both prefectural and municipal representatives in the Sonozaki family. We have the power of both of them today. And that means we have nothing to fear. We were inside his office, but the head of the office wasn't to be found. I'm sure he's somewhere in this building. All the exits are blocked. There's no way he could escape from us. He better not be thinking that he can hide from us all day. The head of the office, in fact, was peeping out through the blinds of the meeting room on the second floor. He was shaking in fear. Why are they inside the building? What are the police doing?
いえ、それが県議と市議の園崎議員が両方おいでで。
Well, actually, both the prefectural and municipal Sonozaki representatives are here.
あと弁護士らしき人もいます。
They have a lawyer with them too.
責任ある回答をと言われると管理職以外では対応できません。
They're asking for an answer, but only management has the authority to respond. Okay, I've got it. Today's Saturday. It's nearly 3, right? I'll just stay here until then. Have them leave after we close up. Meanwhile, I'll talk with the municipal manager about what to do next. I thought he told you to concede. He said something about town council. I was expecting a bunch of neighborly old men. I never thought I'd see representatives and lawyers in Yakuza. Who would have thought there would be 200 people out there? Well, that's Hinamizawa. Anyway, the office is closing in 10 minutes. I'm sure they'll threaten me if I meet with them. But I'm not going to concede. That's my duty as a civil servant. I've been working for the government for 40 years, and I'm not ashamed to boast about that. I'll never compromise just because some gangster threatens me. In the next moment, the phone in the conference room rang loudly. The head of the office nearly jumped out of his skin. Scared even of the phone, he told the manager to tell whoever it was that he wasn't there. Hello? This is Hariyama. Oh, thank you. I'll let him know. Sir, it's the municipality calling. Hello? I'm in deep trouble. There are about 200 people surrounding the consultation center right now. They even have representatives on their side. What should I do? I did tell you that this would happen. But it's your job as the municipal government to control trouble within the town councils. Do something about this. It's your sworn duty to take care of this. That's not our job. Our job is to support the growth of the local communities of the region and... I don't care! Can't you do something about this? At this point, you have no choice but to accept their request. I think you should stop being so stubborn about policy. Government is there for its citizens. Isn't that right? Can't you just peacefully accept their appeal? You're an official too, aren't you? How dare you take the side of the town council? I'm not going to concede.
にのっとって処理します。
I'm going to follow the regulations.
公平な事務こそ公務員の務めです。
A civil servant's duty is to conduct business impartially.
私は県の職員だった頃からその方針を崩したことはありませんよ。
I've never broken that rule in my entire career.
その方針を認められて監視にも合格しているんですから。
I passed the administrator's exam because I always follow the rules.
まあ、最終的な判断は所長にお任せします。
Well, it's your decision.
こちらも努力はしますが。
Do our best to help.
だから所長。
But I told you.
私。
Didn't I?
言いましたよね。
I know I did.
連中を怒らせちゃいけないって。
I know I told you not to get them upset.
もういいよ。君には頼まない。
Fine. Then I won't ask for your help anymore.
役に立たないならもう電話は切るよ。
I'm hanging up the phone. Click.
所長。
Sir.
今日は3時で逃げ切ったとして月曜にもまた来ますが、その時はどうするんですか?
Even if you manage to get away from them today, they'll come back again on Monday. What are you going to do then?
自治にまでサジを投げられたら
I'm sure
市長室にはとっくに話が行ってます。
I'm sure that the mayor knows about this by now.
月曜の町議で多分話が出ますよ。
This will definitely come up at the weekly meeting.
市長に咎められるようなやましいことは何もしてないんですよ、私は。
I haven't done anything that would upset the mayor.
市長にね、何を言われても私は毅然と言い返しますよ。
No matter what he says to me, that's what I'll tell him. Eek. The phone rang once again. Also, once again, the head of the office trembled in fear. The manager had to reluctantly pick up the phone. Yes? Can you transfer it here?
はい、お電話変わりました。
Yes, this is the right office.
ただいま変わります。
One
お待ちく
moment.
ださい。
One moment, please.
所長。
Sir,
本庁からお電話です。
you have a call from City Hall. City Hall? Not the municipal offices. Who is it now?
市長からお電話です。
It's the mayor.
はい。
Yes.
そうですね。
That's right.
南沢地区6町会を束ねる連合町会を代表されていらっしゃる皆さんです。
They're members of the town council in Inamizawa.
ええ、そうですね。
Yes, I understand.
ぜひ話を聞いてあげてください。
Please listen to what they have to say.
そんなことはありませんよ。
Now, that's not true.
公平さはとても大切ですが、地域に合った柔軟な対応をしてこその姿勢です。
It's important to be impartial and unbiased, but you must act according to the occasion.
ええ。
Yes.
よろしくお願いします。
Please do so.
今日の話が終わりましたら、今日の6時までに市長室に直接報告にいらっしゃってください。
After you're done, please come to the mayor's office and give me your report. I expect you by 6 p.m.
よろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you very much. The man spoke with a gentle demeanor, but in a tone that didn't allow objection. Then the elderly man in a double suit set the receiver down.
すまんね。えろう助かったんよ。
Thank you for that. Oryu was sitting on the couch in the reception area. Akane was there with her, too.
とんでもない。
Not a problem.
それにしても、本庁舎に直接いらっしゃられるのは随分久しぶりになりますよね。
It's been a while since you visited City Hall.
園崎さんが直接おいでになられるから何事かと思いました。
I was surprised to see you here today.
すまんね。ものを頼むんかいね。直接来んとな。礼儀悪いと思うたんよ。
Sorry for the surprise. If I'm going to ask someone a favor, I want to see them in person.
すまんねほんま。
Thank you. Really.
いえいえ。
It's no problem at all.
当方の職員が大変に失礼いたしました。
I'm sorry that our staff were so impolite.
市政が町会の皆さんとの連携で成り立っていることをよく指導しなかった私の不徳が招いた事態です。
I should have taught them better. Maintaining a good relationship between municipal governments and town councils is vital. So he says. However, the mayor couldn't believe that Empress Sonozaki came all the way to see him just to save one little girl. It's a huge deal when Oryu Sonozaki comes directly to his office. It's also unusual for her to do things indirectly to begin with. Rather than leading the charge herself, she was having Kechimaibara save Satoko. The mayor understood that she was doing this so Kechimaibara would get all the credit. Because of that, he was very interested in this young Kechimaibara.
しかし、聞けば聞くほど関心な若者ですね。
He sounds like quite the young man.
友達を虐待から助けるために、それだけの運動を起こす情熱と気力は、なかなか今時の若者には見られません。
Can't believe that he's gone so far just to save his friend from an abusive relative.
そうなんよ、そうなんよ。
I know.
大した若い手段ね。
He's one of a kind.
あんなのがいてくれたら、わーしゃいつお迎えが来ても、いつでもひなみざを任せられるわ。
I'm not worried about the future of Inamazawa as long as someone like him is around. I can die peacefully now. Well, there goes, or there has been gone my theory of something fishy about the whole Oryu situation been. But hey, fucking credit to Kechi. With it, he was able to crack the tough nut that is Oryu Sonozaki. Even though she was so hard-headed and fucking, by all accounts, not someone to easily change their mind about something such as this, you know? So yeah, I can die peacefully now.
ババ様、お迎えなんて縁起でもないよ。
Please, mother, don't joke around like that.
長い気ゃするもんさな。
Damn, it's high praise. It was worth living this long if I was able to meet someone like him.
あかね。今後も何かあったら、圭一の面倒見たったれな。
Take care of that Kechi boy if something happens again.
あらま、すっかり気に入っちゃって。
You've grown so fond of him.
私が男の子を産まなかったの、まだ根に持ってるのかい？
Are you still mad at me for not having any boys? Yes. Yes, Akane. I'm still bitter. It was now 3 p.m., and I heard the announcement that the center was closing. The head of the office finally showed up in the room. He seemed like a totally different person. When I first met him, he had a cold attitude and responded to questions with blunt answers. But now he was much nicer and agreed with everything we said. I guess the power we held must have intimidated him. If I was alone, I would have never gotten him to listen to me. It's thanks to everyone's support that I'm able to talk to him now. It's unvoiced. I understand. I'm very sorry for all the confusion. We will take action immediately. Manager, please call Hojo-san's house right now.
わかりました。
Yes, sir. Satoko, finally. You're finally free. I would love if they were intimidated so much they just send like a hit squad out and just kill Hojo, like fucking Tepe Hojo. they just snipe him from a window or something. No, they don't even try to do like diplomatic like anything. They just murder him. It's as almost if it's like a Survivor or something type situation. Like the whole town, everyone, no one else wants you. You have been voted out. The tribe has spoken, and then they just snuff him. Tepe stopped kicking her as he heard the phone ring. Oh Jesus, we're mid-abuse right now. He could ignore the call, but if it was someone from the child consultation center, they might become suspicious of him. He'd hurt Satoko enough to leave bruises. He couldn't let them visit, so he had no choice but to deal with them over the phone. That's enough for now. You better remember where you hid the bank book by the time I come back. All Satoko could do was curl up and cry. Hello? Who is it?
お世話になっております。Shishibone市児童相談所でございます。
Good afternoon. This is the Shishibone Child Consultation Center. Again? Do you guys have nothing better to do? Why don't you stop calling me and work on your other cases? You're getting paid with the taxes I pay, you know? We're very sorry to interrupt you.
これからうちの職員がお邪魔させていただきますが、よろしいでしょうか？
Uh-oh. One of our social workers will be visiting your home shortly. May I get permission for them to enter the premises, please?
よろしいわけない。
No way.
今な、家の中を大掃除中なんねん。
We're cleaning the whole house right now.
誰もお迎えできるような状況にありまへん。
We can't have any visitors today.
また日を改めてえな。
Come back again some other time. Consultation center wouldn't give up. Teppei wanted to hang up the phone, but if he did, he knew that they'd show up for sure.
今日はさとこさんはお休みしていると聞いていますが、ご在宅ですね。
I was told that Satoko-san didn't come to school today. She's home, isn't she?
病気なのに外出させているということはございませんよね。
If she's really sick, she should be resting at home, I expect.
申し訳ございません。さとこさんに大至急確認したいことがございまして。
There's something quite urgent that I need to ask her.
なんじゃい、さとこに何の確認があるんじゃい。
What the hell do you need her for?
わしがさとこの親ねんねん。
I'm her guardian.
親が回答するんねん。俺、何でも聞いたってや。
I'm her guardian, so I'll answer you instead.
さとこさんを電話先に出すのを拒否されますか？
Are you refusing to put Satoko-san on the phone?
拒否なんて言っとらん。
I'm not refusing.
親がこの代わりに回答する言うとんねん。
I'm just saying that I'll answer your questions in her place.
あれ今日はえらい強気やんねん。
Can't you see what I'm saying?
どういうつもりじゃい。
What's your...
名前言うてみ。
What's your name anyway?
もう一度お願いいたします。
I'm asking you one more time.
さとこさんを電話先に出していただけませんか？
May I speak with Satoko-san, please?
おんだりや。
Damn it! He thought dealing with government officials was a bit like playing whack-a-mole. If you hit them hard enough, they won't show up for a while. But today, whoever was on the phone seemed so provocative and self-assured. Teppei sensed that they'd definitely come to the house if he didn't put Satoko on. And if they sounded like that over the phone, if they came to the house, they might be bringing along more than just a couple of people. For all Teppei knew, they might even bring a police officer. If it did, he couldn't turn them away at the entrance. He knew too well just how scary police officers could be.
ちょいと待っとれや。
Look, wait a minute.
風邪で寝とるとこ起こすんねん。
I'll go and wake her up.
時間くれや。
Give me some time. Is he gonna try to just run away? He covered the phone with his hand and spoke to Satoko downstairs.
おう、さとこよ。
Oh, Satoko.
相談所の人がな、お話ししたいことあるっちゅうねん。
The Child Consultation Center wants to ask you something.
ちょいと電話に出てんか。
Can you come to the phone, please? Even though he had just been beating her, Teppei was addressing Satoko in a sweet, phony voice. It would disturb people to hear him talk like that. Satoko knew that his sweet voice was the scariest tone of voice he had. She couldn't refuse after hearing him talk like that, so she obeyed him and went upstairs. Teppei grabbed Satoko's shoulders with all his might and whispered in her ear.
何のかんのあっても、わしら仲良し家族やんね。
No matter what happens, we're a happy family, right?
そこ間違えちゃダメやんね。な?
Don't you dare forget that, alright?
はい。
Yes.
わしを怒らせると、サトシの部屋が大変なことになってまんの。よく覚えといてな。
Remember, if you upset me, I'll destroy Satoshi's room.
ああ、ちゃんとうまく電話ができたら、もう金輪際、サトシの部屋には入らんと約束する。
If you behave well, I promise you that I will never enter his room again.
どうや?
Is that a deal?
な?
Huh?
な?
Huh? He squeezed her shoulders even tighter. Satoko contorted her face in pain.
わしら仲直りじゃ。
God, I know it's against this whole deal of what she's doing, but I hope she gets on the phone and just blurts out. It will feel so good for him to just get his comeuppance. We're making up now. Right? Huh?
わかってますわ。
Yes.
仲良しですもの。
We're a happy family. Teppei gave the phone to Satoko as soon as she nodded. He stood behind her, continuing to grip her shoulders tight. It was like a raptor gripping its prey with its sharp talons.
北条さとこさんですね。
Satoko Hojo-san?
こちらは 沖宮児童相談所の原山と申します。
This is Hariyama speaking from the Child Consultation Center.
いかがですか、その後は。
How's everything going so far?
哲平さんとの生活は問題ありませんか？
Are you having any problems with Teppei-san? The volume on the phone was low enough that Teppei couldn't hear what they were saying. However, he squeezed Satoko's shoulders harder and urged her to say something, because her silence could be interpreted as a negative answer. Yes.
おじさんとの生活はその後もうまくいっていましたよ。
Everything is working out between my uncle and I.
そうですか。問題ありませんか？
You don't have any problems with him?
え？
Hmm?
あ、はいはい、どうぞ。
Ah, sure. Go ahead.
もしもし。
Hello?
サトコか。
Satoko.
俺だ。ケイチだ。
It's me, Kechi.
無事か。
Are you okay?
ええ、
Yeah.
無事ですわよ。
It's safe here.
いいか、サトコ。もう全部決着がつくぞ。
Satoko, we're about to come save you.
児童相談所の所長は、お前がうんとうなずけば、即時に保護すると約束した。
If you admit that you need help, the Child Consultation Center will put you under the protection immediately.
所長だけじゃないぞ。シシボネ市の市長も、お前の救済に最優先指示を出してくれてる。
It's not just the center either. The mayor of Shishibone City is supporting us too.
すげえだろ。そのザキ家が全部手回しをしてくれたんだ。
Crazy, isn't it? It's all thanks to the Sonozaki family.
ミヨンのばあさんがそこまで動いてくれたんだぜ。
Mion's grandma is doing all this for you. Satoko always felt bitter towards the Sonozaki family, because they were often the ones talking about her behind her back. She hated Oryu most of all. It didn't make sense to her that Oryu would do anything to help her.
確かにダム戦争以降、ひなみ沢に北条家の娘だというだけで、サトコを無視したり、冷たくする奴らがいたのは事実だ。
I know you went through a lot of hard times after the dam conflict.
俺は鈍感だから気づかなかったが、サトコは毎日そういう人たちの冷たい目線に傷つきながら生活してきたんだよな。
I didn't notice it, but you were being treated coldly for a long time.
でもな、そんなのは全部俺たちがぶち破ってやった。
But I took care of all those people for you.
もうひなみ沢には誰一人お前のことを見捨てようとする奴はいない。
No one will ever treat you badly in Hinamazawa again.
お前に見せられないのが残念だぜ。今俺たちを応援するためにひなみ沢から200人以上の人が集まってる。
I wish I could show you all the people that have gathered around the Child Consultation Center right now.
明日の綿流しの祭りの準備を放り出してお前を助けるために相談所へ陳情に集まってくれてるんだよ。
Everyone from Hinamazawa is here to save you. They're even skipping the preparation for tomorrow's festival.
え？
Huh?
あ、はい。
Oh, sure.
な、そのザキ家の人から伝言だ。
I have a message from the Sonozaki family.
ミヨンのばあさんいるだろ。
Mion's grandma said
サトコに伝えてくれってさ。
to say hello to you.
今まで冷たくしてごめんなってさ。
She's sorry about how she treated you.
今度ぜひみんなで本家へ遊びにおいでってさ。
She wants you to come visit her house sometime.
な？
You hear that?
あのばあさんも
She's
も
on
うお前の味方なんだよ。
She's on your side now.
あのばあさん、お前を助けるために今市長のとこに直談判に行ってるらしいぞ。
She went to see the mayor in person just for you.
だからそれは俺たちも同じだ。
But, you know, the same goes for us, too.
俺たちお前の仲間だ。お前が連れ去られた次の日から毎日相談所に押しかけていたんだからな。
We've been coming to the Child Consultation Center every day since you were taken away.
みんながサトコのために賛同してくれた。
Everyone has been supporting us, and all for your sake.
人の数はどんどん増えて、今やひなみ沢全部の指示を取り付けた。
Now we have the whole village of Hinamazawa on our side.
ちょっと待て、リカちゃんが変わる。
Hang on, Rika-chan wants to talk to you.
サトコ？
Satoko?
リカです。
It's Rika.
リカ。
Rika?
ケイイチたちが全部終わらせてくれましたです。
Kechi brought it all to an end for you.
もうひなみ沢はサトコを敵にはしないのです。
The people of Hinamazawa aren't going to be mean to you anymore.
だから僕とサトコが一緒にお買い物に行ってもサトコだけが無視されたりしない。
So no one will ignore you when we go shopping together.
僕だけがおまけをもらえたりはしないのです。
They won't treat you differently from me anymore.
サトコに冷たくする人はもういないのです。
No one will treat you coldly anymore. Satoko wasn't sure if she could feel happy or sad that Rika noticed how badly the villagers were treating her. All she could do was let out a bitter laugh.
そんなのって信じられませんですわ。
I can't believe that.
そうね。
Indeed.
私も信じられない。
I can't believe it either.
リカ？
Rika? Satoko was surprised. She was surprised to hear Rika's voice sound so mature over the phone. She almost sounded like a different person.
あなたが鉄平に連れ去られた時、これはどうにもならない運命なんだと。
When you were taken away by your uncle, I thought it was an unchangeable fate.
どうやっても助けられない袋小路なんだろうと諦めた。
I gave up, thinking that there was nothing but a dead end ahead of us.
あなたもそうだったはず。
I'm sure you felt that way too.
でも、運命なんてなかった。
But I found out there's no such thing as fate.
抜けられない袋小路なんてなかった。
There's no dead end ahead of us.
どんな壁も金魚すくいの網よりも薄いんだって豪語して、本当に圭一が打ち破って見せてくれた。
Keiichi broke that wall down and smashed it into a million pieces.
サトコ、もう不幸に屈しなくていい。
Satoko, don't give in to misfortune anymore.
私たちはもうあなたの鼻先にまで救いの手を伸ばしているの。
We're almost there.
あなたがうなずくだけでも手が届く。
All you need to do is nod your head.
でも私強くならなくちゃいけないんですの。
But I have to get stronger.
あなたのトラウマ、
That's because of how much you suffered.
それを克服しようとするあなたの強さ。
You're trying to overcome that.
あなたはおばのいじめをサトシの背中でやり過ごしてきたことに深い罪の思いをずっと抱いてきた。
You felt guilty towards Satoshi because you hid behind his back when you were abused by your aunt.
その贖罪のために鉄平のいじめに耐えていることを知っているわ。
I know that you're trying to take Teppei's abuse as a form of self-punishment.
いじめに屈せず助けを求めない自分になることで
I
兄に
understand.
甘えきってしまった自分と決別したいというあなたの心はわからなくない。
I understand you're trying to get stronger as an apology towards your brother.
とても高貴な決意であなたの成長を意味する素晴らしいこと。
Every time. I can respect that courage, and it shows how much you've grown up.
もしサトシが今ここにいたならあなたのたくましくなった姿にきっと拍手を送る。
Satoshi would be proud of you if he was right here now.
きっと頭を撫でてくれる。
He would pat your head.
ムーって
He would pat it so gently.
いいに
Nini.
なんて思った。
Did you really believe what I just said?
全然ダメね、サトコ。
That's not good, Satoko.
あなたはサトシの強さなんかに全然追いついていない。
You're nowhere near as strong as Satoshi. Not at all. Rika's words were suddenly toned with malice, penetrating Satoko's heart the moment she thought she was saved.
あなたは耐えることが強さだと思ってるようだけど、
You think that taking this abuse will make you stronger,
それが昔とどう違うというの。
but is this really that different from last year?
今のあなたはサトシが帰ってくるまでを耐えているだけ。
You're just waiting here for Satoshi to come home.
結局サトシにかばってもらうまでを耐え忍んでいるだけなのよ。
You're waiting for him to come back and save you again.
あなたはサトシがどれだけの強さを持っていたのか
You don't even know what kind of...
まだ気づけないの。
You don't even know what kind of strength Satoshi held within him.
サトシはね、戦ったの。
Satoshi didn't just cry and quake in fear like you're doing.
戦ったの。
He fought.
恐ろしいおばに真っ向から
He fought his horrible aunt.
あなたを救うために。
He fought in order to save you.
思い出しなさい。あなたが泣き叫ぶほどに恐れたあのおばに両手を広げてあなたの前に立ってかばってくれたサトシの姿を。
Remember the sight of Satoshi standing up to your aunt? The one who cried? The one you cried in terror from with his arms spread wide to protect you? Satoshi was just as scared as Satoko was. All she'd ever seen was her brother's back. She had no idea what kind of expression he was wearing on his face. He didn't want to stand in front of his furious aunt, but he had no choice if he wanted to protect his sister. Satoko never once saw how scared he was. She never once saw how courageous he was in spite of that. Satoshi fought. He didn't just take the violence that was dealt to him. He fought it and struggled against it. I was no different from you once. I stopped fighting because I gave up. I stopped struggling against it. I chose to accept fate and quietly endure my pain. I thought it was a waste of time to seek help. Just like you. I was just waiting for someone to come along who would change my circumstances. But I've decided to fight. That's why I'm on the phone with you now. I'm going to change this fate on my own. I'm going to persuade you to nod your head. Satoko. He's right behind you. I was gonna say, all this is going down. Rika's making this impassioned speech, and meanwhile Teppei Hojo is behind her just like wondering what the hell is going on. He's right behind you, isn't he? Yes. He's here. Look at his face right now. See how evil and scary he looks? See how evil and scary he looks. Realize how brave Satoshi was to fight back against that furious face. If you want to give something back to Satoshi, don't just take his abuse without seeking help. You have to do what Satoshi did for you. Can't you recognize that? Satoko slowly looked back at her uncle, though she was afraid to do so. He was wearing an unpleasantly broad grin while gripping her shoulder so tightly. Ultimately, it wasn't even really about dealing with her aunt or uncle. It was about dealing with her fear. Satoshi faced his fear. He could have chosen to run from it, or to sit and take it, but he fought for his little sister instead. He fought that fear and didn't falter. And what was Satoko doing? She believed that the violence she was suffering was the punishment she deserved. However, Rika wasn't wrong. Satoko wasn't trying to gain strength at all. She was only shutting herself out until someone came to save her. She wasn't doing anything on her own. She was only waiting for someone else to do something about it. Satoshi faced it. He faced this fear. That was his strength. Are you scared? Are your teeth chattering? Are you feeling shivers running down your spine? That's exactly how Satoshi felt when he tried to protect you. You have to understand that. Do you know what Satoshi wanted from you? Do you know what he was trying to show you? If you don't know, Satoshi will never come back to you. What's the deal? What's taking so long? Satoko was consumed by fear. Her teeth were chattering, and she felt shivers running down her spine. And that was what Satoshi felt every time she cried. Show us your strength, Satoko. Show Satoshi how much you've grown up over the past year. Show Satoshi that you've grown as brave as he is. Rika, but I... Even if she asked for help that very minute, Teppei wasn't just going to disappear. Once she asked for help, she'd need to survive until someone physically came to her house to rescue her. Satoko ached all over her body. Her wounds were pulsing along with her heartbeat, and she could taste the blood in her mouth. It wasn't as easy as Rika made it sound. One nod wasn't going to solve everything at once. They had no idea how hard it was for her to nod. What did her Nini look like when he protected her? She couldn't remember his face, but she remembered the strength in his words. And she even may have heard a little bit of his fear in his voice. But even so, he still fought. He faced his fears and fought for her sake. Satoko was scared, just like Rika said. Her teeth were chattering, and she felt shivers running down her spine. But she had to face him. She had to challenge him, to fight him, and to break the cycle. Satoko. I'm going to give the phone to an employee of the consultation center. Tell them with your own words. Yes. Yes. Show me that courage. Hello again. It's Hariyama from the Child Consultation Center. They should, like... Please allow me to ask you one more time. Are there any problems between you and your uncle? I mean, they should know that Teppei Hojo is, like, right behind her, monitoring the call, right? They should have one of those, like, situations where it's like, if you're being abused, say the number 2 or something, so that, like, she wouldn't know. Or be like, hey, if you're being abused, tell us on the phone right now, no, you're not being abused. And then if she says it and repeats that phrase, then bam, easy. Instead, this guy's like, hey, say very loudly, right with Teppei right behind you, say that you're being abused. Satoko looked at Teppei again as she listened to the question. Looked straight into the face of terror. All she ever did was hide behind Satoshi's back. Show me that courage. It wasn't only Rika. Her Nini was watching her too. Me? Excuse me? Could you please repeat that? Help me! Oh. The moment the words left her mouth, Teppei clocked his niece upside her head with every bit of strength he had in him. Satoko rolled down the hallway, still clutching the telephone receiver.
Oh, Satoko!
Oh, Satoko! You finally betrayed me, huh? I hate you! Get out of my house! This house belongs to my Nini and me! This house belongs to my family! I hate you! Get out of here! You! You little bitch! Satoko wasn't going to just take a beating any longer. Instead, she spread her arms wide and jumped onto her uncle. Of course, that wasn't going to hurt Teppei at all. Satoko was as weak as a newborn puppy to him. That was, however, the best attack she had at her disposal. Satoko was fighting for the first time in her life. She had decided to stop waiting for somebody to save her. In the end, Satoko was the only one who could save herself. Enduring her uncle's violence, he had never meant anything at all. She had thought she learned something from her Nini, but she had been mistaken this whole time. What's with that look in your eyes, huh? I'm gonna push your front teeth in! But just as Teppei raised his fist, someone loudly hammered on the front door. Oh, hell yeah.
ここを開けろ。警察だ。
Teppei Hosho, open up! This is the police! Teppei couldn't help but jump in surprise. It had barely been a minute since Satoko asked for help over the phone.
早く開けんか。
Open up this door!
ぶち破って入るぞ、こら。
If you don't, we're going to break it down!
どうでしたか？
How did it turn out?
さとこちゃんは？
How's Satoko-chan?
さとこちゃんは助けを求めました。
Satoko-chan asked for help.
これで相談所は動きます。
The Child Consultation Center is going to take action now.
それより、さとこが危ない。
But she's still in danger.
逆上した鉄平がさとこに乱暴するかもしれない。
Teppei might kill her for betraying him. We had heard a violent noise right after she asked for help. In other words, Satoko had been brave enough to do that in front of her uncle.
早く行かないと。
We have to get there right away.
誰か車を回して。
Can someone give us a ride? Several of the villagers who came by car started their engines. The crowd had started to realize what was going on. Damn it. We're coming as fast as we can, Satoko.
前原さん、大丈夫ですよ。
Oh, don't worry about that, Maibara-san.
ついさっき、北条家に警官が突入しました。
The police entered the Hojo residence not a moment ago.
里子さんに暴行を加える時間なんて与えません。
He wouldn't have had any time to hurt Satoko-chan. What?
どうして？
But why?
さて、どうしてでしょうね。
No idea. It's a mystery to me.
とにかく一件落着ならこの集団解散してくださいよ。
Anyway, could you break up this crowd already?
それじゃ、ひとまずこの場は失礼します。
I'll be leaving for now, so excuse me.
それでは、良いお年を。
Have a good year.
うん。
No!
大石は里子の電話を聞くのと同時に無線でどこかへ連絡していましたです。
Oh, she must have contacted someone as soon as he heard Satoko asking for help.
里子ちゃんの家の前にあらかじめ警察の人がいてくれたってことなのかな。
The police had surrounded Satoko-chan's house ahead of time?
そっか。
I get it.
リナ殺しの件で警察が張り込んでたわけだ。
They were suspecting him of Rina's murder.
なるほどね。
It all makes sense now.
リナって誰だ？
Wait, who's Rina?
皆さん、車に乗ってください。
Get in the car, everyone.
早くひなみ沢に戻りましょう。
Let's hurry back to Hinamizawa. There were several officers combing the Hojo residence. Satoko was sitting by the porch, talking with another officer. She had some painful-looking bruises all over her face.
里子ちゃん、
Satoko-chan,
大丈夫？
are you okay?
大丈夫？
Are you...
これが大丈夫に見えまして。
Oh, do I look okay to you? No. No, you don't.
監督、
Coach,
里子を見てあげてください。
she needs treatment right away.
とにかく診療所に運びましょう。
Let's take her to the clinic.
さとこちゃん、自分で歩けますか？
Can you walk, Satoko-chan? Satoko nodded to the coach and stood up. It looked painful for her, but even so, I felt relieved to see her better than I expected. However, the cruel bruises inflicted over her body were all too horrible to look at. I'll never forgive that man for abusing a little girl like her. My body shivered in anger.
里子。
Satoko.
リカ、見ててくださいまして。
Did you see what I did, Rika?
私、やるときはちゃんとやるんですのよ。
I can act when it counts.
ええ。
Yes.
あなたの勇気、
I saw your courage.
ちゃんと見てた。
I saw your courage.
あなたは勝った。
You won.
運命に打ち勝った。
You broke the bonds of fate. Both Rika-chan and Satoko cried and hugged each other. I soon heard another car coming. I immediately knew who it had to be. It was Oishi-san's police cruiser.
どうも間一髪にはならなかったようですね。
We should have acted more quickly.
お役に立てなくて申し訳ない。
I'm sorry we weren't more help.
いえ。
No, don't be sorry.
大石さんが起点を聞かせてくれなかったら、もっとひどい目に遭わされていたと思います。
If not for you, Oishi-san, he would have done even more horrible things to her.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much.
大石のおじさまもたまには気が利くじゃないですか。
I guess you can be a nice person sometimes. No.
それで、さとこさんの容体はどんな感じですか？
So, how is she doing?
監督が見てくれてます。
The coach is looking after her.
だいぶひどい怪我をしてるようでした。
She was injured pretty badly.
ああ、くまちゃん。
Oh, Kuma-chan.
てっぺいはどうしました？
What happened to Teppei?
確保しました。
We got him.
さっき小宮山さんたちの車で署へ移したそうです。
Komiyama-san took him to the station.
じゃあ逮捕されてもうこの家には戻ってこない？
So he won't come back to this house ever again?
別に逮捕されて死刑とか無期懲役ってわけじゃないだろうからな。
It's not like he's going to get the death penalty or a life sentence.
考えたくはないけど、いつか戻ってくるんだろう。
I don't want to think about this, but he might come back someday.
まあそうはさせないけどね。二度とひなみ沢に近づけないようにしてやるさ。
Yeah, well, we won't let him. I'll make sure he can never come back to this village.
おやおや。
I'm gonna fucking murder him with my own hands. Oh my, oh my.
園崎家の次期当主が恐ろしいことを言い出しますね。
The successor of the Sonozaki family is saying such scary things already.
脅迫とかはいけませんよ。
You can't threaten him or anything, you know.
脅迫じゃないですよ。
I'm not going to threaten him.
ひなみ沢や沖宮の界隈に帰ってくるときっと大変なことになるだろうから、もしシャバに戻れてもこっちに帰ってこない方がいいですよって忠告申し上げるだけです。
I'm just going to advise him that he should never come back to Inamazawa or Okinomiya. Otherwise something terrible might happen to him.
ああ、忠告なら仕方ありませんね。
Ah, I guess advice isn't too bad then. No!
これでさとこちゃんは本当に救われたの？
So is Satoko-chan free now?
これで全部？
Is that really it?
全部？
Is it over?
さてね。
I don't know.
急は要さないけど、まだまだいろいろと戦いは続くと思うよ。
I don't think there will be more issues to come.
鉄平の親権が喪失すれば、新しい後見人を定めなくちゃならない。
Or I think there will be more issues to come. Once Teppei loses his parental rights, they'll need to find a new guardian for Satoko.
さとこの権利関係とかいろいろね。
Someone has to take care of her.
でもそれは大丈夫。
But there's no need to worry.
抹茶が腰を上げてくれた以上、園崎本家がバックアップするよ。
I'm sure that the Sonozaki family is going to back her up.
さとこの不倫になるようなことには絶対ならない。
We'll make sure Satoko is happy.
さとこは診療所へ行きましたです。
Irie took Satoko to the clinic.
でも、入江の話では、見かけより傷は浅いそうなのです。
He says her injuries aren't as bad as they look, though.
そうか。
Really?
それはよかった。
That's good to hear.
さとこちゃんは明日にはもう退院できるのかな？
I wonder if she can leave the clinic by tomorrow, I wonder.
さすがにあの怪我が一日で完治ってことはないだろうね。
Sure, those injuries will take more than a day to heal.
違いますですよ、みー。
That's not what she's talking about, me.
明日は綿流しのお祭りなのです。
Tomorrow's the Weirdness festival.
なんだか大変な一週間だった気がするけど、もし綿流しのお祭りを全員で迎えられたなら、それって結局ハッピーエンドってことじゃないですか？
It's been a really hectic week, but if we can all go to the festival together, I think that will be our happy ending. Right.
私たちが取り戻したかった世界をようやく取り戻せた証なの。
It'll serve as proof that we got our happy world back with our own hands.
そうだね。
I agree.
さとこだって、ケイちゃんの叩き売りはきっと見たいと思うよ。
I'm sure Satoko wants to see Ki-chan's auction in action. Auction in action.
すっかり忘れていたけど、今頃プレッシャー
が！I almost forgot about that!
さとこは絶対に来ますですよ。
Satoko will be coming for sure. Before I knew it, lots of people from the village had joined us. They were the same people who came to the child consultation center to support us. They wanted to know if Satoko was safe. considering her injuries. Safe might not be the right word. However, she is free from the curse of her uncle now. Her emotional scars will slowly heal. We'll be here for her, as her friends. No, it wasn't just us anymore. The whole village is going to be there for her. The ghost of the dam conflict won't haunt Satoko any longer. It was a very long week. In this 1 week, we united, we fought, we overcame, and we won. It wasn't an easy victory. However, the price we paid was more than worth it. Tomorrow is the Weirdness festival, the biggest festival in the village. It's a huge event where we worship the guardian of this village, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama is a god who united two enemy peoples. The curse on the Hojo family has disappeared, and Satoko is truly going to be a part of the village. We'll all be playing at the festival together. This is a perfect happy ending. When our ordinary days were taken from us, we all felt so powerless. But now, we have everything back. What else can you call that but a miracle? No, can't actually call it that. Miracles can be created when everyone works together. What's impossible to do alone becomes possible when everyone joins forces. With everyone's power, we were able to make impossible things happen. And that's only a natural outcome of everyone doing their best together, so it's not a miracle. In other words, it was inevitable. The old legends in this village tell us that Oyashiro-sama made it possible for humans and demons to live together. I'm not sure what that story really means, but I'm sure that Oyashiro-sama made something impossible happen. We can be proud of what we did. I'm sure Oyashiro-sama is proud too. Hey, Maibara boy! We did it! You pulled it off! It was worth showing up every day! My supporters cheered me on. They were all glad that Satoko was finally safe. The sense of accomplishment of saving Satoko finally hit us, and we hugged each other, sharing praises for our struggle. Nice. Are we finally going to see a chapter end so happily? There is no way, right? Oh. The more she got hurt, the more her heart became timid. The deeper her sadness became, the less she could enjoy happiness. The same time, the same world had repeated 1,000 times. The girl who had forgotten how to smile locked her heart away. Oh shit. When she noticed the light coming in through a gap, she raised her head. Did Pandora's hope ever really exist? Minagoroshi. Wait, is it over? No way. With the courage to take it back, the truth of the darkness can be revealed. No way this is the end. The future she had given up on is now right in front of her eyes. Are we back to Rika? Satoko and Rika-chan were already there waiting for me. While the injuries on her face, covered with band-aids, looked painful, Satoko seemed to be full of life. It almost looked as though her wounds were from playing too hard or something. So, you stayed at the clinic last night? Yes, I told him I was fine, but the coach wanted to keep an eye on me. If that's what the doctor said, then you should listen to him. I see. You were scared to stay at the clinic alone, weren't you? I heard there are lots of ghosts inside hospitals. Satoko can't sleep without me. How? Why can't you sleep without her? Why?
それはですね、
That's because
リカちゃまじゃないとサトコの体の夜泣きよ。
Rika-chama is the only one who can give her comfort. No sooner had Shion finished that sentence than a bucket went flying into her face. Satoko started chasing Shion in circles like they were playing tag. I really miss this rambunctious fun.
こんな当たり前の風景がもう取り戻せないかもしれないって思ってた。
I thought I'd never see this again.
そうだな。
I felt the same.
でもな、取り返したぜ。
But we got it back.
俺たちでな。
We did this.
主に頑張ったのは圭一だと思いますですよ。
I think you did the most.
圭一が相談所に訴えようと自分で言い出して、圭一がみんなで押しかけようと言ってみんなに声をかけたのです。
It was your idea to go to the child consultation center, and you were the one who asked everyone for their support.
そうだね。
I agree.
ケイちゃんが最大の功労者であるのは私も認めるよ。
I think Ki-chan contributed the most.
今回の一件でひなみ沢に前原圭一ありってのはだいぶ知れ渡ったと思うからね。
Most people in Yanamazawa know who Kechi Maibara is by now. How?
圭一くん、有名になってモテモテになっちゃうのかな。
Is Kechi-kun gonna be a popular guy now? Is he?
そりゃあモテモテになるね。
I bet he'll be incredibly popular.
婦人会のおばさま方にチヤホヤされちゃうよ。
Popular among old ladies, that is.
いよ、モテる男はつらいね。
Ah, I really envy him. I'd be fine with that if I could divide their ages by 3. Many people were wearing yukatas. It was still June, but it felt more like it was the middle of summer. Once we finished climbing the stairs, we could see the festival and the crowd enjoying it. Oh wow, the festival is going on. Look at that. We're just fast forwarding now. I mean, fast forwarding. It was supposed to be the next day, right? But I don't know. It just seems so, like, the last, like I said, the last few streams had felt so elongated and like so stretched out that now it's like we're on the next day and the festival's happening, and I'm like, oh, we're a movement. The Furishan was packed with people, leaving the grounds looking nothing like their usual quiet self. Lanterns of various colors were hung about, and people were swarming the various festival booths, giving the whole place an unorganized yet pleasant atmosphere.
すげえ人だな。
What a crowd!
ひなみ沢ってこんなに人がいたんだ。
I had no idea there were even this many people in Yanamazawa.
綿流しのお祭りはみんな来るよ。
Everyone comes to the festival.
多分ひなみ沢の人の半分くらいは来てるんじゃないかな。
I think at least half the population of the village is here.
それだけじゃないよ。
There's more than just them.
近隣の町の町会や子供会も招待してる。
The neighboring town councils and youth groups are invited too.
そうだよな。
I see.
俺たちの学校、あれしか生徒いないのに。
We only have a few students in our school.
今日は子供の姿がやたらたくさんある。
That explains why there are so many kids around today.
お祭りの賑やかさはやっぱり子供の賑やかさだからね。
Hearing the happy cheers of children is the best part of the festival. She's right. I'm in agreement there. There were lots of booths around too. They're by far the best part of the festival. Booths selling takoyaki, yakisoba, shaved ice, apricot candy, sauce senbei. I don't know. Chocolate bananas? I tried. There was a yo-yo game, a goldfish game, a shooting gallery. There were countless booths here.
露天商は町からわざわざ来てくれてるんだよ。
Those booth runners all come from the city.
やっぱりこういうのがないとお祭りは盛り上がらないよね。
Can't call it a festival without festival booths.
で、それを俺たちは荒らして回るわけか。
So we're gonna have a battle in every one of them, huh?
どんな勝負にせよ、俺は負けないぜ。
I'm not going to lose today.
そうだね。
Yeah, same here.
頑張ろう。
Let's do it.
ハロロ
Hello.
ン。遅れて申し訳ないです。
Sorry I'm late.
私がビリでした？
Am I the last one?
ならこれで全員揃いましたね。
Everyone's here now, huh?
このメンバーが揃うとのんびりお祭りを楽しもうということにはなりませんのね。
Once our club gets together, there's no way we can just sit back and enjoy the festival.
そりゃそうだよ。
Of course not.
今年も行くよ。
We're doing it again this year.
綿流し祭。6人か。
this Wadanagashi festival for the 6 of us.
六強爆誕
Will be the battle of 6 evils.
さとこ
Satoko?
今年は気兼ねしないで思いっきり楽しみましょうなのです
There's no reason to hold back this year. Let's enjoy the festival with all our might. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
頼まれなくても気兼ねなどしませんわ
You don't even have to mention it.
大暴れさせていただきますのよ
I too declare that I will be the victor.
よっしゃサトコ
Yeah, Satoko.
その息だぜ
You go, girl. You go, girl, says Getchi. You go, girl.
昨日までのことなんか今夜で吹き飛ばしちゃいましょう
Let's put everything that happened before tonight behind us.
今日はみんなで思いっきり遊ぼう
Let's play with everything we've got.
全員が揃うなんて1週間ぶりだもんね
It's been a good week since we all got together.
そうさそうさ
Yeah, yeah.
今夜は全員で祭りを遊び倒すよ
Tonight we're enjoying this festival to its fullest. Feel like we haven't heard this tune in a while. Boing. I mean, the ultimate question is someone gonna die? Is someone dying at the festival or after the festival, you know? I assume things are happening. As we ran around frolicking, a lot of people approached Satoko. Some were concerned for her injuries, some sympathized with how she had been treated so far, and some even insisted she could rely on them if ever in need. And all that must have been disconcertingly fresh for Satoko, who wasn't used to it. Satoko said that all the unusual kindness was making her feel uncomfortable instead, but I knew she was just being shy. Right now, this was just what it took for Satoko to truly feel. Damn it. Quick. Trying. My, hello. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, Rika-chan.
There he is. There's the guy. Hi, Rika-chan.
約束通りに来たよ。
I'm here like I promised.
盛大に盛り上がってるね。
The festival sure has grown into a splendor. Splendor.
どちら様でございますのかしら
Who's this guy?
リカの知り合いですの
You know him, Rika?
赤坂は肝心な時にいなくて使えないのです
Akasuka is never there when I need him. Got him. Huh?
なんだろう。
What are you talking about?
私、怒らせるようなことを
Did
しましたか
I do something to make you upset? No.
実はですね、赤坂さんが温泉へ行かれているほんの1週間ほどの間にですね、とても大変なことがあったんです。
Well, you were at the hot spring with your wife. Things sure got hectic around here.
リカちゃんが知らないお兄さんと一緒だ
How? Rika-chan is talking with some strange older guy.
知り合いかな
I wonder if he's someone she knows. I wonder.
何よどちら様どちら様
Who is he? Who is he?
おじさんたちにも紹介してよ
Introduce him to this old man, too. When Akasuka had arrived, I believed that it took to change fate was the power of an influential individual, or so I thought, but it turned out that that was a misunderstanding. Individuals don't make miracles. Everyone must come forward to make them happen. That's why when I thought I could defeat fate as long as I had Akasuka by my side, it was all in my head. Even if he had been there by my side, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything and would have only disappointed ourselves. I'm not saying that Akasuka was at fault. That's not the point at all. I may have considered him useless, perhaps. Even I'm rather astonished at my foul-mouthedness. Let's forget about such things tonight. It's been a couple decades. Why not celebrate our reunion instead? Hey!
前原の坊主じゃないか
Maibro boy!
噂には聞いてるぜ
I heard what you did.
聞いたよ
I heard about it too!
なんでもお寮のばあさんと日本刀ぶつけ合って納得させたっていうじゃないか
I heard you fought Oryu-san with a sword until she finally gave in.
やるね。
Good on you.
そんなことしてないっす。
I didn't do that.
平和に話し合いをしただけですよ。
We just had a peaceful negotiation.
しかし偉いな。
Still, I'm proud of you.
みんなを率いてお役所とちゃんと交渉したんだもんな。
You led everyone and actually negotiated with the center.
前原のお兄ちゃん、あんざ飴サービスするよ。
Hey you, I'll give you some apricot candy.
何本いる？
How many do you want?
ケイチくん、いいな。
Wow, Kechi-kun.
今日はモテモテだね。
You're so popular today.
ケイチは熟した果実がお好きに違いないのです。
I'm sure Kechi is into the old ladies too.
リカが何を言ってるかわかりませんが、どうせろくな意味ではありませんわね。
I don't know what Rika's trying to say, and I don't even want to know. Kechi got a lot of attention too wherever he went. In order to save Satoko, he took the initiative, and hence his leadership abilities were now known throughout the village. Moreover, him persuading the village council and Oreo herself were now legendary tales of his heroism. I said that weird. Heroism. Everyone had understood just how much Satoko had been ostracized by the whole village, and they had also understood how unreasonable it was for it to continue long after the dam war was over. Seeing Kechi's efforts to break through that taboo so refreshingly was a glimpse of a new future ahead of the village, and his heroic God, I couldn't! With that said, now Kechi Maibara had become the hot topic amongst the Hinamizawan people. Naturally, everybody wanted a glimpse of this Maibara Kechi, and hence the bargain auction saw an unprecedented turnout. Just give me like 2 more seconds, please. Even though he started off red-faced, once he got over his shyness, Kechi showed his true colors. Eliciting rapturous cheers from the crowd with sheer energy and momentum, the Weirdness of Shoyu 58 of that day became home of a special fervor that was never before seen. Now Kechi has the admiration of something, and even after this, I'm sure Kechi will continue to steer the village into new adventures to come. Having such a young leader appear has made the village elders rather reassured. Oh, that's the guy who helped us yesterday. Thank you very much for your assistance.
あ、紹介が遅れてるね。
Oh, I should have introduced him to you then.
県議会議員をされてるサブローおじさんだよ。
This is my uncle Sabaru, who's in the prefectural assembly.
こっちは市議会議員をされてるケンおじさん。
This is my other uncle Ken, and he's in the city council.
昨日は来るのが遅くなってすまんかったね。
Sorry that we were late yesterday.
相談所への道を一本間違えちゃってな。
We got lost on our way there.
いや、でも頼もしかったです。
No, no, you both were a great help.
やっぱり議員は強いですね。
I was really impressed to see the power of elected officials.
住民の代わりに喧嘩をするのが仕事だからな。
Well, we've chosen to fight in place of the citizens.
強くて当然だわい。
Of course we're strong.
さとこちゃんも無事で本当に良かった。
We're glad Satoko-chan is safe.
これからは何かあったらいつでも相談してください。
Talk to us again if there's anything you need.
必ず味方になりますよ。
We'll be glad to help. They rubbed Satoko's head while they spoke.
ありがとうございますですわ。
Thank you very much. Back in the main tent, having been the last to rush in, were the many influential Sonozakis. They were all folk who had become indebted to yesterday. Except Satoko, everyone bowed their heads. Until just a few days ago, everyone present was someone who would have been bad-mouthing the Hojo family if they had sat down to drink. But Kechi had broken through it all. Having reflected upon their thoughtless insensitivities, I doubt any of these people will discriminate against Satoko again. In fact, they bowed their heads, apologized for their actions, and promised their assistance if anything were to come up in the future. I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop. When's the bad thing gonna happen? I'm so conditioned. There's gotta be a twist. There's gotta be a catch. You know? You must be proud of your son! Oh no, it's not really a big deal. Hey, Keiichi! We're here too. Oh wow, I think this is the first time we've seen the Keiichi's parents make it to the festival. How significant. Keiichi-kun's parents are here. Good evening.
はじめましてなのです。
Nice to meet you.
ケイチのニャーニャーをしております。リカなのです。
I'm Keiichi's meow meow, Rika.
どうもはじめましてですわ。
Nice to meet you.
北条聡子と申します。
My name is Satoko Hojo.
あなたがさとこちゃんね。
So you're Satoko-chan.
こんなにひどい怪我をして本当にかわいそうに。
Such a poor little girl. Look at her face.
今後も何かあったら圭一をぜひこき使ってやってください。
You can make use of Kechi if anything happens again.
それと引き換えと言ってはなんですが、どうですかお嬢さん。ぜひ今度モデルに。
In return, what would you think about modeling for me? No.
なんだか監督と近い属性を感じるお父様ですわね。
Your father reminds me a bit of the coach.
すまん。
Sorry.
こういう親父なんだ。
That's just kind of the person he is.
でも温かくて楽しそうなお父様でしたよ。
Still, he seems very nice and fun to be around. Kechi's parents were also at the festival. They were made quite the fuss of for having such a magnificent son, being the parents of today's big hero. According to Kechi, since his parents rarely left the house from being busy, this was a good chance for them to interact with the villagers. Kechi's father would proudly volunteer to make posters for the town council if the need ever arose. I heard from Kechi the posters his father makes are so good that people steal them. I look forward to seeing just what kind of posters they are.
こんな楽しい綿流しのお祭りは僕も初めて見ますのです。
This is the best Weirdness festival I've ever had.
そうね。
Yes,
私も初めてよ。
I feel the same way.
というか、あんたの方が長生きしてるんだもの。
You've been around a lot longer than me.
あんたが初めてなら、私にとっても初めてに決まってるじゃない。
If it's your best one, then it must be mine too. Oh.
でもきっと綿流しという名前のお祭りになってからの中でも一番賑やかで楽しいお祭りだと思いますのです。
Still, I think this is the most fun and exciting festival we've had since it became known as Weirdness.
そもそも綿流しのお祭りが楽しいお祭りになったのはここ数年のことでしょ。
The Weirdness festival only became like this just a few years ago, didn't it?
明治以降は退屈な古出家の儀式だし。
It used to be just a boring traditional ceremony that the Furude family held.
それ以前は鷹の好みのお祭りだったはず。
And before that, it used to be something different, more like the things that Takano is interested in. Oh, don't bring her up. She's like...
ごめん。
Sorry.
今日は意地悪はなしね。
I'll try not to be mean to you today.
楽しみましょう。
Let's go have fun.
私たちも。
The both of us.
私とあなたを祭る夜なんだから。
It's a special night for both me and you. I heard Hanyu whisper in disbelief that only recently there was a world where Shion tortured Satoko to death. That horrific world, this happy ending world, it's all the same, Hinamizawa. I'm sure that the people who only knew this world believe unwaveringly that Hinamizawa was destined to have a happy ending. Only Hanyu and I know, only the bystanders know, that here in Hinamizawa, beyond a membrane so thin that it was even thinner than a goldfish catching net, that world's, which is why I'm certain that we understand better than anybody else just how much of a blessing this world is. If Kechi and the others give in to their temper without fighting side by side, this day would have never come. If Kechi lost his temper, he would have committed a crime today. Same goes for Shion. She would be a criminal by today. In Rina's case, she would already be 3 moves ahead and would have finished the burial by now. Only Mion never blew her fuse. I'm not sure whether to call it prudent or cowardly. Oops, that is. Of course, there was actually a world where I lost it. I ended up getting myself killed. How hopeless. Anyway, none of the worlds were any good. We weren't able to take back our happy world. Remember earlier when I was like, wait, Shion, or, whatever. So I'd be giving up hope, but nobody else had. We all united to bring about the miracle that needed to happen. The miracle happened because everyone united. In the moment, I was like, Satoko never murdered anyone, right? That we know of. But she kind of did like her... Whatever. This might come across as self-aggrandizing, but I don't think there would have been a miracle if even I had just given up and denied unity. During the last call, if I hadn't taken away the phone receiver from Kechi, I don't think Satoko would have sought our help. True. That's it. The miracle that couldn't have happened without everybody coming together. The miracle that wouldn't have been if even one of us had given up. It's thanks to Kechi, who taught me how easy it is to break through fate. I, who had given up from the outset. If everything is fate and there's a meaning to Kechi's existence, just what is it trying to tell me? I already knew. The meaning of resisting fate and the means to fight it. Never again will I give in to fate. Not once more. The mirror opposite of what Hanyu told me, not to hold expectations for anything. Even Hanyu must be able to cause some sort of miracle she believed without giving up. Or so I tried telling her, but she's stubborn at the oddest times, and evaded me with a simple, "Oh, oh!" Oh, oh. Nice. Oh, a tip. I missed my tips. A faded notebook. Watch therefore, for ye know what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the good men of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not the Son of Man cometh. Even God doesn't know when he will descend once more. He is constantly prepared for that day to come. Have faith in your God at all times. Your God doesn't even know when he'll see the light. Do not spare any effort. Study hard every day. Have the passion for discovery. You never know when you'll be rewarded, but that day will come for sure. Until then, you must let the fires of your passion burn bright. Hifumi T. Huh. Huh. Well, we started early today for a reason, and that's because I wanted to make sure we get through 2 sections today. So I'm going to throw up a BRB screen. I'm going to get some water and all that jazz. And then we will continue into the next section. So give me about 5 or so minutes, and then we will be back shortly. 5 minutes. 5 minutes sounds good. Be back. I've returned. I think that was sooner than 5 minutes. I'm gonna be honest. I think I did pretty good. So we're back. Went to here so that could be listened to. So yeah, we're clearly not done with the chapter. And it seems like everything seems to be good. The problem being that I just have the feeling that we are not going to be able to get out of this chapter completely unscathed. You know what I mean? Something, as I was saying earlier, it feels like the other, what is the phrase? The shoe has to drop. Something feels like it's going to happen here. Just what exactly is that going to be? I do not know. Obviously. God damn it.
そんなことを言ってたね。
Unfiltered rage just came through my mouth there. Tomodachi says, yeah, I remember you telling us about that.
でもどうしてだい?
But why?
どうして僕と高野さんが殺されなきゃならないんだい?
Why do you think Takano-san and I will be murdered?
あらあら。
My.
私たちが5年目のたたりに名前を連ねられるなんて名誉な話よ。
Frankly, it would be an honor for us to be the victims of the 5th curse of Oshiro-sama. Oh wow, is this Rika coming to them still trying to prevent their murders? That's interesting. As I'd expected, they didn't really take me telling them that they'd be killed on the night of the festival seriously. They did keep their promise to tighten up my security after I showed them the ritual storehouse. However, they hadn't given one thought to their own safety. Oh well, like I said, I didn't expect them to believe me. If they were willing to take me seriously, I could have easily changed their fate a long time ago.
もう一度言いますです。
I'm only going to tell you this one more time.
富武は喉をかきむしって。
Tomotage, you're going to claw out your own throat and die.
高野はどこか遠くの山奥で焼かれて死にますです。
Takano, you're going to burn to death on top of some mountain.
喉をかきむしるって、それはレベル5の末期症状のことかい?
I'm going to claw out my throat, like the terminal symptoms of L5?
大丈夫だよ。僕はちゃんと注射を受けてる。
Don't worry, I took the shots.
そんなことはありえないよ。
I don't have the disease.
私だってあんまりね。
What happens to me is horrible too.
どこか遠くの山奥で焼死なんて失礼な話だわ。
I'm going to burn to death on some mountain?
それがあなたの夢の中に出てきたというの?
Did you have a dream about that?
今夜だけでもどうか気をつけてほしいのです。
I just want both of you to be careful, at least for tonight.
騙されたと思ってどうか僕の言うことを聞いてはくれませんですか?
Please listen to me, even if you don't really believe it.
私たちの身に迫る何かというのも夢のお告げなのかしら?
Did you have an ominous vision about some danger befalling us, perhaps?
大丈夫よ。
Don't worry.
あなたの身辺は山犬がちゃんと警護しているわ。
You're under the protection of the mountain dogs.
今日だって8人があなたの近辺を警護しているのよ。
You've had 8 security guards watching you today.
ありがとうです。
Thank you very much.
僕の警護は十分助かっています。
I know I'm being protected.
ですから高野たちも同じく用心してほしいのです。
But I want you guys to be careful too.
心配してくれてありがとう。
Thank you for your concern.
大丈夫だよ。こう見えても体は鍛えてるんだ。
We'll be fine. I've even been working out.
降りかかる火の粉くらいはちゃんと払えるよ。
I think I can protect myself. Shut up, Tomotage. Tomotage flexed his biceps and smiled. He was probably trying to make me feel better. But all he really did was make me feel sadder. This is the sad part about being me. I know the future, but I can't tell them. It's as if that was a rule of the world. People tend to not believe what I tell them.
でも死ぬのです。
But you are going to die.
富武と高野が死ねば、次は僕が殺されるのです。
If Tomotage and Takano die, I'll be killed next.
二人が死んだら誰が僕を守ってくれるのですか?
If the two of you are dead, who will protect me?
どうも相当悪い夢を見たみたいね。
Sounds like you had a horrible dream.
大丈夫よ。
Don't worry.
もし万が一私たちが死ぬようなことがあっても、山犬があなたを警護するわ。
Even if we die, the mountain dogs will still protect you.
山犬は本当に僕を守ってくれるのでしょうか？
Are you really sure they would?
守ってくれた試しはないのです。
They've never protected me before.
そんなことないわ。
That's not true.
あなたがふっかけた喧嘩にも現れたでしょ。
They saved you when you got into a fight, remember?
あなたの近辺を常に警戒してくれているわ。
They're watching you at all times.
もちろん平時にはそこまでの警戒はしていないけれど、先日のあなたの要望以来、あなたへの警戒態勢は非常に高度な状態を維持しているわ。
Of course, they aren't on alert at all times, but just as you requested the other day, the security around you is still extremely strong.
入江所長の警護よりも厳重なくらいよ。
You even have a better security team than Dr. Irie.
富武と高野が死んだ後も、その警戒態勢は維持されますですか？
They'll keep on protecting me even after you die?
無論よ。
Of course.
あなたの身ほど大事なものはないんだから。
You're the most important person to us.
僕たちは今夜殺されてしまうともう決まっているのかい？
So you're sure that we're getting killed tonight?
参ったな。
That's too bad.
富武に生き残る意志がないのなら、死んだ後の私の身にしか興味がないです。
Damn. If you have no intention to survive, then I only have to worry about myself. My words must have left a mark on his heart. He looked much more serious after I said that to him.
やれやれ。
Good grief.
わかったよ。
Okay then.
せいぜい今夜気をつけるよ。
I'll be extra careful tonight.
沖宮へ戻るときは僕にも警護をつけることにする。
I'll take a security guard with me when I'm going back to Okinomiya.
二人の時に襲われるのだと思います。
I think someone might attack the two of you if you're alone together.
だから今夜二人きりになってはダメなのです。
Make sure not to be alone with each other tonight.
あらあら、焼いてるのかしら？
My, are you jealous?
おませさんね。
You're such a precocious girl. Like I thought, can't change their fate. When we saved Satoko, everyone shared the same sense of urgency. That's why we all got together and saved her before it was too late. But these two, they're just so fucking stupid. However, these two have no sense of urgency at all. How can I make them understand? I sighed and gave up.
富武、高野。
Tomatake, Takano.
さようなら。
Goodbye.
今日までありがとうでした。
Thank you for everything.
ちょっと待ちなよ。リカちゃん。
Hey, wait, Rika-chan. I had nothing else to say to them now. Instead, it might be worth talking to someone else. If I could get someone else to protect them, I might be able to change something. I can't give up yet. Fate is as thin as a piece of paper. It's just like the lid on a jar of jam. It's not going to open unless you believe it will. I have to believe that I can change my fate. If I don't, it's not going to change.
富武さんと高野さんがですか？
Tomatake-san and Takano-san.
それは本当ですか？
Are you sure about this? I've told Irie about this so many times in the past. Irie tends to listen to me more seriously than Tomatake and Takano do. However, that doesn't mean that he can actually do something about it.
お社様の巫女の僕が嫌な予感がするから。では、理由になりませんですか？
I'm the shrine maiden of Oyashiro-sama and have a bad feeling about this. Is that not a good enough reason?
わかりました。
I understand.
そうおっしゃるなら、お社様のご神託かもしれませんね。
It might be a message from Oyashiro-sama.
今夜そんな事件があれば、5年目のたたりということになってしまいます。
If that really happens tonight, it'd be the 5th time in a row.
お二人には注意するよう、私からも伝えましょう。
I'll tell the two of them to be cautious too. All Irie would end up doing would be warning the two of them, which was exactly the same thing as what I did. In other words, it wouldn't matter in the least. Irie is just a researcher, and he has no ability to deal with unexpected trouble. That's why Takano works for him, after all.
くれぐれもよろしくお願いしますです。
Please talk to them.
ペコリ。
Please. Who else would treat me seriously? Who would be able to prevent Tomatake and Takano's death? That's right. There's one man who's been fighting the curse of Oshiro-sama with all his might.
あれフルデスさん
Oh, it's Furude-san.
探してたんですよ。
I've been looking for you.
赤坂さんがぜひお別れの挨拶をしたいと言って探してたんですが。
Akasaka-san wants to say goodbye.
つくづく赤坂とは肝心な時に縁がないのです。
I guess he and I are not meant to be. No?
先日の温泉の件を随分恨まれているようですね。
You're still upset about last week?
赤坂さんも何も恩返しができなかったことを悔やまれていましたよ。
Kasuka-san really regrets that he wasn't able to protect you.
長い休みが取れたら改めてひなみ沢に行きたいと言っていました。
He says he'd love to come back to Inamazawa again when he has his next vacation. No?
それを奥さんに勘違いされちゃったみたいで。
But his wife took it personally.
可愛いけどあの奥さん家に帰ると怖い人なんだろうな。
She's pretty, his wife, but she can be scary too. Oh, I muted myself. I sneezed there. No.
大石
Oishi,
実は大切な話があるのですが
I have
誰
something
も信じてくれませんのです。
I have something important to tell you, but no one else believes me.
いかがなさいましたか？
What's the matter? I've spoken to him several times in the past, too. He usually takes me pretty seriously. However, after they die, he starts suspecting me. That's why I stopped talking to him.
それをどこで聞いたんですか？
Where did you hear that?
どの辺で？
Where at the festival? I told him that I heard someone talking about murdering them in the crowd. That way, he might not be suspicious of me after the murder really happens.
確かに富武さんはよそ者だし高野さんと合わせれば2人。
Toмотake-san is not from around here, and with Takano-san, that makes two people.
1人が死んで1人が消えるか。
One is going to die and one is going to disappear.
確かに5年目のたたりとしてはあってもおかしくなさそうですね。
This could be the 5th year's curse of Oshiro-sama.
デマの可能性もありますがわかりました。
I can't take this as anything more than a rumor, you understand?
ダメでもともと。
But, just in case,
お二人をマークさせましょう。
we'll keep our eye on the two of them tonight.
襲うならひなみ沢と沖宮の間の道だとも言っていたように思いますです。
I think they were saying that they were going to attack them somewhere between Hinamazawa and Okinomiya. Tomotake's body will be found on the road leading out of the village. From what I remember, he's discovered where the concrete road turns to gravel.
わかりました。
I see.
車を1台張り付かせましょう。
I'll have a cruiser patrol around there.
そのくらいの余裕はありますので。
We can spare that, at least. He agreed to get involved, and he wasn't suspicious of me either. I'm sure it seems odd to people that Oishi actually believed this phony-sounding story of mine. The thing about Oishi is that he strongly believes that there's no smoke when there's no fire. I've learned from experience that he tends to believe my information. However, that personality of his has caused me so much trouble in previous worlds. Of course, there's no question why he's so eager to believe me either. This is his last chance to expose the curse of Oshiro-sama before his retirement. Even if it might be fake, he still wanted to believe it. That was convenient for me, since I couldn't show proof.
クマちゃん、聞こえますか？聞こえますか？
Hey, Kuma-chan, you read? You read? 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 You read. Can you hear me?
沖宮への帰り道の途中にパトを1台張り付かせてください。
Yeah, have a cruiser patrol the road back to Okinomiya.
いえいえ、単なる警戒です。
No, it's just a precaution.
良くないことがそこら辺で起こるかもしれないという噂が入りまして。
Heard rumor that something bad might happen around here tonight.
2人程度でいいでしょ
う。Yeah, 2 officers would be fine.
お願いいたします。
Thank you.
ありがとうです。
Thank you.
誰も僕のことを信じてくれないので困っていたところなのです。
No one else believed me, and I didn't know what to do.
それを信じるのが警察です。
It's my job to believe these things.
何事もなければむしろ無事を喜ぶべきじゃないですか。
We'll just be glad if nothing happens.
出動を空振りこれを喜べ。
Be happy to swing and miss.
私の先輩の言葉です。
Well, that's what my late colleague used to say.
それにせっかくのタレコミ情報を見過ごして事件を防げなかったらこれほど悔しいことはありませんからね。
Besides, it's even worse if you ignore what you're told and don't take precautions, you know? I see. That's his way of thinking about things. That was why he believed me without question. I hope he won't consider me a suspect after they find their bodies tomorrow. I shouldn't worry about that now. I can still do more. Who else should I talk to? Should I talk to my friends? Can't give up. I should at least try.
まさか
No way!
そんな物騒なことを言ってる人がいるのかい？
You heard someone talking about that?
よりにもよってこの日に不謹慎だな。
On the day of the festival? That's so wrong.
あれか？
You mean the curse, right?
今日起こるかもしれないって噂のお社様のたたりってやつか？
You're talking about the curse of Oishiro-sama that might happen tonight?
うん。
Yes.
連続4年起こってるからね。
It's happened 4 years in a row.
やっぱり今夜も起こるかもしれないと思ってる人も少なくないみたいだね。
Lots of people think that it's going to happen again tonight too.
起こると思うのは勝手でございますけど、富武さんと高野さんを名指しするなんて失礼な話ですわね。
What they believe is their business, but it's not nice for them to talk about Tomitake-san and Takano-san like that.
富武さんと高野さんにも念のため伝えた方がいいんじゃないかな。
I think you should talk to them about it just in case, I think.
もう伝えましたですが、信じてもらえなかったです。
I already did, but they didn't believe me.
そりゃそうだろうな。
I bet they didn't.
でも万が一何かあった後じゃ遅いしな。
But it's too late if something really does happen.
大石さんに話した方がいいんじゃないか？
I think you should talk to Oishi-san.
もちろん、もう話しましたです。
I already did.
へえ、リカちゃまはなかなか手際がいいじゃないですか。
Huh? Kinda impressed you've done all that, Rika-chama.
でも確かに用心に越したことはないです。
I agree that they should take every precaution.
今夜だけは。
Especially tonight.
ひなみざわ村連続開始事件。
The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa,
通称お社様のたたり。
commonly known as the curse of Oishiro-sama.
はっきり言って何年も続かれちゃ困るんだよね。
I really don't want them to keep happening every year.
面白がって模倣するバカも出てくるし、何より村のイメージダウンにしかならない。
Somebody might end up imitating it, and it's a bad publicity for the village too.
つまり今夜何も起こらなければそれで連続はついえるわけだろ。
So if nothing happens tonight, it means the curse is over, right?
なら今夜起こらないように何かすればいいわけだ。
We should definitely make sure that nothing happens then.
なんかって何ですの？
What can we do?
悪いことが起こらないように村中で見回りでもしますの？
Are you suggesting that we should patrol around the village or something?
見回りなんかしたらかえって不用心な気がします。
I think patrolling might be even more careless.
そもそも手の打ちようなんてあるんですか？
Do you really think we can do something about this?
一応綿流しの準備会の方では連続開始事件を模倣しようとする変質者が紛れ込む可能性もあるので、見かけない顔には警戒しようってことになってる。
For starters, there's a chance some deviant trying to imitate the serial murders might be within the Weirdness preparation committee, so let's be wary of any unfamiliar faces.
ひなみ沢はよその人の顔はわかるからね。
It's easy for us to tell strangers apart from the locals.
見慣れない人がいたらすぐわかる。
We can spot them right away.
だからきっと大丈夫だと思うけどな。
I think we'll be fine.
でもそれでもきっと
But
富武と高野は殺されるのです。
But Tomitake and Takano will still be killed.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
そうだね。私たちにもできることをしてみようよ。
Alright, let's try to do what we can.
そうだな。
I agree.
一晩中を護衛はできないだろうけど、せめて祭りが終わるまでの間近くにいようぜ。
We can't protect them all night, but let's stay with them at least until the festival is over.
人が近くにいれば悪い連中もおいそれと手出しはできねえだろう。
As long as we're there, bad guys won't be able to do anything to them. I couldn't tell if they really believed me or not, but they listened to me at least. We decided to keep our eyes on Tomitake and Takano and protect them for the rest of the night. I guess I've done everything I can now. Though it's hard to believe this is enough to prevent their deaths.
あとは明日目が覚めた時何も起こっていないかどうかね。
I just have to hope nothing's happened when I wake up tomorrow morning.
リカは富武たちの死を防げると思っていますですか？
Do you think you can prevent Tomatake and Takano's deaths, Rika?
無理かもしれない。
It might be impossible.
やはりあの二人が死ぬのは私の命運が尽きることを知らせる時計の時報なのかもしれない。
Their deaths might be the bell that portends my doom. Oh.
でもさっき高野も言った。
But Takano told me earlier.
山犬が私への警護を厳重にしてくれているから、仮にあの二人が殺されても私は無防備とはならないかもしれない。
That even if they die, the mountain dogs are supposed to keep protecting me.
そうしてる間に東京から応援も来るだろうしね。
They might bring in more squads from Tokyo too.
いつものように富武たちが殺されたとしても、その後の状況はこれまでの世界とは少し違う。
Even if they die, situation will be different this time.
それでもダメなら
What if it still doesn't work out?
潔く死ぬしかないわね。
Then I'll just have to die.
とにかく今回は最後の最後まで諦めない。
Anyway, I'm not going to give up until the very end.
あがける限りあがく。
I'll struggle to my very limits.
どうせ無駄だから残りの時間をワインで過ごすなんて後ろ向きなことは絶対にしない。
I won't give up and spend the rest of my time drinking wine.
リカの好きなようにするといいのです。
Do whatever you want to do, Rika.
羽生は相変わらずどうせダメだと思ってる？
You still believe that nothing is going to change, Hanyu?
僕はいいもダメもないです。
I
あ
don't
るがままが運命ですから。
I don't believe anything. It's only fate.
期待するから心が痛むか。
Thanks for all the help, Hanyu. Thanks for the positive spirit, Hanyu. I keep getting hurt because I have hope, huh? If I'm an actress trying to get up on the stage, Hanyu is a real bystander. We have very different opinions when it comes to this.
リカ、
Rika,
何があってもどうか気を落とさないで。
no matter what happens, don't give up.
なんだか今回もどうせダメだって遠回しに言われてるみたいね。
Sounds like you're convinced that nothing is going to change.
最近あんたと話してるとイラつくことが多いわ。
Lately, things you say have been pissing me off. Yeah, put her in her place. Put Peter Pan in his place. Oh. I understand. Hanyu keeps telling me not to get my hopes up because she cares about me. Allegedly. Because I hope to defeat fate, I get hurt when that hope is betrayed. And the more I get hurt, the closer I get to losing my mind and disappearing. For Hanyu, that means losing her only friend. Losing me is probably the most unbearable thought for Hanyu, since she has to live alone, unable to communicate with anyone else. I now believe that fate can be changed. Even when I didn't have that faith, I still believe that eventually I'd find a way to get out of this maze. Perhaps Hanyu knows something I don't. I might just be a goldfish inside of a fishbowl. There might be no way for me to escape my fate. We're stuck alone inside of a fishbowl, yet every day I knock on the glass believing that I can break it someday. Hanyu keeps telling me that I'm wasting my time. If I get hurt and die, she would have to survive all by herself inside the fishbowl. With that, I think I finally understand our difference of opinions. Hanyu has lived for a much longer time than I have. Because of that, she understands the laws of this infinitely spanning world better than I do. No matter how much I refute Hanyu, I can never refute the truth. Even so, I still have to believe in my own faith. I believe in a spear that will pierce the wall of fate. My faith will make that spear sharper than ever. We found Tomatake in the crowd and struck up a conversation with him to keep him around as long as we could. However, as soon as the festival ended, they tried to leave. If they left now, I'd never see them again. Mion tried insisting they stay at her house for the night, but Tomatake refused. Everyone tried various ways stop. I think there's missing a 2 there. To stop them from being alone because a murderer might be around. However, we eventually started to believe that they wanted to be alone for adult reasons. yeah, adult reasons. And I wound up suggesting that we shouldn't interrupt the two lovebirds.
大丈夫だよリカちゃん。
Don't worry, Rika-chan.
富武のおじさまだって男だよ。
Tomitake-san is a man after all.
いざとなれば高野さんのために獅子奮迅の活躍をしてくれるよ。
I'm sure he'll do anything to protect Takano-san.
そうよね。
Is that so?
私に危機があったら二郎さんが体を張って守ってくださるのよね。
If something happens, you'll rescue me, right?
そのつもりだよ。
That's the plan.
じゃあ私たちはもう行こ
Well, we really should go now.
う。もうだいぶ遅いよ。
It's getting pretty late.
ありがとうね。気を利かせてくれて。
Thank you for your concern.
くれぐれも誤解しないでくれよ。
Don't make any assumptions.
僕は診療所に忘れ物をしてるんだ。
I'm heading to the clinic because I left something there.
それで診療所の鍵は高野さんが持ってるから、高野さんと一緒に診療所に行くんだよ。
Takano-san has the key, so we have to go together.
へえ。
Oh.
富武のおじさま。ナースプレイとは奥が深いです。
Oh, I didn't know that you were into playing doctor.
違うよシオン。きっと分娩台を使ったお医者さんごっこなんだよ。
Nah, I think he's more into playing gynecologist. Damn. Hee. Oh boy. Smack, smack, smack. Crash, bang, wham. How?
ナースプレイってなんだろう。
I wonder how they play doctor. I wonder.
がっちり理解できてるなら照れ隠しに殴るのはやめろ。
Don't hit them just because you feel embarrassed.
それからミオンとシオン、
And as for you two,
お前ら下ネタだけ意気投合するな。
stop only getting along when you make dirty jokes.
じゃあね、みんな。
Goodbye, everyone.
本当に忘れ物を取りに戻るだけだからね。
I really am just going back there to get what I forgot.
ついてきちゃダメだよ。
Don't follow us, okay? Ow.
富武、本当に用心するのですよ。
Tomitake, please be careful.
リカの心配しすぎではございませんの？
I do think you're overreacting, Rika.
はあ、
Yawn. Everyone laughed when Satoko yawned. It seemed like a good time to call it a day. It doesn't feel like I was able to change their fate. I just hope that they pay attention, and that they're prepared for whatever faces them. I still might have a chance. All I can do now is pray.
それじゃあ富武さん。
Goodbye, Tomitake-san.
またぜひその時は写真を見せてくださいね。
Please show us the pictures you took next time.
その罰ゲームのシャツ、ぜひ着てきてくださいね。
Make sure you wear your punishment shirt.
よっ、美女との一夜、羨ましいね。ヒューヒュー。
Man, I'm so jealous you get to spend a night with a pretty lady. Woo, woo. Weird thing to say, Ketchy, but okay. Ah.
またね、みんな。
See you guys again.
次に会うのは秋頃かな。
I guess it'll be in fall.
私たちが今夜殺されなければね。
That's if we don't get killed tonight.
それじゃみんな、おやすみなさい。
Good night, everyone.
おやすみなさい。
Good night. That was the best I could do on the night of Wadanagashi. And they're dead. And Tomitake is dead, and I think Takano does her thing. Please tell me what happened this night. This is like a box with a cat inside a cat box. Please tell me what happened this night. Don't even know if the cat is alive or dead inside the box. Please tell me what happened this night. The cat in the box is dead. Tomatake gathered up his paperwork and slipped it inside his bag.
嫌にしつこかったね。
They sure were persistent.
そんなに僕らに死んでほしいのかな。
I wonder if they really want us dead.
夢の話とはいえ迷惑な話よね。
How rude of them, huh? It was only a dream.
入江所長にリカちゃんの検査を念入りに行った方がいいと言っておいてください。
Please make sure that Dr. Irie examines Rika-chan.
夢見の悪さは何かの予兆かもしれない。
Her nightmares might be a symptom of something.
リカちゃんに何かあったら大変なことになるからね。
If anything happens to her, it would be a disaster. Takano touched Tomatake's hand gently. As he turned bright red, Takano moved in closer and spoke. The way she acts is just too sexy. Oh, Tomatake thought. It's just too sexy.
ねえ、ジローさん。
Hey, Jiro-san.
とても真面目な話があるの。
I have something very important to tell you.
聞いてくださる？
Will you listen to me?
なんだい？
What? What is it?
高野さんまで真面目な話があるってのかい？
You have something to tell me too?
まさか高野さんまで僕が喉をかきむしって死ぬ夢を見たなんていうのはなしだよ。
I hope you don't see me claw out my throat in a dream.
そのまさかだとしたら
What would you say if I did?
え?
Eh? Takano stared at him with a mischievous look as if seducing him, and started whispering into his ear. Oh, here comes the freak. Hee hee.
驚いているのよ。
I'm really surprised.
あの子には本当に神通力があるのかもしれないってね。
That girl might have a godlike power after all.
それはどういうことだい？
What does that mean? Takano smiled gently and pulled back her hair. Even seeing her do that made Tomatake's heart race.
私、あなたのことが好きよ。
I really like you.
それは光栄だな。
That's good to know. Takano's fingers curled around Tomatake's chin, stroking, tickling, and caressing it. Oh man, how deep are we going here? Her movements were very captivating and seductive.
いろいろな男と付き合ってきたけれど、野心も野生味も私には合わなかった。
You know, I always shit on like my own voice or whatever as far as narrating like a visual novel goes. But at the very least, I think myself and probably most people listening would probably assume my voice least fits a very like romantic and sexy setting. You know what I mean? Like if I was to like narrate and talk over like a romance novel of some sort or something, I think my voice just does not fit that, unfortunately. Like I'm willing to admit my shortcomings, and I just know that my voice doesn't fit a very, I don't know how to put it, like, you know, like a steamy moment, a steamy scene, if that's where we go here. Anyway, Takano says, I've dated a lot of guys, but none of them interested me as much as you.
あなたのような固くて真面目な人が一番相性がいいって分かったの。
I've learned that someone with a personality like yours makes the ideal partner for me.
あなたなら私のすべてを受け止めてくれる。
You're willing to accept everything I stand for. God, she really is saying like, yeah, you allow me to just push you over. You're a pushover, basically.
私のことを本当に理解してくれるって信
You
じられ
allow
る。
me to be weird. I believe that you understand me completely.
だからあなたにならミオのすべてを捧げられる。
That's why I can give you everything I have.
私のすべてをあなたに抱き受けてもらいたいの。
I want you to accept everything about me.
この気持ちがわかるかしら。
Do you understand?
高野さん。
Well, Takano-san?
急にどうしたんだい？
What's the matter? Her voice didn't really sound that affectionate. Toмотake knew from experience that he couldn't grasp what was on her mind when she wore a cold smile like that.
いよいよなの。
Finally.
もうじきなの。
It's almost here. It seemed as though she couldn't wait for something to happen. There was a chilling allure to her strange smile that made one question if something exciting was really about to happen.
何がもうじきなんだい？
What? What's almost here? Toмотake asked, trying hard to resist the temptation.
私の夢が叶う日が
Alright,
やってくるの。
I'm gonna say, you know how the last couple of streams, I was like, damn, we're not getting a lot of action. At the very least, we're paying off tonight. We got the actual chilling, the whole village coming together and just sticking it to the fucking man and like getting Satoko like to safety, and that felt good. And now the freaks are here and we're getting like this weird moment with Takano and Toмотake, and I'm like, you know what? And we're back to like Rika focus. I'm like, good. This is what I want. I want this. Whatever the fuck is happening here. I assume she's gonna do her weird things. I've always, and here's the thing, I've been since very early on operating under the like. Not only did I think I guessed this early on, but then I thought like some facts were stated to make it very much at least seem that Takano fakes her death and she takes out Toмотake for whatever reason. And so I assume that we're still building to that, and that's still going to happen here. I'm still 1,000,000% wondering what Takano's end goal is, if that is the case. As much as I dislike her as a character, I find her, whatever her motives are, and what her piece of the puzzle to this, what her individual piece to this whole puzzle is, I still find it very fascinating. I still find it interesting. I want to know. I want to know why she's here. I want to know why she's a character and why she's weird. You know what I mean? So maybe we're going to see some of that here. I can only hope. Anyway, Takano says, the day my dream comes true.
君の夢?
Your dream?
そう。
Yes.
私の
My dream.
話したことがあったわよね。
Didn't I tell you before?
それともベッドの上で話したことは記憶に残らないのかしら?
Or do you forget about everything we talk about in bed?
いや、覚えてるよ。
No, I remember.
君の夢。
Your dream? Tomotake's response was vague. Either he didn't remember, or he hadn't understood it very well.
いよいよお社様のたたりが現実のものとなる日がやってくる。
Finally, the curse of Oyashiro-sama is going to come true.
その日こそが私の子供の頃からの夢が叶う日。
That's what I've been dreaming about ever since I was a child.
ジローさん。
Jiro-san.
聞いて。
Listen.
私はもうあなたと一緒にはいられないの。
I can't be with you anymore.
え?
What?
それはどういう意味だい?
What do you mean?
あなたと私は違う世界に住む存在なの。
You see, I belong in a different world.
ここ、ひなみ沢は人の世と鬼の世の接点。
Hinamizawa is where humans and demons once coexisted.
だから、日の当たる世界のあなたと
That's why
日
we
の当たらない世界の私が出会えた。
That's why we meet each other here.
でも、もうそれが終わるの。
But all that is going to come to an end soon.
陽光の降り注ぐ日中に訪れた束の間の月食が日の当たる世界の人間と日の当たらない世界の鬼を引き合わせた。
The eclipse of the sun brought humans and demons together.
私が何を言っているかわかるかしら?
Do you understand what I'm saying? No. What the fuck are you going on about, Takano? Also, it's all fun and games when you're dating like a weird person like this. It's all fun and games until they start talking about something about demons and moons, and then they murder you. You know what I'm saying? A tale as old as time. Everyone says they want to date the freak until the freak comes out. And by freak, I mean this kind of freak. I mean straight up. Straight up, what the hell are they going on about? The kind of freak where it's like, I should not be left in a room alone with them. Also, the type of freak that makes you question if the little girl saying that you're gonna die tonight is actually telling the truth. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hee hee.
Takano-san, まだビールが抜けないのかい?
Takano-san, did you drink a bit too much at the festival?
酔ってるね.
You're drunk, right?
お別れの夜が来たの。
Tonight is a night of farewells.
日の当たる世界を教えてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for teaching me about the sunlit realm.
あなたの温かさは
I hiccuped.
日だまりの暖かさだったわ。
Your warmth was like the glow of the midday sun.
騙し合ったり、疑い合ったりしない、本当に温かい関係だった。
We really did have a wonderful relationship.
だから、あなたと別れるのがとても惜しい。
I'm so sad that we have to say goodbye. Whoa. She pulled herself away from Tomitaka and slowly stepped back, as if signaling the time had come for them to part.
君が何を言っているのかわからない。
I don't know what you're trying to say.
何の話なんだい、高野さん。
What's this all about, Takano-san?
だから、あなたに選んでほしい。
I want you to make a decision.
私のそばにいることを選んで、日の当たる世界のすべてを捨てる勇気を見せてほしい。
I want you to decide to stay with me and abandon the sunlit realm.
あなたが私の耳元で囁いてくれたことが、どれも本当だったなら、
If what you told me was all true.
二郎さんに戸惑いはないはず。
If what you told me was all true, then I know you have no doubts. By that time, Tomitaka understood that Takano was asking him to make an important decision.
まさか、君は
Could it be your...
そのまさかなの。
That's right.
二郎さん。
Jiro-san. Tomitaka got up from his seat and looked Takano straight in the eyes. There was a faint glimmer of hostility within those eyes.
私より仕事が大事なの。
Is your work more important than me?
やっぱり。
I thought so.
信じられない。
I can't believe this.
君のことを信じていたのに。
I trusted you. Those words were ones of rejection. Takano's lips twisted into a cruel smile.
お社様は人と鬼を融和したそうだけど。
Oyashiro-sama united the humans and the demons.
そのお社様でも私とあなたを融和することはできなさそうね。
But I guess he can't unite you and me. Takano slowly opened the door. 6 men in overalls were standing there at the ready. What the fuck? Tomitaka was frozen in shock. The 6 men walked up to Tomitaka with no expressions on their faces. It was immediately obvious that they were going to do something to harm him.
これは何の真似だ?
What is this all about?
日南沢症候群は導火線に火がついた爆弾と同じ。
Hinamizawa syndrome is like a bomb with a lit fuse.
それが爆発する前に東京はあなたに爆弾を解体してしまうことを命じた。
Your plan is to dismantle that bomb before it explodes.
でもね、東京にはこの爆弾が派手に爆発して欲しがっている人もいるの。
However, there are some people in Tokyo who want to see it go off.
バカな!
No!
そんなことをして誰が何の得をするんだ?
What good will that do for anyone?
得のないことをする人なんてこの世にはいないわ。
Nobody ever does anything that isn't beneficial to them. So I basically, it's coming out here and basically reinforced. Takano here is basically a terrorist. Flat out. She is she is willing to a biological terrorism. She is This is what I'm doing. This is. It's just so weird. Like, if you would have asked me at the very start of this like series, and if you would have asked me like, all right, of all the characters, who do you think is like seemingly the most problematic as far as what they're trying to like do, I probably, you know, would have taken a random stab and said like Oishi, and then I would have said maybe it's some really weird twist, and maybe like Ketchy is like secretly evil or something. But but then at some point, I know at some point I was like not very early, but at some point I was like, oh, Takano, there's something really weird about her, and she's clearly like fucked up. Like, she's so strange. Why her? Why? What does she do? I have so many questions. I've got a multiple of questions. Nobody ever does anything that isn't beneficial to them. Therefore, if they want that bomb to explode, it must be doing good for someone. Your question just now is a pretty meaningless one. I can't believe this. There are people who want that to happen? Hinamizawa syndrome is a very serious or dangerous disease. You know that as well as I do. I do. It'd be a disaster if it had an outbreak. Tokyo wouldn't be able to cover it up either. Did that fraction bribe you? It was actually my mission from the very start. I'm so sorry. We belonged in different worlds from the moment we first met. What are you going to do to me? It'd be a great help if you came over to our side. Of course, that would mean that you'd have to betray your own people. You're expecting me to turn on them? Jiro-san. If your feelings for me are real, will you support me? You'll be compensated, of course. If you wish, I'll dedicate my whole life to you. Don't take the deal. I'll do whatever you want me to, whenever and wherever you want. I will say, though, it's already looking pretty bleak for our guy Tomatake here, right? And then, if she says, I'll dedicate my whole life to you, I'll do whatever you want me to do, whenever and wherever you want, and, like, on the other hand, you're like, or else something very bad is about to happen to me as far as harm goes, maybe you do take the deal. Maybe you go, you know what? Not dying and also having this weird person be apparently, allegedly dedicate their whole life to you, as she says. Oh my god. Crazy. My body will belong to you. I mean, what guy doesn't... What person... I'm not even saying guy. What person wouldn't want someone else to be like, my body will belong to you? And also, if you say no, you'll die here, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna take the option where I don't die. Even though it's morally bad. You can dominate me to satisfy your needs whenever you like. Damn, she's pushing hard.
私もあなたになら
This is so
あな
bizarre.
ただけのしもべになってあげても
I'm willing to be all yours.
ねえ私の全身にあなたの匂いを染み付けさせたいとは思わない
Hey, don't you want to dye this body of mine in your scent? Her words were a kind of assault, directly hammering at the emotions men had difficulty resisting. They were like an evil spell to control his heart. Upon hearing them, Toмотake felt an unknown sensation rush up his spine as his feet froze in place, entranced. However, he forced himself to resist the temptation. He sealed the cracks in his wall to reason to stop Takano from forcefully entering his heart. I refuse. We're laughing! She had known from the start that Toмотake was going to refuse her. Even so, Takano let out a triumphant laugh. It's funny. She thought Toмотake would refuse right away. However, it took him a while to refuse because of how effective she was at seducing him. The time it took for him to refuse her was one of victory for Takano. For Toмотake, it was a time of humiliation. Takano continued to laugh. She sounded rather like an evil witch.
そう言うと思ったわ
I thought you would say that.
それでこそ私の大好きな二郎さんよ
That's why I love you so much. What the fuck? A man appears. Takano raised up her right hand and gave a signal to the mountain dogs.
君も願ったのか
Okunogi-kun, you're betraying me too?
失礼しますね富武ニードの
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Toмотake.
二郎さんも鈍いわね
Are you surprised?
病犬は初めから私の部下よ
The mountain dogs work for me.
この診療所は最初から私たちが掌握している
It was us who controlled this clinic all along.
知らないのはあなたと入江所長だけよ
You and Dr. Erie are the only people who didn't know. Shit. Toмотake moved into action, sensing the danger that was about to befall him. His fist thrust out as quick as lightning, knocking one man down before he could even blink. However, the other mountain dogs certainly weren't going to just stay there and watch. They all attacked him as one. He tried to strike back with an elbow, but he simply couldn't overcome the difference in numbers. Toмотake tried his best, but soon enough the mountain dogs had wrestled him to the ground. No, no, our guy! Oh, his glasses! He can't see a thing without his glasses! Damn it! Let go! Let me go! Also, as a fellow glasses and contacts wearer, and is like legally blind without them, I cannot see anything without it. Like, it's laughably bad. Like, people, I think there is a contingent of people that say like, oh, I can't see it. They'll be like, I can't see anything without my glasses or contacts. I literally am, everything is blurry, even right in front of my face. My vision is, and it has gotten progressively worse as the years have gone on. I'm now like, what, 62 years old or whatever? Like, my vision has gotten so bad. And it was bad when I was young, and it's gotten progressively worse. I am, like, if I don't have contacts in or my glasses on, I'm so blind. So if this person had my arm behind my back and my glasses off my face, I might as well be dead. I'm incapacitated. I'm done for. I'd be like, oh, I give up. Can I still choose the option where I go with you, Takano? Where I allow you to seduce me, please? I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. Stop struggling already. Whoa! They pinned him down so that he couldn't move an inch.
さすがね、二郎さん。
Impressive, Jiro-san.
6人がかりでも手こずらせるなんて素敵よ。
You fought pretty well, considering you were up against 6 people. Takano walked over and smiled while looking down at Tomitake.
ねえ、ジローさん。
Hey, Jiro-san.
どうせ断るんでしょうけれど、私の自己満足のためにもう一度聞かせてね。
I know you're going to refuse, but let me ask you one more time.
やっぱり意見を変えて、私の味方になってはくれないのかしら。
Will you change your mind and join my side?
無駄だ。
Never.
君の仲間にはならない。
I'll never join with you.
その一言が欲しかったの。
That's what I wanted to hear.
私の未練を断ち切るためにね。
So I could sever all my attachments. Takano was holding a small case in her hands. She opened it and showed Tomitake what was inside.
その注射は
What? What's in that syringe?
いやね。
Oh, come now.
想像がついてるくせに。
I'm sure you know what it is. Also, the interesting aspect to this is right before all this started happening, now Takano, the interesting thing is Takano knows that Rika has some, like, premonition about this happening. Like, Takano is clearly not dumb. She's weird, but she's not dumb. And Rika, in her attempt to try to keep them both alive and didn't know that Takano was doing this, was like, hey, this is gonna happen to you guys. And then Takano even admitted, she's like, wow, that's really weird. Like, Rika, you know, she was kind of right about this. Like, is she, what'd she say? Does she have some, like, godlike powers or whatever? And so it's interesting that now that Rika tries to stop that from them, you would have to imagine then that it's Takano who then ends up somehow tied or related to what ends up befalling Rika? No, we destroyed all them.
ジローさん、
Jiro-san,
あなたはこう思っているでしょう。
let me guess what you're thinking.
たとえ破棄した例の注射だとしても、自分は予防薬を投与済みだから注射されても免疫があるはず。
Even if this is what you think it is, you should still have immunity because you took the vaccine. Hehe.
そうでしょ？
Isn't that what you're thinking?
だから怯えてないのよね。
That's why you're not scared, right?
あなたが今回、ひなみ沢に来た時に投与された予防薬はね、違うのよ。
Well, let me tell you something nice. The vaccine you took before you came here was fake.
あなたは今、自覚してないだろうけども、すでにレベル3クラスで感染してる立派なひなみ沢症候群の潜在患者なの。
You may not have noticed it, but you're already an L3 patient of the Hinamizawa syndrome.
ジローさん、注射するとき目を背ける癖があるでしょう。
Jiro-san, you have a tendency to look away when you get an injection.
ダメよ。
That's not very smart.
自分に何の注射がされてるか、毎回ちゃんと確認した方がいいわよ。
You should always make sure of what you're getting. Shit! Let me go! Tomitake struggled to get away, but he simply couldn't move. Upon seeing his sorry state, Takano laughed with glee.
H173 はジローさんもよくご存知のはずよね。
I'm sure you know very well about H173.
投与することで感染し、かつ興奮状態を誘発することで、疑似的にレベル5を発症させる。
You'll become infected instantly and will virtually become an L5 patient.
どれだけ劇的な効果があったかは、ジローさんもご覧になってたんじゃないかしら？
You saw how the experiment turned out, no?
被験者は盛んに頸部、液下のかゆみを訴えていたわね。
The subject was displaying extreme irritation in the neck and armpit areas.
過去の症例の文献から見ると、どうもレベル5発症時にリンパ節に異常なかゆみを訴えるケースがあるみたい。
Based on our past studies, patients with L5 suffer from extraordinary irritation in their lymph nodes.
抗原抗体反応の一種かもしれないわね。
It might be an antigen-antibody reaction.
だからジローさん。
In other words, Jiro-san.
あなた、運が良ければ、リカちゃんが予言した通りの死に方ができるわよ。
If you're lucky, you might be able to die just as Rika-chan predicted.
自傷で自ら死ぬか、それとも脳を憎悪で焼かれて廃人になるか。
Are you going to kill yourself or become disabled for life?
あなたはどちらになるのかしら。
Which would you prefer?
ねえ、ジローさん。
Which one, Jiro-san?
やめろ。やめろ
！Stop! Stop!
これじゃあお注射は難しいわね。
It's going to be too difficult to give him the injection like this.
眠らせてあげて。
Put him to sleep, please. One of the men covered Tomotake's mouth with a towel soaked in some kind of chemical. He tried to fight it off with all his might, but his strength eventually left him, and he became as quiet as a beached whale. Takano stroked his face to make sure he couldn't resist. Then she brought the needle toward his throat. She pushed it right into his skin. As she squeezed down on the syringe's plunger, the skin surrounding the tip of the needle swelled up, and eventually the contents were absorbed into his body.
さよなら、ジローさん。
Goodbye, Jiro-san.
次に目が覚めるときは楽しい悪夢の世界にいるのかしらね。
When you wake up, you'll be in the middle of a wonderful nightmare. The mountain dogs finally got off of him. He couldn't even twitch.
誰か彼を私の車のトランクに運んで。
Someone put him in my trunk. Two of the men lifted up Tomotake and carried him outside.
そうそう。
Oh, hold on.
彼の愛用の自転車も一緒だときっと喜ぶでしょうね。
I'm sure he'd be happy if I left him his bicycle.
地獄へ行っても好きなだけサイクリングができる。
That way, he can enjoy cycling in hell too. The mountain dogs all quietly laughed at the joke.
ではこれより終末作戦を開始します。
We are now going to commence Operation Doomsday. They stopped laughing as she began to speak.
おこのぎは以後の連絡を待て。
Okanogi, you wait for the contact from headquarters.
入江所長から目を離すな。
Keep your eyes on Dr. Irie.
あと、フルでリカにも注意してね。
Also, keep tabs on Rika Furude too.
どんな第六感か知らないけど、少なくとも彼の死に方だけは当てたわ、あの子。
I don't know what kind of power she has, but she predicted how Tomotake was going to die. It is actually fucking upsetting, right? So this whole time, we have miracle after miracle, in heavy quotes, happen to, as Rika thinks, prevent her from being murdered, right? Pulls out all the stops, everything happens as exactly as it needs to, as she thinks. And then she's like, fuck. The only thing that left that might need to happen is Takano and Tomotake need to stay alive. And she thinks by telling them, hey, don't die. This is going to happen to you guys. By her telling them that actually dooms her. Because it's in fact, if they didn't know that she knew that was going to happen, then she might not die. We're seeing the fact that she was tipped off, that she tipped them off, actually coming back to bite them. Fucking tragic. Honestly. Tragic. I'm very curious about her, but too bad.
了解ですわ。
Roger.
こちらはお任せください。
I'll take care of things here.
道中はお気をつけて。
Please be careful on your way.
気をつけるほどもない旅よ。
There's not much to be careful of.
ところで、入江所長は
By the way, where's Dr. Irie?
祭りの後の打ち上げ中でしょ。
I'm sure he's attending the festival's after party.
まだ神社の敷地内にいるとのことですね。
He's still at the shrine.
あの研究しかできない坊やがどう取り乱すか見れないのが残念ね。
I wish I could see the look of panic on that nerd's face. Called Dr. Irie a nerd. The mountain dog started laughing again, too. Takano checked the time on her watch. It was nearly 10 p.m. Most people must have left the festival for home. Those people still there were probably enjoying the after party while getting drunk inside the shrine. It was a good time for her to leave without being seen by anyone.
では、私も出発するわ。
I'm leaving now.
死んでくるわね。
I'm going to go and die. After saying that, she left the clinic alone. She left through the back door. She left amid the moonlight, the singing of insects, and the sound of a river. It was a typical night in Hinamizawa. While enjoying all these sensations, Takano got inside her car. Toмотake was sleeping inside the trunk. His bicycle, on the other hand, was loaded into her back seat. He. How ironic. Your bicycle has a better seat than you. I'll let you out of there soon. I should leave him by the road that leads to Okinomiya. That'll be a good spot. Takano found a good place to drop him off, but she gave up on it as there was a police cruiser parked in the area. She figured that they were probably patrolling to make sure the 5th year's curse didn't happen. Good job, officers. No one would ever suspect that there's a curse packed in my trunk right now. Takano drove onto less lit streets with rougher roads. Eventually the mountain road ended and she was surrounded by darkness. There were rice fields nearby. She could tell by the sound of the croaking frogs. Takano parked her car by the pitch black outside. She had to stop here, otherwise she'd be too close to a residential area. Indeed, she was nearly in Okinomiya. She would have dumped him earlier, but the police cruiser had foiled that plan. Takano pulled Toмотake out of the trunk and left him by the road. She also left him his bicycle. Toмотake let out a small groan. It probably wouldn't be long until he woke up.
さよなら、ジローさん。
Goodbye, Jiro-san.
あなたのギクシャクした恋の語りも楽しかったわ。
Your awkward sweet talk was very entertaining.
もっと聞かせてもらいたかったから。
I
と
wish I
て
could.
も残念よ。
I wish I could hear it again.
もうじきあなたは目を覚ますわ。
You'll be waking up soon.
その頃にはあなたはレベル5の末期を迎えてる。
By that time, you'll be in the final stage of L5.
あなたは錯乱の挙句、きっと哀れな死に方をするでしょうね。
After a futile struggle, you'll meet with a miserable demise.
宇治脇病が語るように、やはりあなたも喉をかきむしって死ぬのかしら。
I wonder if you really are going to claw out your throat and die.
それを観察できないのがとても残念。
I wish I could be here to see it.
そしてあなたの異常な死と私の失踪はこの地に5年目のたたりとして刻まれるでしょう。
Your mysterious death and my disappearance will complete the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro-sama.
そうしてお社様のたたりはますます強固なものとなって残る。
The story of the curse of Oyashiro-sama will be firmly established.
その礎となれるなんて。二郎さん、これはとても名誉なことなのよ。
You should feel honored, Jiro-san. You're going to be part of history.
あなたはこれから命ある身を捨てて永遠の存在の一部となれるのだから。
You might be losing your life here, but in a way, you're going to live for eternity. That was her last farewell to Toмотake. Takano got back inside her car and started driving. She could see the place she left Toмотake in her rearview mirror, but it was already shrouded in darkness. Takano drove through the main street of Okinomiya and made a few turns, heading for the dark mountains in the distance. It had been a while since she left Hinamizawa. It was almost midnight. She might have already made it to the neighboring prefecture. It was difficult to tell because she couldn't really see anything in the darkness. Takano stopped her car in the middle of all that. After turning off both the engine and headlights, there really was nothing but darkness surrounding her. It was as if time itself had stopped. Takano wasn't sure how long she waited, but eventually she saw the headlights of a car blinking twice. She blinked her own headlights back at it. Soon, she had several people walking toward her. 2 men wearing blue overalls knocked on the window of Takano's car. Oblingly. Obligingly, she opened it. They looked over her face and the paperwork they had in their hands.
ご苦労様。
What a silly word. Hello?
高野よ。
I'm Takano. After confirming her identification, they called someone over the radio.
本部どうぞ。
Hello?
避難を確保。
We've got the lady.
尾行ないか。
Anyone following?
尾行はなし。後方400メートルクリア。
No one is after you. You're cleared for 400 meters.
尾行はありません。
Nobody's following us.
お疲れ様でした。
Your work is much appreciated.
どうぞ指揮者へ。
Please come with us to the command vehicle.
書類をお預かりします。
I'll take your paperwork.
書類カバンはトランクの中よ。
The paperwork is inside the trunk.
これが鍵。
Here's the key.
あとコーヒーがもらいたいわね。
I do need some coffee.
入れてくださる？
Could you get me some? What the hell? The command vehicle was a trailer with a bunch of high-tech communication equipment inside. The light of the electric equipment shone beautifully in the dark.
さあ、コーヒーです。どうぞ。
Here's your coffee, Major. Another man in blue overalls offered her a paper cup.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私の死体の方は大丈夫？
What's going on with my corpse?
現地にて偽装終了との連絡が入っております。
They finished setting it up in Gifu Prefecture.
現地？
Gifu?
岐阜の山中でドラム缶で焼け死になのかしら？
Did I burn to death in the mountains of Gifu?
死因までは
I'm not sure about the cause of death.
確認させます。
I'll confirm it with someone. Operation Doomsday. That was the name of their mission. The goal of the operation's first stage was Takano's escape from Hinamizawa and the extraction of 18 specific classified documents. That goal had been completed. Assassinating the liaison from Tokyo, Toмотake, was also one of the goals. That one had also been completed in the way Takano had planned. He was not killed that way just because Takano had wanted to see it. It was intentionally planned that way so that the office in Tokyo would be suspicious of the Irie Institute. They were trying to create the story that the Institute was upset with the recent budget cuts and the cancellation of their study. Tomotake's mysterious death would be a suitable way to persuade people. Toмотake was not the only one who was expected to die. Takano was expected to do so as well. However, Takano didn't really need to die herself. They had acquired a substitute body for her, so she didn't have to actually die. Takano had no idea how they got the body. According to what she heard, the team in Gifu took care of everything. Once Toмотake and Takano were dead, Tokyo would definitely grow suspicious of the Irie Institute. The main purpose of this mission was to make the Institute look reckless.
申し訳ありません、サンサ。
I'm sorry, Major.
現地の工作班で問題が発生したようです。
There's been a problem in Gifu.
問題？
A problem?
どうしたのかしら？
What sort of problem?
偽装死体の選別にミスがあったそうです。
They made a mistake with the corpse.
死後24時間経過していたとか。
The body has already been dead for 24 hours.
あら、するとどういうことになるのかしら？
I see. And I wonder how things will play out.
つまり、サンサは昨日すでに亡くなられていたことになってしまいます。
In other words, you're saying I was already dead as of yesterday. Takano's body was supposed to be selected from the corpses of people who had died the same day. The plan was to then burn the body and make identification of the corpse more difficult. They'd found a suitable body for the plan. However, they just found out that it had been dead for over a day. That would create a hole in their plans.
現地の方で現在収集に当たっていますので。
They're going to collect another body to use instead.
いいわ。
No, that's fine.
その死体を私ということにしなさい。
We can still use that body as me.
は。
Huh?
しかしそれでは。
But that would mean...
ひなみ沢を滅びに導くお社様の使いが実は前日に死んでいて、祭りの当日には死者として歩き回っていた。
The messenger of Oishiro-sama was long dead, but came to the festival regardless.
面白い。
That's a good one.
それは実に面白いわね。
It's a very, very good one. Takano laughed with satisfaction for a while. The other people in the vehicle couldn't understand why Takano was laughing so much. Takano continued to laugh as if it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard.
構わない。
Go ahead.
岐阜にはそれを私にしろと伝えなさい。
Call the team in Gifu and tell them to stop looking for another body.
そのくらいのほつれがあった方が面白いわ。
I think this will make for an interesting twist.
よろしいのですか?
Are you sure?
万が一ということも。
Shouldn't you be more cautious?
万が一なんてないわ。
Don't worry.
だって高野美代は現に今日綿流しのお祭りの会場を闊歩していたのよ。
Everyone saw Mio Takano walking around at the Weirdness festival.
たとえ検視の結果死後24時間以上経っていると出たって、おめでたい連中は検視結果の方が間違ってると思ってくれるわよ。
Even if the forensic lab does find out that the body's been dead for more than a day, they'll just think that the test results are wrong. Takano almost seemed to be enjoying the risk.
了解。
Roger.
現場へその旨連絡します。
I'll notify them.
それより
By the way,
私の死体はドラム缶の中で焼かれていたの？
was my body burned inside of an oil drum?
はい。
Yes.
高速道路近くの山中でドラム缶の中で焼けていたのを発見されたそうです。
Seems someone already discovered it on the mountain near the freeway. Takano seemed surprised to hear that from him. Then she started laughing strangely again. Nobody could figure out why she was laughing like that.
なるほど。
I see.
お社様の生まれ変わりは伊達じゃないということなのね。
The reincarnation of Oishiro-sama really is gifted.
あの子にはやはり人知の及ばない何かがあるということを認めなければならない。
I have to admit, she has a supernatural power that defies explanation.
ひなみ沢の山犬に R の監視体制を厳重にするように連絡を。
Tell the mountain dogs in Hinamizawa to tighten up security on R.
了解。
Roger.
失礼します。
Major.
沖宮警察が富武の遺体を発見したとの無線を傍受しました。
The Okinomiya Police Department has discovered the body of Tomatake.
発見したわね。
They have, huh?
いよいよ始まるわよ。
The show is about to begin. Hee hee, hee hee.
おいさん、先生が到着してます。
Oishi-san, Dr. Irie has arrived.
どうもどうも。
Oh, thank you for coming.
どうですか、入江の先生。
So, what do you think, Dr. Irie? Oishi entered the area enclosed by a blue tarp. In there, people were from forensics were taking pictures of the dead body from various angles. Irie was squatting down next to the dead body of Jiro Tomatake. When he stood up, he was white as a sheet.
信じられません。
I can't believe it.
そりゃ私だって信じられませんよ。
Yup, I can't believe it either.
初見で見た限り、仏は喉をかきむしっています。
As far as I can see, he clawed out his throat.
それも自分の手でです。
With his bare hands.
こいつはまっとうな死に方じゃない。
This isn't a normal way to die.
十中八九、何らかのヤバめな薬物でしょう。
Most likely, some kind of dangerous drug must have caused it.
彼は何らかの薬物の 常習者だったということでしょうか。
Are you saying that he was a drug addict?
さあね。
I don't know. Was he?
そいつを調べるのはどうやら我々の仕事になりそうです。
It's going to be my job to find that out.
大石さん。
Oishi-san.
この角材は
What's this 2x4 doing here?
多分仏が振り回したんじゃないかと思います。
I think he was swinging it around.
で、途中で捨てて喉をかくのが楽しくなっちゃったんじゃないかと。
And then he threw it away, and he had more fun clawing out his throat, I guess.
角材を何のために振り回したんでしょう。
Why was he swinging the 2x4 around?
自衛のためと考えるのが一番自然だと思います。
Probably did in self-defense.
仏の体に外傷がいくつかあるのに気づいてます？
Did you notice there are several external injuries on his body?
ええ、打撲傷を思わせる跡がいくつか散見できます。
Yes, I can see some bruises.
ってことは、一番考えられるストーリーは、仏が祭り終了後、沖宮へ帰る途中、ここで何者かに襲われた。
The easiest explanation I can think of is this. He was attacked by someone on his way home to Okinomiya after the festival.
それで取り押さえられて怪しげな注射とかそういうのをされて、その結果錯乱させられて死に至らしめられた。
He was seized by the culprit, given a shot of some kind of dangerous drug, went crazy, and died.
喉をかきむしるように誘導できる薬物なんて聞いたことがありません。
I've never heard of any drug that can make people claw out their throats.
私もそっちは専門じゃありませんが、薬中の末期症状に自傷行為ってあるらしいじゃないですか。
I'm not an expert on it either, but they say self-harm is one of the terminal symptoms for drug addicts, right?
まあその辺はうちの鑑識のじい様が調べてくれるでしょう。
Well, I'm sure the old man in forensics will take care of the investigation.
おいさん、失礼します。
Excuse me, Oishi-san.
ここから数百メートルのところに富武二郎のものと思われる自転車が見つかりました。
We found a bicycle believed to belong to Jiro Tomitake a mile away from here.
おお、そうですか。
Oh.
ありがとうございます。
Oh, is that so? Thank you.
何か手がかりとかは？
Did you find anything on it?
いえ、初見では特には。
Not yet.
今、鑑識が言ってます。
They're investigating it right now.
じゃあつまりその自転車があった場所が襲撃場所と考えていいんでしょうね。
So that means the place where the bicycle was found is most likely the place he was attacked.
それで戦ったり逃げたりしてここまで来た。
And he ran away from the culprit and came here. Oishi frowned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Irie was looking at the miserable corpse of Tomitake and kept saying the same thing.
ありえない。
It's impossible.
絶対にありえない。
It's just impossible. Irie knew right away that Tomitake's death was caused by the terminal symptoms of Hinamazawa syndrome. He hadn't swung the 2x4 at a real person, but probably saw some kind of hallucination due to the L5 symptoms. Violent reactions to hallucinations is one of the clearest characteristics of the terminal stage. However, Tomitake supposedly took a vaccine before he came to the village. There's no way he could reach L5 symptoms in such a short period of time. Irie didn't want to believe it, but it was obvious that someone intentionally injected him with the pathogen. The pathogen must have been strong enough to give him L5 symptoms immediately. The only drug that can do that is H173. So, like, Irie then has to know that it's, I mean, the short list of suspects would have to be, like, Takano, right? Like, that's got to be one of his first thoughts. They're always together. And then, like, who else would have access? You would think. A chemical weapon that induces an acute onset of symptoms. Makes people hallucinate, which inevitably leads to a horrible death. It's the absolute worst kind of demon. However, they had destroyed all of it due to its dangerous nature. All that was left was helpful chemicals, such as vaccines and treatment drugs. Tomatake was their liaison from Tokyo. Whoever killed him must have had full knowledge about him and this drug. How would that person know he was their liaison? It was then that Irie thought of Takano. Takano is also a watchdog from Tokyo. She's something like a superintendent. It was quite possible that something bad had happened to her too.
そうだ。高野さんは
What about Takano-san?
高野さんはどうなったんです
What happened to Takano-san?
え
What?
ああ、お宅の看護師さんの。
Oh, are you talking about your nurse?
多分、富武さんと一緒だったと思うんです。
I think she was with him.
高野さんは無事なんですか
Is she okay?
先生、彼女の電話番号はわかります
Do you know her phone number?
もちろんです。
Of course.
熊ちゃん。
Kuma-chan.
入江の先生に電話番号を聞いて、署から在宅確認を取らせてください。
Get her phone number from Dr. Irie and have someone at the station call her home.
了解っす。
Understood.
先生、番号。
Doctor, can I have the number?
はい。よろしいですか
Yes, here it is. Kumagai got the phone number, repeated it to make sure he got it right, and dashed out of the blue tent.
先生。
Doctor.
高野さんと仏は確か親しい仲でしたよね。
Takano-san and Tomatake-san were close friends, weren't they?
え
え。Yes.
何かトラブルがあったとか、そういうのは聞いたことがあります
Have you heard any troubles between them?
まさか。
No.
聞いたことないです。
Not even once.
仲のいい二人でした。
They were very close friends. Tomatake and Takano were just in a close relationship. Weren't just in a close relationship. They were co-workers sent from Tokyo. They had access to information that even Irie didn't. There's no way there was trouble between them.
何事もなけりゃいいんですがね。
Well, hope she's alright.
下手すりゃ仏か、それとも星か。
In the worst case scenario, she could be dead, or she could even be the perp.
なるほど。看護師なら怪しげな薬物を取り扱えてもおかしくはないですよね。
I see. Nurses do have access to dangerous drugs, don't they?
そんな薬品はうちの診療所にはありませんし、あったとしても厳重に保管されています。
We don't have any drugs like that in my clinic. Even if we did, we'd store them with extra care.
高野さんに持ち出せるわけがない。
There's no way Takano-san could smuggle out a drug from my clinic.
それでも一般人よりは容易でしょ
But it's easier for nurses to do it than for regular people, right?
ですから、そもそもそんな薬物は聞いたことがないし、当診療所にも存在しません。
Like I said, I've never heard of a drug like that, and I don't have anything like that in my clinic. Irie made clumsy excuses while he tried to piece together what was going on. However, Irie had no means of knowing the state of affairs in Tokyo, and he couldn't reach any further conclusions. So it was easy to laugh at him, as though he's a frog trapped in a well.
大石さん、留守のようです。
Oishi-san, she isn't home.
署の待機組の方で直接訪問すると言ってます。
The standby unit says they're going to go to her house to check.
先生、すみませんが、高野さんの住所を教えてください。
Doctor, can you give me your address?
じゃ
Kuma-chan.
それプラス、県警に今夜出た身元不明の女性死体がないか確認を取ってください。
Kuma-chan, can you also check if the police headquarters found any identified female bodies tonight?
あるいは県外の可能性もあるな。
Maybe we should check with the other prefectures too. And with that, I gotta go get some more water and stuff. Give me like 2 minutes. Gotta go to the restroom and stuff as well. So I'll be right back. One moment. Okay, I'm back. Doctor. Oh, wait. I didn't put the screen back on. My bad there. Doctor, could you give me your address? Oh, I already read that. Oh, okay, great.
課長に近県にも同様に身元不明の女性死体が出てないか確認を取るよう伝えてください。
Get the section manager to call the nearby prefectural headquarters and ask if they have any identified female bodies.
了解っす。
Yes, sir.
沖宮警察が現地の県警本部への接触を開始。
The Umineko Police Department is contacting the Gifu Prefectural Police Department.
さんさ、よろしいのですね。
Are you sure about this, Major?
ええ。
Sure.
構わないわ。
I don't mind.
そのままで行きなさい。
Just leave it there.
どうせすぐに週末よ。
Doomsday has almost arrived anyway.
誰かが一人くらい死亡時刻を疑ったって、誰かが耳を貸す前に全てが滅ぶ。
Everything will be destroyed before they even find out that the time of death doesn't match. No. If I could have just waited like another minute, we would have gotten to this. The day after Watanagashi, Oishi showed up at our school. It isn't uncommon for Oishi to show up here today. Interestingly, he always asks to see the most key person in that world. He asks for Kechi in the world where he gets sick. He asks for Rina in the world where she gets sick. In this world, he asks for me.
富武が死にましたか?
Did Tomitake really die?
ええ。
Yeah.
ちょっと尋常じゃない死に方でしてね。
The way he went was pretty strange, too.
薬物か何かで錯乱状態だったんじゃないかと思います。
Like he was on drugs and hallucinating.
自分で自分の喉をかき破るというショッキングな亡くなり方でした。
He clawed out his own throat until he died.
やはり抗えないのか。
I couldn't prevent it. There's nothing I can do now. I knew this was going to happen. I'm sure Takano is dead too.
高野は
And Takano?
彼女についても残念なご連絡があります。
I have bad news about her too.
岐阜の山中で焼死体で発見されました。
She was found burned to death in the mountains over in Gifu Prefecture.
死体の状況から多分絞殺された後に焼かれたんじゃないかと思っているのですが。
Based on the condition of the body, she was choked to death before her body was burned.
どちらにせよ気の毒な話です。
It's a tragic story no matter how you look at it.
大石の考えは分かってますです。
I know what you're thinking.
僕が何か知っていると思っているんでしょう。
You think I know something about what happened to them?
いやいや、まさかまさか。
Heavens, no.
疑うとしたらこの一点だけです。
I only have one question.
あの人混みの中で小耳に挟めるようなところでこんな物騒な話をする人がいるわけがない。
Who would talk about such a disturbing plan at the festival where anyone could hear?
僕が何かの陰謀の片棒を担いでると思っていますですか?
You think I'm involved in this murder?
と思い込みたいところですが、それも引っ込めました。
Well, I wanted to suspect you, but I don't.
本当にその気なら、あなたは私にあんな入れ知恵をすることはなかったんですからね。
If you were responsible in some way, you wouldn't have given me the hints you did.
少なくとも、今回の事件を起こそうと考えた何者かとは、相対する位置にいると思ってます。
At the very least, I'm sure you're not involved with the people who killed them.
それが本当なら、とても嬉しいのです。
I'm glad you're not suspicious of me. Oishi threw a 10 yen coin into the offering box and shook the bell in prayer.
どうか今年こそ、平見沢村連続開始事件を終わらせられますように。
Please let us solve the mystery of Hinamizawa this year.
そのために、僕に協力しろと。
Are you trying to get me involved in your investigation? No.
今のは、お社様にお願いしたんですよ。
I was just talking to Oishiro-sama. Oishi is well aware that people call me the reincarnation of Oishiro-sama. That must have been his attempt at a joke.
僕もこんなたたりはもう金輪際にしてほしいと思っていますです。
I'd like to see the curse disappear forever too.
おや、ならフルデさんと私の求めるところは一致するようですね。
Oh, that means we both want the same thing.
僕は昨日富武の死体が見つかりそうなところを予言しましたです。
I made a prediction about where you might find Tomotake's body.
そこにパトカーはいなかったのですか？
Didn't you have a police cruiser nearby?
いいえ、ちゃんと巫女様の予言に従って配置しました。
Yeah, I listened to your prediction and had a cruiser patrol the area.
ほら、舗装道路と砂利道の境目になっているあたりがあるじゃないですか。
Place where the concrete and gravel roads meet.
通称村境とか呼ばれているあたりです。
It's on the very border of the village.
あそこら辺はとても暗いですからね。
It gets very dark there at night.
何かやばいことの起こりそうな匂いが一番プンプンするあたりです。
It always seems like if something bad were to happen, it could happen there.
では富武の死体はどこで？
So where did you find Tomotake's body?
配置場所よりももっとずっと沖宮寄りの水田地帯の路肩です。
Found him dead by the rice fields near Okinomiya. It's not where his body is usually found. If he was fated to hallucinate and die, he would die in exactly the same spot, whether the cruiser was there or not. Just because the cruiser was placed there, Tomotake's body was found in a totally different spot. In other words, the existence of the police cruiser disrupted that fate.
でですね。
Oh shit. Is she gonna piece it together? That how else would they know? Is she gonna be like, oh, the people I told were the police, Oishi, and Tomotage and Takano? I'd be so here for like having Rika become like Detective Rika. Much like a Detective Pikachu, only instead of a Pikachu, it was a Rika. I don't know where I'm going with that joke, but yeah. Anyway.
ここからがちょいと面白い話になります。
There's something else I found very interesting.
パトにはですね、私通る車もチェックさせたんです。
I told the officers in the police cruiser to check every vehicle that passed by.
そしたら、高野の車が祭りの終わった後、沖宮方向へ通過したんですよ。
As it turns out, one of the cars that headed toward Okinomiya after the festival was over was Takano's. Takano lives in Okinomiya. It wouldn't be strange for her to head back home after the festival.
ただ、乗ってたのは一人だったんです。
However, she was the only one inside the car.
富武は乗っていなかった。
Tomotage wasn't with her.
富武はひなみ沢にはいつも自転車で来ますから。
Tomotage always comes to Hinamizawa on his bike.
なら、自転車をトランクに積んで車に乗せてもらうのが普通じゃありませんか。
Then she could have loaded his bike in the trunk and given him a ride.
ですが、富武は一緒じゃなかった。
But he was not with her.
にもかかわらず、富武の死体はひなみ沢からパトを越えて沖宮の方の水田地帯で見つかる。
However, his body was found among the rice fields near Okinomiya, past where the police cruiser was patrolling in Hinamizawa.
つまり、
What are you saying?
あの真っ暗な中、森の中を突き進んでパトを迂回したなんてできる芸当ではありません。
There's no way he could have biked through the dark woods to avoid the police cruiser.
だとしたら、パトに気づかれずに街道を抜けるしか考えられない。
He somehow took the road without being noticed by us.
フルデさん。
Furude-san.
高野と仏の関係について教えていただけませんか？
Can you tell me what you know about the relationship between Tomotage and Takano?
恋人同士。
They're dating?
それしか知らないです。
That's all I know.
高野がね、恋人との最後の夜の仰せを一人で帰るというのが腑に落ちないんです。
I find it hard to believe that Takano would drive back home alone in the dark without her boyfriend.
富武はその時、トランクの中に詰められていて あの真っ暗な森の中に捨てようとした。
What if she had Tomotaki in her trunk? She was planning to dump his body in the woods.
だが、お告げのパトカーがたまたまそこにいちゃったもんで、仕方なくそこを通り抜け。
But because the cruiser was in that area, she had no choice but to pass by.
もっと先で富武を捨てた。
Wow, he got it exactly right. And dump him on the side of the road. Both Tomotage and Takano were set here from Tokyo. I have no idea what their real identities are. I can't say that Takano had no reason to kill Tomotage. However, I've never considered that possibility before in my life. Takano killing Tomotage? But why? I can't think of any reason. Nothing comes to mind, and it's hard to imagine Takano was cornered to the point she had to kill him. In fact, it was more plausible to think she was enraged when the lovesick Tomotage acted cold towards her, and she strangled his neck.
私はあのカップル、どことなく不釣り合いだなってずっと思ってました。
I never really thought they suited each other.
こう言っちゃ富武君に失礼ですが、高野さんでは荷が勝ちすぎているんじゃないかなってずっと思ってました。
No, I don't mean to insult Tomotage-kun, but I thought Takano-san was way too smart for him.
高野が富武を何かに利用しようとして近づいていたとか、そういう話を村の中で聞いたことはありませんかね。
Have you heard of any rumors that she was trying to use him for anything?
ないです。
None.
でも話は聞いてみようと思いますです。
But I can ask around.
何か分かったら大石にも知らせますです。
I'll let you know if I find out something.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
村の内部に詳しい方、それも御三家の当主でお社様の生まれ変わりの協力がいただければ鬼に金棒ですよ。
I'm just glad that the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama is on my side. But even the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama couldn't solve this mystery for over 100 years.
でも、
But
その高野も殺されたのですよ。
You said Takano was killed too?
どういうことなのですか？
How could she be the culprit?
私はもしあなたから垂れ込み、おっと、お告げを聞いていなかったら。
Well, it's because you leaked me the information. I mean, the prophecy.
多分きっと富武と高野は共に犠牲者で、お社様のたたりの5年目ってことになったんだろうと思い込んだと思います。
Without that, I'm sure I would have just believed that both Takano and Tomotage were the victims of the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro-sama.
ですが、こうなってくるとどうも違う。
I feel like it's different this time.
どうやらこいつはお社様のたたりの5年目ってことにしようとした巧妙な事件のように見えてきました。
Maybe as though this is someone trying to make the curse of Oyashiro-sama happen.
つまり高野が犯人。
So you really think that Takano-san is a culprit? Basically, this is what Oishi is trying to say. They're not both victims. The culprit is also pretending to be a victim. This is really hard for me to believe. I can't think of any reason why Takano would do something like this. Oishi only feels the way he does because he doesn't know her as well as I do. For another thing, how can he explain that Takano's body was found? Didn't the police in Gifu Prefecture identify the body?
焼死体の識別には歯型照合が最も有効だと言われています。
For a charred corpse, the easiest way to identify them is by their dental records.
ただ、うちの鑑識のじじいが言うには、それでも 100% じゃないという。
Although according to the old man in forensics, they're still not 100% sure.
まあ、それよりおかしいのが岐阜県警鑑識の死亡時刻なんです。
And besides, there's a contradiction with the estimated time of death.
当初、死亡時刻が合わなかったらしいんです。
It just doesn't make sense.
死亡時刻が合わない。
What do you mean?
ねえ。
Well?
祭りの前夜にはもう殺されてたっていう鑑識が出ちゃったらしいんです。
The test results show that she was dead on the night before the festival.
内容物とかそういうのから調べるらしいですね。
Apparently they inspected the contents of her stomach and such.
ですがこの時点で岐阜さんには高野の話をしちゃってたんです。
But at the time of testing, they already had information about Takano.
だから岐阜さん、綿流しの日に彼氏とデートしてたはずの死体が死後24時間では話が合わないって言って、
They knew that
その鑑定結果を握りつぶしちゃってらしい。
They knew that she was at the festival that night and realized that the test results didn't match up.
死亡時刻の鑑定なんかより死体の歯型鑑定の方がよっぽど精度が高いですからね。
So they just dumped the results and decided to take the dental records alone.
まあ現場にはたまにある話です。
These things do happen every once in a while.
ですが、高野が犯人かもしれないって目で見てみると、こいつは高野の死体じゃない可能性が出てきます。
However, Takano really is the culprit. His body might belong to someone else.
死体をごまかすことなんて可能なのですか？
Is it possible to do something like that?
焼死体の鑑定は基本的に歯型以外は絶望的です。
When a body is burnt, dental records are the only way to identify it.
例えば、これは推理小説的な荒技ですが、沖宮のデンタルクリニックに残されていた高野美代の歯型のカルテ。
This might sound too much like a mystery novel, but what if, for example, someone faked Mio Takano's dental records?
これが巧妙な手口で捏造されていたら誤認もあり得る。
If they were skillfully forged, we could have the wrong ID.
まあそんなのは抜きにして、単純に岐阜さんが高野に間違いないと決めつけてしまった可能性の方が高いですが。
Anyway, Gifu Police Department has made up their mind that the body belongs to Takano.
警察組織内では往々にして初動時の鑑定ミスが後々まで尾を引くことが少なくない。
Within police departments, we sometimes have issues with false test results.
伝説的な冤罪事件のほとんどはこれに起因します。
That's how most false charges are made.
私はどうやらその可能性が拭えない気がする。
It feels to me like this is one of those times.
つまり高野は生きてる。
So you think Takano is alive?
高野美代は先日以来車ごと行方不明です。
Since last night, both Mio Takano and her car have gone missing.
岐阜の死体が高野でないなら、これはなんだか面白そうな話になってきます。
If that body found in Gifu is in Takano, it's going to be very interesting indeed. Irie had already heard about the deaths of Tomataka and Takano. It seemed like both the clinic and the office in Tokyo had flown into a panic over it. It's funny how they made such a big fuss about their own people, but they don't care about what happens to other people's lives if it would get in the way of their research. Takano's subordinate, Okanogi, was in the room. How can they not look at this man and see how nefarious he looks? Look at that nefarious face. They should know. They should know he's a betrayer. Okanogi is the leader of the Mountain Dogs. I came here to make sure he's still willing to protect me. Based on past experience, they tend to lose interest in protecting me after Takano dies. Okanogi?
高野が死んでしまいましたですが、僕は大丈夫なのですか？
Takano is dead, but am I still safe?
大丈夫ですよ、リカさん。
Don't worry, Rika-san.
我々が今後も厳重に警護してますんで。
We'll still keep up the tight security around you.
ですから、警察に頼ろうとしなくても問題ないです。
You don't have to call the police. I guess this is part of the tight security. Wait, did I read that right? I guess this is part of that tight security. Okay. They must have been listening to my conversation with Oishi.
大石に聞きました。
Oishi told me something.
高野が実は死んでいないというのは本当ですか？
Is it true that Takano isn't really dead?
まさか。
That can't be true.
現地の県警の正式な発表ですんで。
The Gifu Police Department made an official announcement.
大石という刑事は今年で定年。お社様のたたりを何とか解決したい一心で、何でも話をおかしくしようとする癖がありよります。
That Oishi is retiring this year, isn't he? Sometimes he makes up stories because he's desperate to solve the curse of Oishiro-sama.
あいつの言うことに耳を貸さん方がいいでしょう。
You shouldn't pay attention to anything he says. Well, he's not wrong. This year is Oishi's last chance. Because he's so desperate, he's developed a bad habit of listening to every rumor he hears.
では、おこのぎはこの事件をどう見ていますですか？
What's your opinion about this, Okinogi?
現在、上が調査してますんで、いい加減なことは言えません。
Right now, they're still investigating, so can't say anything.
殺された二人の関係を知る以上、内部犯行の可能性が極めて高いっちゅうんは間違いないんじゃないかと。
Knowing the relationship between those two, I think it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization. I glanced over at Irie as I listened to Okinogi speak. It seemed that whoever he was talking to over the phone was accusing him of killing them. Irie was frantically trying to prove his innocence. Soon enough, he hung up the phone. Irie looked upset that he was under suspicion after working so hard for the organization.
ああ、リカさん。
Oh, Rika-chan.
すみませんね。だいぶお待たせして。
I'm sorry for making you wait.
入江も大変なことになったようなのです。
It seems like you're in big trouble.
お聞きになった通りです。
Just as you heard.
富武さんたちの死は何かの陰謀による可能性が非常に高いです。
Seems like there's some big conspiracy behind their deaths.
そして東京はその黒幕が私であると思っているようです。
People in Tokyo think that I'm the one who's pulling the strings.
まったくどうしてそういう方向になるのか大いに疑問です。
Good grief. I have a lot of questions as to how they figured that. I rarely ever saw Irie get so emotional. He must be feeling as though all his effort is being repaid with injustice. However, it's a fact that Irie was trying to fight against the budget cuts and downsizing of his research team. Tokyo is thinking that could be his motive for killing them. In any case, everyone in the organization is suspicious.
リカさんの心配は分かってます。
I understand how scared you must feel.
高野さんたちを殺した何者かが次にあなたを狙わないとは限らないですからね。
The people who attacked Takano-san and Toмотaki-san could be after you, too.
東京もそこは特に気にしていました。
The people in Tokyo are also concerned about that.
山犬にもあなたの警護体制を最高にするよう命令が来ています。
We got the order to tighten up your security.
ご安心してくださいんで。
Don't worry.
それが聞ければ僕は少し安心なのです。
I'm very relieved to hear that. This was the first time the Mountain Dogs had ever tightened up my security. They usually become so busy keeping tabs on Irie after Toмотaki and Takano's deaths that they end up ignoring me. Even though they're dead, I'm still in a pretty favorable situation.
高野たちを殺した犯人に心当たりはないのですか？
So, do you have any idea who killed them?
東京の皆さんも調べられています。
People in Tokyo are investigating that now.
状況を見る限り、内部事情に精通した人間の仕業です。
Based on the situation, it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization.
どうやら真っ先に疑われたのは私のようです。
I guess I'm their prime suspect.
富武にああいう死に方をさせられるのは入江だけなのです。
You're the only one who could kill Toмотaki like that.
そんなことはありません。
That's not true.
おそらく東京の方も H173 の話をしているのでしょうが。
The people in Tokyo are discussing the possible use of H173.
あれは危険な目的での研究が中止されたとき、すべて破棄されたはずです。
But that drug was destroyed when the research was cancelled.
あんなことは不可能だ。
It's impossible.
ですが所長。
However,
こういうことが起こってしまった以上、東京は疑わざるを得ません。
They have no choice but to suspect you in this case.
それに、富武氏には予防薬があらかじめ与えられていたはず。
Mr. Toмотaki even took a vaccine before he came here.
にもかかわらず発症したんです。
But he still got infected.
天文学的低確率で起こった偶然だとしか言えません。
It must just be an extremely unlikely coincidence.
とにかく、絶対そんなことはありえないんです。
Anyway, it's just impossible. Irie is usually a very calm person, but once the people in Tokyo start suspecting him, he often loses his mind.
高野が犯人ということはありませんですか？
Do you think Takano might be the culprit?
高野なら内部の人間です。
She's someone within the organization.
高野さんが
Takano-san.
まさか
No way. But as he spoke, Irie also started to realize that everything could be explained if Takano was the culprit. But I don't know how to persuade him that it's the truth. More than anything, people want to hear a motive. Not who did something, but why. Knowing that probably isn't as important as it sounds. After all, you never know the motive unless the suspect talks. Guessing about the motive is just a waste of time. In other words, it's stupid to assume that Takano isn't the culprit just because I don't know what her motive is.
Rika さん、確証もないことを言っちゃいけませんね。
Rika-san, you can't say something like that without any proof.
あれだけ親切にしてくれたんじゃないんですか？
She was very nice to you.
それを疑っちゃ悪いですね。
How can you suspect her after that? Upon hearing me be ungrateful towards his boss, Okanogi flashed me an unpleasant smile. It's true that Takano is very nice to me. It might be disrespectful of me to suspect her. However, I still can't trust her completely yet. Perhaps I've developed the same bad habit as Oishi. Am I believing every crazy theory I hear just because I'm desperate to escape from my fate?
とにかく私たちの身近で何か良くないことが起こりつつあるのは間違いありません。
In any case, something bad is going on around here.
用心するに越したことはないでしょう。
We all need to be careful.
ご心配なく。
Don't worry.
所長に対する警護体制も最高にするよう命令を受けておりますんで。
We've received an order to tighten up your security too. Irie smiled bitterly. For him, their protection wouldn't be too different from stalking.
リカさんも警察には不用意なことを喋らないようにお願いします。
Rika-san, make sure you don't give up too much information to the police.
分かってると思いますが、場合によっては機密保持のため、厄介なことになるかもしれませんので。
I think you understand, but you could create a problem if you talk to them about our secrets. He was implying that he'd have to kill anyone I talked to. This isn't the first time they've warned me about this. It's just, what if Takano really is the culprit? If she is, then Okanogi is almost certainly involved too. Then it would make sense that he wouldn't want me to suspect Takano. But that would be horrifying. If Takano was my enemy, then the mountain dogs were too. This whole clinic is a lion's den. Irie is just a researcher, so he probably wouldn't know what's really going on. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Why would Takano do something like this? I thought I'd just convince myself that the motive shouldn't even matter, but I can't stop thinking about it. Is Takano really behind it all? Am I going as crazy as Oishi just because of how badly I want to solve this mystery? Perhaps the mountain dogs are more like wolves being looking after a flock of sheep. I've lived for over 100 years. I never once found out who killed me, and I stayed close to the Irie Institute so that they'd protect me. What if that was my big mistake? Well, I'm sure that Irie has no bad intentions. In many lives, I got to see just how genuine his feelings are. I can trust him. However, he's not really reliable. Okanogi glanced over at me. He smiled and told me not to worry, but I noticed an evil glint in his eyes. It's possible that I have Hinamizawa syndrome, and that was just a hallucination. I don't understand anything. I don't know who my enemies are anymore. There's no point in thinking about this any longer. I have to only trust who I know I can trust for sure. There are only a few of those people, though. Irie, Oishi, and my friends. If Okanogi is on Takano's side, he'll be watching me very closely. If I start accusing Takano of anything, who knows what they would do to me. When this world first began, I thought I had no time left. But that wasn't true. The number of things that happened in just 2 weeks was immense. I probably only have a few more days left until the day of my death. What can I do? How can I change this? Am I supposed to just take Hanyu's advice and resign this time? interesting. Ring-a-ling.
うん。
Yeah.
それで綿流しの晩にはもう失踪していたらしいんだよ。
She's been missing since the night of Watanagashi.
お社様のたたりかな。
Could it be the curse of Oishiro-sama?
さすがに5年も連続すると薄気味悪いよな。
It's freaky that this has happened 5 years in a row now. Hinama's always a small village. Rumors spread fast here. Besides, she's Mion Sonozaki. She would have found out about this yesterday, even if the police were trying to hide it. My friends are all talking about the mysterious death of Tomatake and the disappearance of Takano. People in this village are very superstitious. No matter what happens, they conclude that everything is the curse of Oishiro-sama. The past incidents don't matter to me either way. All I'm interested in is the current one. The culprit of this case will probably kill me too. 2 days have passed since Watanagashi. Today is Tuesday, June 21st, 1983. At the earliest, I'll get killed on the night of the 22nd. That is, tomorrow night. The day of my death is always different. I always end up getting killed, but the day when it happens varies. I guess the culprit has their own reasons for that. There's only one thing I'm sure about. Based on my experiences, I'll live for sure until tomorrow night. After then, I'll have to live with the fear of getting murdered at any moment. Still, there's no real reason to be afraid. When I wake up, I'll be in a brand new world again. I can never remember how I'm killed. That's why I'm not afraid of the killing itself. I'm just frustrated that my life is about repeating the same things over and over like a broken record. However, at present, I'm frustrated. My classmates just expect that their peaceful days will continue forever. But I couldn't feel that way. I feel frustrated and full of sorrow. As I really don't want to die.
明日の夜ですが、リカは悔いがありませんですか？
It's tomorrow night. Are you ready, Rika?
バカ。
How foolish of you to even ask.
ないわけないでしょ。
What makes it look like I am? Hanyu was trying to warn me that I might get killed tomorrow night. As though she already knew it was going to happen for sure.
リカはとてもよく頑張りました。
You worked very hard, Rika.
そして今年の綿流しは僕が生きてきた中でも一番の楽しいお祭りでした。
The Slice Watanagashi was the best festival I've ever had.
それはリカもだったのではないですか？
Didn't you feel that way too? It was fun. It really was fun. Satoko had band-aids all over her face, but everyone was there together and we kicked up a storm. I want this world to continue forever. I can't accept that. This world is going to end tomorrow at the earliest, and within 1 or 2 weeks at the latest.
また次の世界でもきっと楽しくできますのですよ。
I'm sure your next life will be just as fun.
この世界はもう終わりなの。
So this world is over and done with?
こんなにも楽しい世界なのにもう終わりなの。
This is such a happy world, but it's just going to end like that? All of my friends are alive and happy. Kechi doesn't feel alone, and Rina's family is happy too. Mion and Shion are getting along, as well as Shion and Satoko. The issue of Satoko's uncle is resolved, and she's no longer treated coldly by the other villagers. This is the best world I've ever experienced. But this world is going to end.
Rika.
Rika?
僕たちは特別な存在なのに、リカは自分のことを普通の人間として考えすぎなのです。
You think of yourself as a normal person too often, when we're both special beings.
楽しいパーティーがいつまでも続けばいいのにと子供の誰もが願う。
Every child wants their birthday party to continue forever.
でもいつかパーティーはお開きになりますのです。
But the party always ends.
だから子供たちは楽しい瞬間を どうか永遠に続いてほしいと願うのです。
That's why children always wish for their enjoyable moments to continue for all time.
でもだからといって終わったパーティーを嘆くことはない。
But that doesn't mean they'll grieve over a party that's ended.
眠ればまた明日の朝になる。
Once they sleep, another day will come for them.
そしてまたいろいろと楽しいことが起こるのです。
Something wonderful will happen again.
パーティーが終われば消えてしまうシンデレラなんかいない。
No one disappears like Cinderella once the party is over.
私の生への固執をそんな風に例えられるなんて知らなかったわ。
What a way for you to describe my view on life.
今のリカはパーティーから帰りたくないと泣いて椅子にしがみつく子供と同じなのです。
You're like a child who's crying because she doesn't want to leave the party.
どうして泣いたり悲しんだりする必要が？
But there's no need to feel that sad, is there?
またパーティーはやってきます。
There'll be another party again soon.
リカは死を越すことを未だに忌み嫌っているけれど、僕たちにとっては一眠りのまたぎだというのに。
You still hate to go through another death, but it's only like sleeping for a while, isn't it?
羽生は昭和58年の6月より先に何があるのか見たくないの？
Hanyu, don't you want to see what lies beyond June of 1983?
見たくないと言えば嘘になりますです。
I'd be lying if I said I didn't.
でもそれに固執して裏切られ傷ついてゆくリカの方が心配なのです。
But I'm more concerned about you being consumed by that thought and getting hurt because of it.
リカには分かってない。
You just don't understand.
気の遠くなるほどの長い時間を誰とも会話することができず、楽しい祭りもじっと眺めているだけ。
Without you, I'd have to live for such a long time without anyone to talk to.
子供たちの遊ぶ輪を横で眺めていることしかできない悲しさなんてわからない。
And I'll only be able to stare at the festival without being part of it.
誰にも私の姿が見えない。
No one will be able to see me.
誰にも私の声が届かないし、誰も私に話しかけてはくれない。
No one will be able to hear me or talk to me either.
そんな辛さや悲しさがリカに想像つきますのですか？
Do you have any idea how miserable and lonely that will be?
その中でやっと出会えたリカなのです。
But I finally found you, Rika.
僕はリカがいなかったら生きていけない。
I can't survive without you anymore.
でもリカのように死ねもしないのです。
But I can't just die like you can either.
僕は時の果てまで一人ぼっちで生きていかなくてはならない。
I'll have to live alone until the end of time.
新しいあなたが現れるまでずっと膝を抱いて一人で過ごしていかなくてはならない。
I'll have to be alone until someone like you shows up again.
僕はそんなのは嫌なのです。
I don't want that.
絶対に嫌なのです。
I can't stand the thought of it.
羽生
Hanyu,
だからリカ、あの悲しい約束を取り消してほしいのです。
Rika, please take back that heartbreaking promise you made.
この世界でも運命に打ち勝てなかったらもう全てを諦めるというあの約束を取り消してほしいのです。
I don't want you to give up if this world doesn't work out for you. For you. Said that word. Hanyu.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
もう少しだけその返事を待たせて。
I'll have to think about it for a while. I want to do what I can until the end. When that happens, I can decide what to do. If I think there's still some hope, I can go on living. But if I feel desperate enough, I can just give up. It might not ultimately be a bad thing to repeat June of 1983 over and over. Perhaps I might be blessed with another fortunate life someday. Hanyu nodded with a little satisfaction after hearing that, sensing that my feelings were starting to lean the way she wanted them.
どうしたよ、レナ。
What's up, Rina?
リカちゃんをお持ち帰りする算段でもしてるのか？
Are you plotting to take Rika-chan home with you?
ねえ、ケイイチ君。
Hey, Kechi-kun?
リカちゃんに元気がないとは思わないかな。
Don't you think that Rika-chan seems to be feeling down?
どうだろうな。
I don't know.
奉納演舞の疲れが抜けないんじゃないのか？
She might still be tired from doing the dedication dance at the festival. Rika-chan was sitting all by herself, wearing a sad expression. I'd said she might still be tired from the festival, but that wasn't really how it looked.
さとこちゃんが解放されて踊り上がってもいいくらいなのに。
Satoko-chan is free now, so I thought she'd have a spring in her step.
なんだか昨日からリカちゃんの様子がおかしいように思うの。
But she's been acting weird since yesterday.
悩み事でもあるんじゃないかな。
I wonder if something's going on.
てっぺの件は完全に決着したはずだろ。
Satoko's issues are all settled now.
リカちゃんが悩むような問題は何もないはずだぜ。
There shouldn't be anything that's troubling her anymore. We thought Satoko and Rika-chan might not be able to live together if they found a new guardian for Satoko, but that problem is almost solved. Either the Sonozaki family or the Kimiyoshi family will become her guardian. Mayor Kimiyoshi is already Rika's guardian. If the Sonozaki family gets custody, Satoko officially becomes Shion's little sister. Anyway, I had no idea why Rika-chan was acting so upset.
こういう時は声をかけてみるのが一番じゃねえのか？
I think we should ask her what's going on.
それがかえってデリカシーがない時もあるし。
But I don't want her to think that we're insensitive.
でもケイチくんなら大丈夫だと思うかな。
But I guess you can ask her, I guess.
それはつまり俺にデリカシーがないっていう意味だな。
So you're saying that it's okay for me to be insensitive? Rina laughed and stuck her tongue out at me. I walked up to Rika-chan and struck up a conversation. Perhaps something is still troubling Satoko and we just don't know about it. If that's the case, we need to help her.
元気なさそうだな。
You don't look so good.
何か悩んでるのか？
Is anything weird going on?
あ、ケイチ。
Oh, Keiichi? Rika-chan had been daydreaming, and it took her a while to realize that I was talking to her.
僕が悩んでるように見えましたですか？
Do I look upset or something?
まあな。
Kind of.
どうしたんだよ。
Is
何かあったのか？
Is anything the matter? It took her a while to answer. Such a long silence had to mean yes.
ケイチ。
Keiichi?
聞いてもらいたい詩がありますです。
There's a poem that I want you to listen to.
誰が作った詩かは聞かないでくださいです。
Don't ask me who wrote it.
そして聞いたら感想を聞かせてほしいです。
I just want you to know what you think. I just want to know what you think.
いいぜ。どんなのだよ。
Alright, let me hear it then. Rika-chan closed her eyes and recited a short poem. It went something like this. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to receive. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise.
結構難しい詩だな。
That's a pretty interesting poem.
それはリカちゃんが作ったのか？
Did you write it?
って聞くのはなしなんだったな。
Oh, I'm not supposed to ask that, huh?
なしです。
No, you're not.
ケイチはこの詩を聞いてどんな感想を持ちましたですか？
What did you think after hearing it? Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to receive. I understand that. Everyone does have the right to be happy, but that doesn't mean that everyone can receive that happiness. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. This one is a little harder to understand, but exercising that right probably refers to the process of finding happiness. Everyone has the right to work hard for their happiness, but it's not that easy for that work to bear fruit. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. I guess she's trying to talk about compromising your happiness. There's no limit to human desires. You can never stop wanting more. That's why people need to make compromises on their happiness. At least, that's how I understand it. If she was trying to say that we should be satisfied with what we have, it sounds like a positive statement. But there's also a negative tone to the way it's presented.
この詩は多分詩を作った人の心情を表しているものだと思う。
I think this poem is reflecting the feelings of the writer.
僕もそうだと思いますです。
I think so too.
それで感想はいかがですか？
So what else do you think? She wouldn't admit it, but I'm sure Rika-chan is the one who made that poem, and it's reflecting on how she's feeling. I'm not that smart, but even I can understand that.
悲しい歌だなって思った。
I thought it was a sad poem.
悲しいですか？
Sad?
最初の2つはわかる。
I understand the first two lines.
幸せに過ごす権利は誰にだってあるが、だからといって誰でも簡単に幸せになれるわけじゃないもんな。
Everyone has a right to be happy, but not everyone can become happy that easily.
そういう厳しさを歌ったものだと思う。
I think those lines are describing the difficult parts of our lives.
でも最後の一つは毛色が違う。
But the last line is different.
妥協ってのは諦めるって意味だ。
Making compromises is the same thing as giving up.
この詩の私は幸せになることを諦めて今を妥協して幸せだと思い込もうとしてるんだ。
The writer of this poem has given up on their happiness, compromised with reality, and trying to convince themselves they're happy.
幸せだと思い込もうとしているですか？
Trying to convince themselves they're happy, you say?
それも未練いっぱいにな。
With plenty of regrets, too.
誰だって努力さえすればきっと幸せになれるのに、自分だけはそれが絶対届かないと分かっている。
Everyone can become happy with enough effort, but she thinks that she can't.
そんな諦めが漂う悲しい歌だ。
The poem reflects her hopelessness. It's very sad.
ならケイチ、
Then, Keiichi?
この詩の私はどうすればいいんでしょうか？
What do you think she should do?
くじけるなってことだな。
She shouldn't give up.
くじけるなですか？
She shouldn't give up?
この詩を歌ったやつは自分がどういう風になれれば幸せなのか悩んだ末にしっかり見つけてる。
The writer of this poem already knows, how she can be happy.
それは決して高望みしたものではないと思う。
It's something that she deserves.
どうやったら幸せになれるかを延々3段も考察してるやつなんだぜ。真剣に考えてるんだ。
She's been thinking about how to become happy for a long time.
だからここまで幸せになりたいと一途に思ってるなら絶対に諦めちゃダメだと思うぜ、リカちゃん。
If she really wants to be happy, she shouldn't give up.
俺たちは絶望的な状況をほんの数日でひっくり返したんだぜ。
Remember, we overcame a desperate situation in only a few days.
みんなで力を合わせればきっと奇跡が起こせる。
If we all work together, we can make a miracle happen.
リカちゃんだってそれを目の当たりにしたはずだぜ。
You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you?
あるんだろ悩み。
What's troubling you?
打ち明けてくれよ。
Talk to me.
打ち明けたいことはあります。
There's something I want to talk to you all about.
でも打ち明ければみんなはもうひなみ沢でのんびりと暮らすことはできなくなるでしょう。
But if I do that, you won't be able to live in this village anymore.
私にとっての幸せはみんなと楽しく昭和58年6月以降も過ごすこと。
Happiness for me would be able to see what's beyond June of 1983 together with all of you.
だからこそ6月をくぐり抜けるためだけにみんなを巻き込んでもそれは私にとっての幸せではない。
It wouldn't mean anything if I lived beyond this June without you.
ひなみ沢にのんびり暮らせなくなる？
We won't be able to live in Hinamizawa anymore?
どうしてだよ。
Why is that?
打ち明けたことを知られたら奴らは必ずみんなを殺す。
They'll kill you if they find out that I talked to you.
だから助けを求められない。
That's why I can't say anything.
殺すって穏便な話じゃないな。
What do you mean, they'll kill us?
まさかリカちゃん誰かに脅迫されてるのか？
Are you being threatened by someone? The word kill is not something that most people use casually. I was shocked to hear it coming from her mouth. That's why I couldn't help but raise my voice.
誰が敵かもわからない状態です。
I don't know who's the enemy and who's not.
一つわかるのは
誰かが私を必ず殺すということだけです。
The only thing I know for sure is that someone is going to kill me.
ごめん、リカちゃん。
Wait, Rika-chan.
話してくれ。
Talk to me.
一体何があったんだ？
What the hell is going on? Is Teppei threatening her? No, that isn't possible. Police arrested him, and besides that, the Sonozaki family told him to never come back to the village. There's no way he could contact Rika-chan in order to threaten her. And even if that somehow was the case, Rika-chan could just talk to Mion and everything would be taken care of. But based on her expression, it seems like this is way deeper than that.
ごめんなさいです。
I'm sorry.
これ以上言えばきっと巻き込みますです。
If I talk, you'll be dragged into this.
圭一たちが巻き込まれれば仮に6月を超えられても
If I lose...
私の望む世界じゃない。
If I lose you, I have no more reason to live, or no more reason to survive.
だから打ち明けられないのです。
I just can't talk to you about this.
それが多分私が望む幸せに対し妥協しないということなのだと思いますです。
I'm not going to compromise my happiness.
リカちゃんがさっきから何を言ってるのかさっぱりだが。
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
リカちゃんのその言い方、先日までのサトコにそっくりだぜ。
But you sound just like Satoko did a few days ago.
サトコに
Like Satoko?
ああ。
Yeah.
耐えることが美徳だと勘違いして戦う勇気を忘れてる。
You're thinking it's better to be patient. You forgot the courage needed to fight.
そういう風に聞こえるな。
You sound like that.
電話でサトコに戦う勇気を奮い起こせと劇を飛ばしたリカちゃんらしくもないぜ。
Weren't you the one who told Satoko to be brave over the phone? He's got a good point here. My words had clearly hurt Rika-chan's feelings. She bit her lip and went quiet for a moment.
巻き込まれれば圭一たちもきっと殺されますですよ。
If I talk to you, you might get killed too.
殺されるのはごめんだな。
Well, I don't want that.
でもよ、放っておけばリカちゃんは必ず殺されるんだろ。
But if we don't do anything, you're going to get killed, right?
だったら俺もリカちゃんのいない未来なんてごめんだな。
We don't want a future without you either, Rika-chan. What?
リカちゃんが俺たちを巻き込みたくないって思うように、俺たちもリカちゃんを失いたくないって思ってる。
You may not want to get us involved, but likewise, we don't want to lose you either.
荒事は大歓迎だぜ。
We welcome the struggle.
それに3人集まれば文殊の知恵って言うだろ。
Besides, you know how powerful we can be together.
部活メンバーみんなで相談し合えば必ず妙案が出るぜ。
I'm sure we can solve anything if we all work as one.
いくら部活メンバーでも無理なものは無理だと思いますです。
Not even our combined strength can solve this problem.
俺たちを巻き込みたくないから打ち明けられないんだな。
You don't want to talk to us because you don't want to drag us into it, right?
ならリカちゃんは俺たちに打ち明けず一人で死のうってことなんだな。
So what you're saying is that you want to die without telling us anything?
そういうことだと思いますです。
I guess that's what I'm saying.
耐えることを美徳だと勘違いするな。
Don't think that being patient is the same thing as being brave.
戦う勇気を思い出すんだ。
Remember the courage to fight.
心の整理がついたらいつでも何時でもいいから相談してくれ。
You can talk to me anytime once you organize your feelings.
俺たちは絶対に力になるからな。
We'll help you. You can count on us.
ありがとうです。
Thank you. Rika-chan was wearing a sorrowful smile. I could tell that she appreciated my sympathy. I don't know why, but Rika-chan is troubled by something. It's a matter of life and death for her. She can't even talk to us about it. At the very least, she won't talk to me.
どうだった圭一君。
How was it, Kechi-kun?
リカちゃんが悩み事だって？
Is Rika-chan troubled by something?
珍しいね。
That doesn't happen very often.
サトコ。
Satoko.
変なことを聞いてすまんが、リカちゃんが命を狙われているような話ってあるのか？
It's going to sound strange, but is there any chance that someone is threatening Rika-chan's life? What?
何を言ってるんですの、ケイイチさんは。
What in the world are you saying, Kechi-san?
リカちゃまは村のシンボルじゃないですか。
Rika-chama is the village mascot.
拝む人はいても命を狙う人なんているわけないです。
People worship her. No one would ever try to kill her.
なんだいなんだい。
What's this?
物騒な話だね。
What are you guys talking about? The more I talked to my friends, the stranger it seemed that someone would try to kill Rika-chan. Everyone was even more confused than I felt.
リカちゃんは悩みを打ち明けてくれたわけじゃない。
Rika-chan didn't talk to me about what's troubling her.
でも何かに悩んでるのは間違いなく、それはかなり深刻らしいんだ。
But I'm sure there's something very serious going on with her.
リカちゃんが俺たちを信頼してくれるなら、きっと近いうちに打ち明けてくれると思う。
If she really trusts us, I'm sure she'll talk to us soon.
その時はどんな突拍子もない話であっても、きっと信じてあげて力になってあげよ
う。Let's believe everything she tells us as she opens her heart.
きっとだぜ。
Okay? We all looked at each other and nodded. Gotta form a protection squad around Rika. Protect her with your life. You know I would. Oh, yeah. Like that. That achievement says from here on, it all starts to unravel. Oh boy. Only now? The Son of God promised that he would be resurrected within 3 days. Sinful men guarded his grave to make sure he would not wake up, but that was foolish of them. He meant that his spirit and his lessons would be resurrected, not his physical shell. Do not be afraid of physical death. If you achieve great things, you will live again. You will surpass death and become immortal. A demon took the Son of God to a cliff and told him to jump off. He claimed that if he was really a son of God, a miracle would help him survive. He tried to challenge the Lord. The Lord challenges humans, but humans may not challenge the Lord. To challenge is to suspect. Suspicion will speak words of evil into your ears, and it will make you falter. Do not doubt your own achievements. Do not doubt your own life. Do not doubt your contributions. Do not let others criticize your achievements. This is the same as doubting your own life. Hifumi T. Okay. If you say so. I don't know how to react to that. There we go. Almost hit 5 hours. Look at that. And we started early though, so that was good. Because if I would have started at like 8 or so, I probably would not have made it to 5 hours. I can say that much. Let's see. Let's just talk about next week. I think I should be safe. As far as Higurashi streams go, I think we should be hitting both Tuesday and Saturday next week as well. So, nothing to fear as far as missing Higurashi streams. I thought I was gonna miss more Tuesday Higurashi streams with the coming of Spooktober, October streams, but I think I've been pretty decent as far as scheduling and knocking things out that I wanted to. So I don't think we're any fear of missing any more Higurashi streams, hopefully at least as far as next week goes. So both Tuesday, Saturday Higurashi streams will still should be happening. I don't think I have any, much else to say. Hope you enjoyed watching, as always. Hope you enjoyed enough to you start to see the bar, the red bar, the timer bar at the end of this video, and you go, hey, this video is about to conclude. I had a good time watching it. All 4 hours, 55 minutes, and 57 seconds of it. I will get out of your hair. I hope you had a nice watch, a nice night, a nice day, whenever it is you're watching. And continue to have a good time with it as the series continues. I think we have to be pretty close to ending of this chapter, right? We'll see. We'll see. It would be cool to finish chapter 7 and then, like, let's say we finish, Let me look at a calendar. If chapter 7 finished on like this coming up Tuesday or Saturday or even the next Tuesday, and then we only have one more chapter left. If I got like a week and a half even off of Higurashi, that'd probably be ideal. And then we just start it chapter 8, beginning of November. That'd be pretty good, actually. We'll see. Just thinking out loud. All right. Have a nice rest of your day. Take it easy. Stay safe. Stay well. And I'll catch you in another Higurashi stream. Or another stream of anything else. A lot of interesting things happening on the channel. I would say if you're like, if you're caught up on Higurashi, watch one of these Spooktober designated streams. There's a couple of interesting series happening, and more to happen. Some interesting ones to happen in the near future for the rest of the month. So that's my plug. Again, have a nice rest of your night. Until another stream.